una poca de gracia pa' mi patria y arriba y arriba. Para bailar la bamba, si necesito una poca de gracia pa' mi patria y arriba y arriba. Ay, arriba y arriba, por ti seré, por ti seré, por ti seré. Bamba, 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 bamba,
All my friends know the low rider. The low rider is a little higher. Low rider drives a little slower. Low rider is a real goer. Hey. Low rider knows every street, yeah. Low rider is the one to meet, yeah. Low rider don't use no gas now. Low rider don't drive too fast. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip and see. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip with me.
Hola, amigos. Uh, Happy Cinco de Mayo. I was going to do this all in Spanish, but decided not to. Um, so today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. We're going to have a special guest on stream. Uh, a very special guest. His name's 8-Bit. Um, let me. All right, 8-Bit, you can talk.
What up?
This is 8-Bit, everybody. Um, I was. Let me get this swapped over so you can see his beautiful mug. Give me 1 second. Oh, wrong one. There we go.
Oh, there
Work
it
in
is.
progress.
Hey, who's that?
There he is.
It's me. What am I? Where am I?
All right, now I gotta.
What up? What up?
All right. And
Birdie FPV
You're able to see the chat, aren't
said, 8 mother fun broken bits.
Well, on the tubes.
That guy grand.
Oh wait, hold up.
Said,
I didn't see that earlier.
Hey.
Let me rearrange things. Yeah, I can see the chat.
you? Okay, cool. Yeah, so we're gonna have
Mrs.
ourselves a
Gringo
little fiesta
said,
today.
turn your mic up just a wee bit, babe.
See if I can see it better on this tubes.
That guy grand
I'll bring that up instead.
said,
Here, I'll turn.
Coxoxo noxoxo 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 noxo. The cycle starts again. PLS
All right,
Gringo, let
catch
me
up on the
perish.
chat.
All right, Grand.
Curtis Hayes
We can't be doing that
said,
this round.
hello, my people.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're already like blasting random letters, and
Oh, yeah,
it
yeah.
says everything. I'm like, no, we gotta. Grand, I will
man.
unmoderate you.
Birdie FPV said,
What up?
8-bit, is that a cigar
Birdie?
from the hangar?
That grand.
He
Mrs.
said-
Gringo.
Birdie
Say
says,
peace.
"Is that a 8-bit? Is that a cigar from the hangar?"
Yeah, it's
Speaking
one
of
of those,
cigars.
Worn up said,
one of those wacky
happy Quadro de Mayo
cigars.
8-bit.
Oh, my window is open and it's knocking all my shit over.
Uh-oh.
But I too got a cigar and some tequila, so hopefully I don't get too crazy on this stream. End up saying
up,
something
Freedom?
I'm gonna regret. Yeah, everybody's popping in right now. We got Freedom, Gato, Worn Up, Grand, Commander Goggle, my wife, or I should say my wife. They make me say that every time.
Yeah, that's
We
cool.
got
You guys
sevens.
are doing
That
this
guy grand
thing together, man.
said, you have the
Yeah.
same mic as me. Exiled Scoob
That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
Said,
it's the streaming
hey,
was
hey.
kind of like literally just like a last second thought one day because I watched other people do it and I was like, it sounds kind of fun, so kind of gave it a shot just to see what it's like, and honestly I enjoy it. I don't expect to blow up or
Tobias
anything,
Yoder
but I
FPV
do have fun
said,
talking to all the homies.
1 hour in Gringo gonna butt chug the tequila.
That's
Curtis
what it's
Hayes
about, man. Just
said,
getting together, hanging out,
Carrot.
man.
Yeah, for real,
Enjoying this
especially with
beauty.
chat. It feels like you're just kind of chilling with a bunch of homies.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't know if y'all could see, but at the very bottom of my donation, there's
Earthworm
like a
Jim.
little donation thing, and
bottom
every
of the bottle.
donation, I'll take a shot of tequila.
Chawip 13.
So we'll see how
Said.
crazy that gets.
MR Nasty Time.
I forgot my drink in the
Curtis
kitchen.
Hayes
Yay.
said, Yoder.
I need to find a lighter so that way I can light the cigarro. But yeah, so 8-bit, tell us
Yeah.
about yourself. Let's. I want to know who legendary 8-bit is. I met you in Infinity Loop streams. I've seen you around a few other streams. So I'm just kind of curious, like what got you into
Chawip
FPV, how
13
long you've been doing it.
said, what up, Commander Goggles?
Let's
Chawip
see.
13
What about
said,
20?
what up, Freedom?
19 or so? I started.
Okay.
I was put into early retirement. I woke up one day paralyzed, and it took me about 3 months to get on my feet again. And by that
Paralyzed?
point, I was
Chawip 13
yeah. I was
Said,
homeless. I lost my
"What up,
job,
8-bit?"
and I was like, "Fuck." And but
Tobias
I
Yoder
just
FPV.
someone in the VA
Said,
told me something,
8-bit is
and the
DJ
one state that
extraordinaire.
wasn't helping, I was like, okay. So I just was homeless in another state that actually helps homeless vets. So, and then I got on my feet, got some medicine and health, and I needed something to do.
Yeah.
I had all this time. So I started out bonsai at first. That was cool. And then I
Bonsai,
was in
like the
this,
restaurant?
no, bonsai plants.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, my bad. We have a bonsai restaurant here, so I was like, what? It's a food chain? I thought it was a local thing, but okay. So you were like a botanist, or you kind of just like
I got a green
maintaining
thumb.
plants? Yeah.
I
Okay.
got a green thumb, yeah.
So do you have a garden?
Kind of. It's a desert, you know? And
Yeah.
I was going through a lot of health issues, so I was struggling with mobility. The pain would get so bad where I'm paralyzed. So I was going through that again the last couple years. And the last few months, up until the last couple months now, I was going through that hardcore.
Worn up.
Like, desperately.
Said,
I was scared
"Dang
and
green
worried.
thumb." Chawip 13.
And I
Said,
finally got someone in the
"In
VA.
his closet he has a garden,
to help.
lol."
You know,
Okay.
I had to go through different doctors here in New Mexico. The VA here sucks for the veterans.
So what was causing the paralysis? Is it just like nerve damage, or
Yeah, it's basically from my time in White Sands. I don't know. My bones are kind of disappearing, I guess.
okay?
I went through a lot of RF experiments when I was at White Sands.
Okay.
Birdie FPV.
And for about
Said,
4 years of that.
RF
and
damage.
It did a number on me.
Yeah, Birdie's he said RF damage. He's
Yeah.
I think y'all have talked about before in Discord. He's kind of
Yeah, he's
dealing
got
with something similar.
Yeah.
So when you say RF, I'm assuming that's like radio frequency.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Chawip 13.
And out there, it was
Said,
all of them.
Okay.
"Thank you for your service,
And you,
8-bit."
and you said that
Worn up.
you had to
Said,
move to a different
"Tinfoil
state
your
that
balls, bois."
does help with VA benefits.
Yeah, the
So-
VA is not like the same state to state. It's
Tobias
stupid.
Yoder FPV. Said,
So
"Poot gang."
so the government basically put you through shit, and then because of the state you're in, they're like, oh, sorry, we can't really do much for you. So you had to move states, like.
Yeah, it was actually across the river. There was a bridge separating us, actually. So,
Why?
just stayed in that state for
Mrs.
24
Gringo
hours, and the
said,
VA's like, we can
"Turn
help
your
you, man."
mic up just a little
And
more."
they put me in a motel for about 2 months, got me an apartment, and I struggled to get on my feet for a while. Literally.
Man, I'm sorry you had to deal with all that. I know we've kind of
I'm
briefly
just
talked
glad I
about
can
that
walk.
before.
I'm just glad I can walk.
Yeah. I'm glad you're here. Shit. I mean, after being exposed, God, who knows how long to RF.
Miss Ringo says your mic is overpowering, or stop eating it. I'm not sure what's going on.
What if I like really just do a little ASMR? Does that help?
It is a little distorted, heavy on the top.
Turn it up or down? She said turn your
maybe
mic up a
down.
little bit more.
Your mic up or
Yeah.
mine? Mine? I can get in there.
Worn up. Said,
Um,
"Oh yeah,
How far
y'all might have to just
me
deal
in
with
this
me
mic?
at where it's at, because I don't want to dance around with audio. But
Chawip 13.
I'm
Said,
louder than you.
I
That's
think
what it is.
gringos
Okay, I'll back up. Here we go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because we were talking right before the stream, and he was saying my audio was blowing out, so I turned it down a little bit. So
Yeah.
I think if anything, y'all just have to turn up the audio, and then we'll both kind of be a little quiet, just to not blow out anything. But
I'll adjust my side. There we go. You're better on my end.
so I was gonna ask you, like tell us a little bit about the frame you've been working on. You have a 1S frame that I know you have in
The
production.
Search.
Switch 13
The skirt.
said. After hours with
I
El
was
Gringo nasty times
Just
LOL.
working
Birdie
with Jack.
FPV.
I was beta testing
Said,
frames for Jack's
Maybe
3D
invest
printing.
in some lung power
And we were
Gringo.
doing TKS frames. TKS frames. Man, speak, dude. And
You sound good to me, so.
I couldn't get the word out right. and
You sound good to me, so.
and
Sorry, I was trying to, because I'm trying to post your link into chat for your frame, because I saved the link, but I had to mute the other stream because I had to go into the thing. But sorry, you were testing
worries.
for Jack.
Yeah, for Jack's 3D printing and doing the TKS frames. Kevin Langless, he designed those frames. Nick Burns, he has the Rocket Race. Everybody knows that one. I was testing that one out, and me and Jack got together and was like, let's get one to Nick. And then that legend was born.
Okay.
So that got me just doing that. And then Jack was like, do you want to design one? And I was like, because he knew I draw
Birdie
cars
FPV
and things like that.
said,
But I hadn't
Rad
thought
Gigs
about
8-bit.
drones before. So I sat down and started messing with one. And I came out with Slippy first. Jack still has that one. It's a 2-inch frame, more like a 2S setup.
Okay.
And then I don't know. Then
Did they
he's
have
like,
you mess
hey,
with CAD, or how did you end up like finalizing the design?
I used a 2D design program called Inkscape, so I can like draw,
Okay.
because I'm used to drawing. By hand was really how I wanted to go, but you can't do it that way no more. So I had to learn the digitals.
Unless you're warning, he showed me that you could create a basic design in what's it called? It's like one of those Photoshop things. He just literally drew a couple lines, exported it, threw it into CAD, and then stretched out, turned it into like a whole like car stand thing.
Worn up.
And
said,
I guess you go from there and make
it
a
is.
CL file.
Is that a Star Fox
It
reference?
is a Star Fox reference. Nice.
With Star Fox
Yeah,
reference, I must have.
Go ahead.
What is the Star Fox? What was the Star Fox reference? I completely missed it.
Game, man. It's an old school game.
I'm like the worst when it comes to gamers. I play like a very small thing. I didn't really grow up with a gaming system or anything, and I'm not gonna make it about me, but I didn't play a lot of games growing up.
I didn't either. A little bit of Atari when it worked, and in high school we had Apple II computers, and I took like a notebook thick of coding, and I made a 3D game on Apple. And then
Birdie
didn't
FPV
touch gaming until PlayStation
said,
for a little bit.
Not much 8-bit anyway,
So
hey
that's where
Gringo.
Star Fox came in.
Okay. See, that was my first gaming system was a PlayStation. I mean, I did play
Yeah.
like Atari
I love
and stuff like that growing like when I was really young, but PlayStation's probably been my primary gaming system. I've owned like the PlayStation 1, 2, 4
Exiled
and 5. I
Scoob
skipped the third one and went
said,
Xbox 360 route. but
Apple
that's,
II was pretty dope.
That's a whole different thing.
Curtis Hayes
I went
said,
up to about 2.
and Gringo was born after your last
And
viable
then
sperm left your
life
body
took
8-bit.
over. I had to work my ass off for a while, try to take care of the loved ones that were around me when they would let me.
Curtis Hayes
And
said,
no,
Oregon Trail.
Okay.
didn't get much into gaming after that.
I don't blame you. It's addictive. It's like a whole nother like curse of things. I was like, right now the main game I play is like simulators, but every now and then I'll hop on like Call
Yeah,
of Duty
the
or some
sim.
shit.
That's about it. That's about it anymore.
So
FPV.
Spider
I
Sugar
do
underscore
know-
FPV.
I do know that
said,
you were working on a trike.
Hello, it is Robot. I have become self-aware
Yeah, I'm
and I
trying
wish
to
to
get
die.
my butt scoot going
Your
so I
butt
can go out and fly.
Yeah, that thing is like freaking sweet.
I'm just
Do you have
sorting
a
out
do you
the
have a way to
exhaust
post a link or something and we can take a look at it?
of the bike. Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
gosh.
I know.
This is
'cause
what I shared with you.
Or maybe, let me see if I can figure out what. a way
Birdie
we can-
FPV said,
Yeah, just
Here,
the
we can do
TDS
this.
killer is here.
whatever.
Grim
Didn't
Reaper
I share a couple pictures
said,
with you or video?
How to build drone.
I can.
Chawith13
Yeah, I see. I
said,
think
I have a PS2 and a
you know what,
PS4
we
sitting
might
in
have
my
to-
garage.
Now that I think about it, because I
I
have you
find
hooked up
them
to
at work
Discord,
sometimes.
I'm gonna have to
I
probably
fix them or clean them up and sell them.
probably
Spider
have to
Sugar
skip
underscore
that.
FPV
for now.
said,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah, because
Please,
if I
let me
exit
die.
off, it's gonna mess
Please,
up your whole camera.
let me die.
And it's just a whole pain in the
Please,
ass thing.
let me die.
No words.
Moist FPV
I don't
said,
even. Can I do it on my
Yo,
end?
what's
I'm
up,
new at
homies?
this thing, man.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
do we do this?
If you can, I think if you could pull up a stream, I could probably
13
swap from your cam to
said,
the stream, and it should be
What up,
pretty
Moist?
seamless.
A stream. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Like if you're
From
on
Discord?
Discord, you could post or you could share your stream, and
Share your screen. Oh, okay.
whoa, what's
Let me
going? My stream is like acting crazy right now. I'm trying to see if it's on the live stream doing that. I don't think so.
Spider Sugar underscore FPV said, Oh 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 oh.
Alright, Spider. Please don't do it this time. Y'all
It
are
is
the
me,
only ones
robot.
doing it.
Please let me die. Curtis
Y'all
Hayes
could say the
Okay.
robot is
Said,
gonna kill you, but come
8-bit you need to build a
I got
tri-motor
a
drone to
video
go with your
here.
trike.
I don't know how to do this.
Grim Ripper
on.
said,
So in Discord,
Hi, I am
it'll
Robot,
go
please
to,
let me forever sleep.
Share your
Chawith
stream
13
at the bottom by
said,
your camera.
Naranyas
And you just
Okay,
click
there
the
it is.
screen
Grim
you
Ripper.
have.
said,
There it is.
Oh 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 oh
There we go. Let's see.
Okay, this is I'm actually in better shape
Birdie
since this
FPV
video, but I am still
said,
sorting out the exhaust.
Have survived you before Robot.
Okay,
Alright.
yeah, no, it's working on the stream, so cool.
Alrighty. The rebuild is
Yeah,
done.
that is crazy.
It ran great. Oh my gosh. It,
And how long has it taken you to get to this point?
alright. But
My body keeps me fucked up, so quite a long while, about a month. I can't always get in
Moist
there and work on
FPV.
it.
In my opinion, that's
Said,
pretty quick. Is it
It's
a total
going all right. I
restoration,
think
or
I
did
found a
you-
job, so thing are looking
I've
up,
had to
but I'm
rebuild
still
the
having
motor.
to deal with family shit, so give a little, take a little.
Twice now.
Okay.
this is an oily mess.
So
Right.
I'm making sure the exhaust is right this time. So I'm sorting that out so it doesn't fuck it up.
What a mess.
And the frame
It's-
came like that. There you are.
Oh shit!
Dude, hell yeah. No, that thing is
I
sweet.
forgot. I forgot about that. What else we got? Go ahead, man.
You answered my question. Because I was asking if you would like completely like rebuilt it and stuff like that. But you said you rebuilt the motor.
Oh,
So the frame, you bought the
I-
frame the way it is, and you're just like restoring it basically.
no, it was kind of running when I got it,
Okay.
and so I got it running, and then the exhaust decided to make a mess of things because it's janky how they got it hanging on there, and so once I figured it out, because I'd never done bikes before, so some of it's me learning the hard way, and some of it's just me learning. I don't know. It's a new bike. It's like 2024.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I thought I had another video. Let me see on my.
Yeah, because you had a video of it running,
Yeah.
and because yeah, you had sent that to me, and I was like, man, that thing sounds good.
Let me get a. Should have one on my phone. Is this it? Okay. Here we go. Oh wait. I gotta do some editing. The video
Chalip
is sideways.
13.
Hold on.
Said. This mofo is enjoying
Go
a
ahead and
cigar.
Send it to myself.
Nice.
Yeah, Chewy, we're both smoking cigars.
So, but on the skirts though, I don't know. I was designing something. It was a mess. It was just a whole bunch of lines, and I saw this alien in there, and that's it. That's how it came out. The alien is the artifact of the design. I didn't design it intentionally, having the alien in the center.
Let me pull that up, the website, so that way I can show people what it looks like. Let's see here. 404 page not found. What do you mean?
Jack?
Oh, you know what? I know what's going on. Okay.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, let me stream this. real
Chalip
quick.
13. Said. That's a nice frame. It took me
Yes.
forever to break it,
Hope
but
this
when it
doesn't
was
kick me
going it
out,
was golden.
but I need to check my.
Oh, I see the alien here now.
Something
like right in
like.
the middle of it.
Said.
No.
Awesome DJ set BTW 8-bit.
Something light said awesome
Curtis
DJ
Hayes.
set, by the way.
Said. What happened with you and Boner?
It's just a Newmark digital mixer. It's actually the basic. I want the one with the amp and stuff built in, so you can put your headphones and you can hear the next track playing. Because you can't do that with that setup. So I don't even use headphones. I just gotta guess, kind of, when I'm mixing.
That's probably why I sound so blown out, is because you have like DJ quality headphones on.
Yeah. When my audio setup quit on me today, I did find my kink in my sound, so I think I can maybe sort that out, get it sounding better. Because it hasn't been sounding good when I go live. When I DJ, it's just like, I don't know, over distorted, overpowered, like your mic was earlier.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
sent that
I mean,
video to
honestly,
you.
this mic is, I think it was like a $30 mic off of Amazon. I mean, it fucking does its job, I'll say that much. But yeah, it probably has its quirks to it.
I
Curtis
have
Hayes.
one of those
Said.
snowball.
Hit the like button.
Chivos. Nothing wrong with that. All right, I got another video
Oh, are you streaming it?
of it running. Not yet, but I'm pulling it up
Okay, let me,
whenever you're ready.
you could go ahead and start.
All right, let me.
Let me do this. We'll go back here.
Grim Ripper. Said. Smash the subscribe 0,0,0,0,0. Spider
It's
Sugar
ready
underscore
when you
FPV
All right, let me.
said, oh, 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 hit the like
All
button.
right,
There
here
we
we go.
go.
Finally got it running, but the exhaust broke off, and I just had this piece on here. Until I get paid to get all that fixed again.
That thing looks like it'd be so fun to cruise around.
But at least it's running.
How fast does it go? Have you been able to test that out yet? Or how fast
Since
it
I've
should
rebuilt
go?
it, about 55. When I got it, it was doing on 40.
Okay.
so
So it went down a little
doing
bit.
better. No, it's going faster.
Oh, I thought you said it went 55 and it went down to 40. Was it 30?
No,
You said 35?
I rebuilt it, and it does 55.
That guy Gran.
Well, I
Shit,
didn't
okay.
even I didn't
Said,
even max it out.
Is it time Coxoxo Knox?
Had stoplight. It's not like a super fast bike, you know.
I
It's
mean,
only like
you in New Mexico, you should have plenty of back roads where you could just, you know, full throttle. Let's wear a helmet.
yeah. Oh, it ain't that fast. It's less than 20
Exiled
horsepower.
Scoob
Horsepower.
could
Hearing
probably
yourself
turbo it
talk
with an old
kinda
little
fucks you
Subaru
up
Turbo
sometimes.
LOL.
You get that? When you hear your voice back in your mic
Yeah.
in your headphones?
Oh, I'm hearing it now too.
No, my setup, I always
Moist
hear
FPV.
myself, so I don't know.
Said,
I don't know. I heard myself
full
for a
throttle, I'm
split
fast as fuck
second,
boy.
But I don't know. Maybe it was just a mental thing. And if you see me looking all the way over
Exiled
here, it's
Scoob.
because for me to see you,
Said,
it's on my other monitor.
Boosty boy.
So I'm not like looking away. I'm just the way I could actually.
That's what I was
see.
doing. That's what I was doing here too. Looking at my big monitor so I can see everything.
Yeah, I have it all on my side, and then I have my main monitor over here, where I could like pull up everything. But to see what's going on in the stream, I have to like
Yeah, I need to catch
break
up.
my neck to
Sorry, guys.
look. Oh, dude,
Wait.
I'm using 2 TVs as monitors, so
I got a TV as a monitor. What are you talking
Curtis
about?
Hayes. Said,
maybe it works
8-bit,
fine.
what quads are you flying now?
Yeah, it works.
Curtis Hayes says, "What quads are you flying now?"
What quads, my friend?
What quads are you flying?
Well, Skirch, still. Here's yours.
Yeah, that is beautiful.
This is one that's coming to you.
Grim Ripper. Said,
yeah. I'm
can you
super
restart the
excited.
stream for me? I was playing
Still
PUBG.
got to maiden it and get a video on it. Make sure it's all set up good. Oh, I can't see. Oh, here we go.
And I can see the alien.
Yeah.
So you showed me like pictures of like that you had taken of like several different frames. Are those all frames that you had designed, or are those just different like variations?
I got some prototypes that I've got to work. Just go through the paces, beta test, and make sure they're good.
Okay.
And then have a place to cut them.
Okay. So is the person Jack's 3D, is this like a local company you go through, or
He's in Cali.
Cali? Okay.
Yeah. He cuts Triton frames. Triton's his baby. The Splash. He does TKS. That's where we started that.
Okay.
Grim Ripper
I'm kind of looking at his site right
said,
now. Let me.
Are you going to hurt yourself?
Here's another prototype.
Grim, I will. I was saying earlier I would take shots for donations. Sorry, they asked if I would hurt myself.
Grim Ripper.
Oh yeah.
said,
Okay.
Jackass live stream please.
Yeah, then you got
Warn up.
Foo Fighter on Jack.
Said, 8-bit
Oh,
did
wow.
you set up frame cutting with CNC madness?
So would that be real quick before I answer or ask him warn up? Was that like a 75 millimeter frame or?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Worn Up said that have you did you set up a frame cutting with
Chawith
CNC
13
Madness?
said, I have
Not
2
yet.
of
So I need to
TKS.
set up a store
Jack's
over
frames.
there.
I have the TKS Star-Lord
I was
frame and also the
thinking
TKS
about
rocket.
that, setting up some places to have have it elsewhere. I had something set up before, partner up, but that kind of fell apart. So yeah, I was thinking about CNC and some of those other places.
I had a question, and I vaguely talked to you about it before, but I wanted to ask you: are you thinking about ever making like a 5-inch frame or anything larger than like a tiny whoop?
Yeah, once I experience it. I haven't got there yet.
Oh, you haven't?
I haven't quite. No, I haven't. You know, the Kegel exercises. They're just not taking. You just gotta, to relax when you take that 5-inch, and I haven't learned to do that.
It's a little stressful. It's a lot more powered compared to those tiny whoops. If we ever meet up in person, I'll let you fly mine.
It's been about money. I'd never had the money to really spend on the bigger stuff.
Here, let's
So
blow you up so they can see that a little bit.
Prop Junkie, he built me up a 5-inch. It's ready to go. I don't have a charger yet, so.
Okay. You need a 6S charger.
But yeah, and batteries.
Yeah, batteries.
And look at this battery.
Batteries.
Look at it.
Grim Ripper
I'm scared.
said,
Look at this thing.
Gringo opened the pilot name
He
generator.
told me to sleep with it. This thing was about to explode. But
Grim
Do you
Ripper
trust
wants
it?
me to open up his. He did a video. I don't know if you've seen his video, but he was talking about how to start as a pilot, and you have to start off before you fly a sim or anything. You need to come up with a cool FPV name, and so he came up with this FPV pilot name simulator. Let me see. Grim, what is the website? Is it
Birdie FPV said,
Prop Junkie's cool,
Prop Junkie
man.
is a
That's
ruler.
his lucky battery, so that's why he sent it to me.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hold on to it.
Yeah, 6S batteries. I just dropped $130 on 6S batteries, and it was just for 4. But
Yeah, that's just the batteries. Wait.
yeah,
Shelby Vols
I have
Shelby!
a charger for it
Said,
though. What's up, Shelby?
What's up? Spider Sugar _ FPV said, oh,
I can't look at chat.
link in chat. Worn Up said,
Okay, so he said
that's his last pack, never burn it. Grim Ripper said, pilotgenerator.net
That's the only reason.
/app/
It was money. That's why I stayed in the micro world. But I want to do a 5-inch and, well, probably a 3-inch, 3.5. Start from there. On the next, once I get there, I don't know. I'm getting back into it. I faded out of FPV for a minute, so coming on your show is like one of my steps coming back in. I hope.
I appreciate
Hope
you
my
calling
body-
it a show. It's more like chaos than anything.
Whatever.
Um,
Whatever. It's just
Grim
show.
Ripper
Grim, I can't find
Said,
it, so we're gonna have to skip it.
link in the chat.
I can't look at
Curtis
chat.
Hayes
Goddamn.
said, 3
Yeah,
hertz
3-inch
less.
hurts less.
Yeah.
Right.
So I agree. So I think 3-inch is a good way
Grim
to
Ripper said, you won't find it
What
on
up, Shelby?
Google.
chat.
Shelby
Won't
Vol said,
3.5 inches is a good
8-bit the
starter
man.
point. I thought that would be a good like medium for me because I went from tiny whoop straight to 5-inch, and I went down the 3.5
Grim
inch,
Ripper
and then I realized
said,
3.5
You
inch
can't look at
also
chat.
has its
Worn Up
its
said,
power problem.
this show is home now.
Yeah.
Birdie FPV
it's
said, Shelby Vol Styles.
for at least my fly style. I feel like it's good for like just if you want to power loop stuff and do things, but
Grim
like, for,
Ripper
like, quick,
said,
snappy recovering and
subscribed.
stuff like that. It's a little
Curtis
it's a
Hayes
little rough.
said,
So right
8-bit
now,
what
I
happened
personally
regarding the
prefer
boner
5-inch.
drama.
Like once you get used to 5-inch, honestly, it's hard to go back to tiny whoops. I'm not gonna lie. I love tiny whoops, and I will still fly them. But as far as like the power with also using the 04 Pro, I'm sold on it.
My first drone I flew, line of sight, was 13-inch props.
Oh
That
damn!
thing
What
was
the fuck?
scary.
Line of sight,
Yeah.
dude. That would like chop a person's head off for sure. That's
It was
even
brushed.
more terrifying. Brushed?
Yeah.
Curtis
Brushed
Hayes
13-inch?
said, my
Yeah.
11-inch is
I have
tuned
it in
as of
parts.
yesterday, Mrs. Gringo. KB Card
What?
said, 2's Hoop FTW.
What?
It was
Grim
supposed to be a
Reaper.
toy.
Oh,
said,
okay. I was like, was this an
The chat is in the
experiment?
live stream
That's crazy.
dashboard on
No.
YouTube.
No.
Is it like a
had a
specific type
camera?
of drone?
Warn up,
It was just the
Said,
beginning of
because FPV was not
before
invented yet, LOL.
FPV, but like the DJI drones with the camera on the bottom of it. That's kind of what it was set up for. Had a little cheap camera on there, and you can record shit. And so it was just kind of get you into that world.
Okay.
Verdi FPV.
So
said,
it was.
Oh
Gear
wow, that's
driving.
like belt driven
Okay,
basically.
that's what I was about to say.
brushed.
Okay, so it's kind of like I have one. It's okay, like something you'd find at Walmart, basically.
Maybe not at Walmart, but a step above. Maybe
Step
at
above.
Sam's.
Sam's, because that's where I had mine. It's probably like technically like close to a 5-inch, but it's brushed motors and it's gears, and it
Yeah.
is a nightmare to fly because it does not fly properly. Like it wants to take
Yeah,
off.
it's wonky. Well, this one flew great. Kind of. Well, as long as you didn't maneuver fast. You just had to, flow into it.
Curtis Hayes said, I
Yeah,
have
was
two charged
RC shop. I
6S
was,
6000
had a
milliamp
Traxxas
hour
Slash is
batteries
what I
strapped to my
bought.
11-inch right now.
And those damn things, see, every time you run it,
Warn up,
it breaks.
Said,
and then you gotta
Fly
buy
casual.
stuff for it. Upgrade it. When you upgrade it, you gotta upgrade everything because everything else breaks if you don't. So
Yeah.
I went through that world and I
Chawith
saw
13
these drones, and
said,
that's how I got in the FPV.
I remember my first
Started with
drone,
the little ones, the little
AHI brand 1.
Whoop drones.
I wrecked it before first
Micro
flight.
Motor Warehouse, a little Australian accent dude. He flew in the jungle amongst all the birds and parrots and stuff like that. And
Verdi FPV.
that's how I learned about
Said,
FPV with those little
You
tiny
guys seen belt-driven quads?
those whoops with the little tiny ducks.
Mm.
I don't want to do that trademark thing.
Yeah. See.
Warn up, said,
Just kidding.
Build Fly Crash was
You
a
mean-
real
you mean
cycle
little
back then,
whoops.
bro.
Yeah, little whoops.
Yeah,
Little
that,
whoops.
That whole thing, honestly, that's a little wild for me. Like I said, I understand, like not wanting to wash things out, but the thing is he named an entire class of quads and then is trying to be like, oh, you can't call it that unless it's
Is
an
it
actual
really?
tiny
Or
whoop.
somebody making it out like that? 'Cause I've never heard of them say that.
It's
I've-
a real thing.
a
Joshua
tiny whoop.
Bardwell has a video on it where I watched it. McShaky posted it, and he was basically saying, because he was like, oh, talking about like somebody asked about like tiny whoops, and he was like, oh yeah, tiny, and he was like, oh wait, I can't say that, and then he was kind of like saying that Jesse had contacted him, and was like, hey, please don't call them tiny whoops anymore unless you're referring to one of my tiny whoops. And he was like, well, why can't I
even
just
sell-
call it a tiny whoop?
Hold up. He doesn't even sell or make whoop ducks at all. He brands Happy Model motors, but the ducks are still Happy Model or Beta FPV.
So from
So-
what I understand is he trademarked the name Tiny Whoop.
Yeah.
So
Oh well.
it being
Dang.
trademarked, there's a weird law that if you use Tiny Whoops and it just gets like washed out, that you lose the trademark. And that's what he was trying to avoid. But it was like serious enough that he contacted Joshua Bardwell and was like, hey, my lawyer told me to tell you to stop saying this. And Joshua or JB was like, well, what if I don't? And he was like, I'd really advise you to stop doing it. And he's like, oh, so you're saying you're gonna sue me without saying you're gonna sue me? And he was like, it's just what my lawyer said. So essentially, he was basically saying that he was gonna sue him if he continued to use the word Tiny Whoop, referring to something that's not Tiny Whoop branded.
Chawif13
Yeah.
said,
I had a
Spell it
frame
like
make
Tiny
it the
Whoops.
Tiny Whoop, except for nobody knows it was my frame. So there's that.
Yeah, well, I think it's Joshua Bardwell has like what, like 90,000, 100,000 subscribers. So I think it's
Yeah.
because he has such a big, and a lot of people go to him for any kind of FPV related questions. And I think because he has such a big name out there, I don't think he's going to really go for like tiny people like you and I. But there's a chance he could because of the trade.
It's all over my channel. I tagged his every time I bought something from him. Heck, I was promoting him, free promotions all the time
That's what Joshua
for a
was
bit till I got burned.
VesselRx
getting to. Oh, you
said,
got burnt. I did buy
that
some tiny
motherfucking
burned.
lawyer
motors,
just
and one of the
wants to
motors
create a
didn't
cool
work.
payday. What a bitch assosaurus.
Oh, I'm not talking about
KB
the
card
stuff. I just got
said,
burned by Tiny
Daddy
Whoop, that's all.
Bardwell
I won't go into it after that, but
I
like I
don't-
said, I had a frame make it, and nobody knows it was my frame. So
So
that's the part that's
allegedly,
hurt.
if you were to allegedly make a frame, you called it Tiny Whoop frame.
Oh no, I didn't have the Tiny Whoop frame. No, I actually had a skirts frame in there, but nobody knows it was a skirts frame.
Oh, okay. And
Yeah,
yeah, that whole anything legal is just like, man, like the hobby's supposed to be fun, and like I said, he basically branded an entire class of micro drone,
Yeah.
or I don't even know if they're be considered micro drones.
VesselRx
3.5 inches micro.
said, in my heart I knew you made
they're
it
tiny
8-bit.
whoops.
what we know it as.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've always called it, and
Vessel.
I found out on my last stream, like, hey, you probably don't want to add Tiny Whoop to your
Curtis
shirt, which I
Hayes
didn't. Yeah, I'm not going
said,
to.
Yeah, Jesse's
But
Jesse
good.
is
that's
good
crazy.
people.
I love Jesse.
Just give him the credit he
Something
deserves.
happened and it hurt.
He's
But-
good. Yeah, no, I have nothing against him. I understand what he's doing from a business perspective, but it just sorry, I gotta sit crisscross applesauce. But it's like
I think he was caught in the middle. So
yeah. Well, he
on
said
this
that
thing.
his lawyer advised him that he should let him know about it. So, like I said, I have nothing against Jesse. I think it's just one of those. It's just kind of unfortunate situation. It just sucks that he labeled an entire class of drones, but you can't call it that unless you're referring to
Yeah.
something that has his product on it or something. I don't know, but
yeah. I met Jesse at Tiny Whoop Open last year. He's a tall dude.
Worn Up said,
I'm
Big Whoop.
6'1".
Also
and
trademark.
He made me feel short. Felt little.
Worn Up said Big Whoop, also trademarked.
Yep.
That's crazy. A big man made a tiny, palm-sized class of drones. I can't even say if it's a class. I don't even know anymore. My entire life has been a lie, apparently. So
Yeah, that history is a little iffy on me.
VesselRx
I don't know. I discovered the tiny
Teeny
ones
Hoop
through
trademarked.
Micromotor Warehouse. That's where everybody got the motors for all the little drones. Was this place?
Moist
Even
FPV,
Tiny Whoop, he
said,
buys motors from this
Giant
dude.
Hoop trademark pending.
So I don't know who invented the FPV little tiny thing. I think they kind of both did at the same time, but I'm glad they did.
same. I mean, I think tiny. Well, I think little drones are the coolest things that have ever existed. That's what got me into FPV was watching
Birdie
Bot Grinder
FPV
fly those things around. I was like,
said,
dude, they make them
6'1"
that
must
small?
be a runner.
And I got lucky because I came in at a time where brushless has been the thing forever. Real quick,
Yeah.
my wife, she donated $1 because she knows that if I get
Tobias Yoder
donations,
FPV.
I gotta take a shot.
Said,
So give me one
Not
second.
gonna lie, I sent the money to my family's lawyer the other day to trademark my logo.
Feliz Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah. Feliz Cinco de Dia.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. I'm kind of weird with holidays.
Tobias
Holidays
Yoder
don't
FPV
really seem like holidays
said,
anymore.
Gringo, I
Yeah.
sent you one through Cash App as well.
That's
You
true.
sent me Tobias. You sent one in Cash App. So sorry, he just said he sent me a
Uh-oh.
donation through
You're,
Cash
you're
App.
a shot behind. I'm glad I don't do that kind of thing. I haven't took a drink in years.
Before I take another shot, I gotta confirm that because I don't want to be taking too many shots back to back
Yuck.
because tequila is pretty pretty.
You know how
rough.
many worms I chased in the bottom of those bottles?
Tobias
few
Yoder
of those.
FPV said,
Oh,
it's
dude,
through my real
I've
name.
honestly, I would eat the worm. I'm not scared of it.
I've done it. I've done it. It ain't nothing.
I was
You're
like,
already
yeah, it's
drunk.
just-
By the time you get to that worm, you're so fucking drunk. you don't even know if you even ate it anyway.
That's what I'm saying. I was like,
So-
what's it gonna be like? Crunchy tequila? Like
It's no
not gonna have
fun.
flavor.
It's not a journey. Yeah, it's not a journey worth pursuing.
Curtis Hayes said,
Oh, give me one
Happy
second.
birthday Yoder. Moist FPV said, ID send 50 if I had it,
Yeah,
LOL.
I'd send something too. I'm hurting too.
Do you have a PayPal we could link in the
Tobias
chat
Yoder
if
FPV
somebody wants to donate to you?
said, Thanks,
I
Cheeky.
mean, yeah, I have one. I just don't know how to ask or put it out there like that.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is like what I want to do is I want to try to use what little platform I have to try to help out. Like if you're, like Moist, for example, he was going through some stuff. His house burnt down.
Yeah, I know, man. I was like,
A lot of
saw
crazy
that.
stuff has happened to him in the last like month or so, and I try to get him
it.
on that with his thing. So I mean, if you need help, like monetary help, I'll try to help out as much as we can.
I'm just making this.
If you
Where's
could send it in like somewhere in like Discord,
Moist
I
FPV
can copy it and
said,
put it in my.
Love you all,
Chat.
by the way.
Isn't there a way to share? Man, I feel like I grew up with technology, and I feel lost right now because I'm on the stream.
Okay, he definitely did send me. He sent me $2. All right, so we'll take since I don't want to get too toasty. We'll do small dollar amounts. We'll do like half shots, because back-to-back shots like that's gonna really mess me up. This is to you, Tobias. Appreciate it, buddy.
Well, it's
Tobias Yoder
I
FPV
just-
said, Does $2 count for two
Oh,
shots?
You just click on it, dumbass.
$20 would count for 2 shots.
They updated this shit and changed it on me. I'm sorry. Now I got it.
Got
Let
it?
me get this. To you.
Yeah, let me just top off this OJ real quick.
Moist FPV said,
Bounce out of here real quick.
How many time is Yoder gonna
Sorry, guys,
spank you
we're-
tonight, Toby?
We're
LOL, for real, how old you get this
Hold
year?
tight.
Okay, let me get the Discord real quick.
Tobias Yoder FPV said, 20 gets you 5 shots if this was an only Blade stream. Moist FPV said,
There's no way I'm taking
$5,000 for the whole bottle.
Fuck though. Dude, I will die if
What do you
I
want
drink
me-
the whole bottle. I don't drink.
What do you want me to drop it in your Discord?
You could just direct message it to me, or you could put it in chat, so that way it's like
Tobias Yoder
in
FPV
Discord chat too.
said, I do
well,
the
like,
spanking in this
chat
household,
part of
moist
Discord.
approximately 452.37 though.
Jackety. There you go.
Awesome.
Moist
Let's see.
FPV said, "There's a hospital down the road. You'll
I
be
made you
fighting
do it.
LOL."
That is true. There is a hospital down the road from me, so yeah. Yeah, $20 will equal 2 shots. I'm not playing around. I'm not gonna do I'm not doing 5 shots. Holy shit.
Mm-mm. I can't even. I don't know the smell now. I'm just like, no, I don't like that.
That's pretty much where I'm at.
That's
I'm
weird.
like I don't like out of all alcohol, like different types of alcohol, when it comes to spirits, tequila is definitely my favorite.
Yeah, tequila's. I love tequila. Tequila and rum. Oh my gosh. So, but you know, I retired.
All right, there we go. So I just linked 8-Bit's PayPal in Discord or in chat. So if y'all want to
Chawif13
donate, help him out.
said,
That would be
"I
much
haven't franked
appreciated.
since over 7 years."
I mean,
He's a good
that'd be
dude.
cool.
He's a really good dude. Especially that he wanted to be on my little my TV
Heck
show.
yeah, dude! I saw you doing this, and heck, the way you're flying is the what caught my attention anyway.
Thanks, man.
And
I was like,
and
I still feel like
I got
there's a lot
everybody
of
else to
polishing.
notice you too.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. I mean, like where I'm at right now, I would have never guessed, and I don't think I'm that far. Like I still don't have that many like subscribers or anything, but the connections I've made have been unreal. Like I've met some of the coolest dudes. Like between I got to. So Spider
Birdie
Sugar and
FPV
Bot Grinder are the two guys that
said,
got me into FPV.
"Alcohol
I'm
messes
linked
with
in
my
with
nerves
them. They're
on
pretty
first
chill,
drop now."
like amazing dudes. Like a few other dudes I've met like that I think is really cool would be like that banana. Heads is a really cool guy.
Moist
I met
FPV
Heads up at Tiny Whoop.
said,
He's pretty
"I
cool.
love ya, brother."
Yeah, so he flies primarily tiny whoops, doesn't he?
Yeah,
And he does.
he
Like,
does everything though.
I was gonna say I
He's
heard that he does like
he's got a professional job.
cinematic, yeah, or something like
FPV professional stuff.
that.
Yeah.
Cool.
He knows what he's doing. He just doesn't do the for monetizing and FPV and all that. Just so many hoops and hurdles he's got to maintain if he wants to show all that stuff. So if he just focuses on the micro world, it's less hoops for the FAA and all that.
I agree. I think if I can, I mean, including the drone that you want to send me, if I can keep a tiny whoop working right now, I got one that's see, here's the thing. I gave Beta FPV another chance. I was like, you know what? Maybe I had a little bit of there's just flaws.
Worn up
You never know.
said,
Well, I bought another flight
"Infinite
controller.
hoops."
And I can't remember exactly which one it was, but I think it's the one that's on the the Air 65 or something like that.
Beta FPV?
Yeah. It's the
What?
same flight
Yeah.
controller, and it worked perfectly for the first week, and it's doing the exact same thing the other Beta FPV flight controllers have done, and the ESCs run weird. So when you start it up, the front two motors don't want to spin up immediately. And they twitch, there's something disconnected, but everything's connected.
You checked your soldering connections and even your motor connections over by the motors.
Yep, I have. Yeah.
This thing, I've been bashing this one for a while. My RX quit on me. I just got to change that out. But
I was gonna say thanks Fly Zone for subscribing. Appreciate that, buddy. But yeah, dude,
it's the same. I've had
the
the X12 I love from Happy Model, but it's a bigger flight controller. It's a tank though. But I kind of dig this new lighter Beta FPV one. It's been hanging on for a while, so I don't know. And then the diamonds. You are getting a diamond. This is rare. Look at this. Everybody bashes the diamond because they don't work. But when you get one that's working, you know, you have a diamond.
Okay. I mean, that I assume it's lighter, right? The diamond.
Yeah, it's light. It's light like the beta FPV.
Chawif13
Okay.
said,
But it's
they all
it's-
have ups
it's
and
awesome.
downs.
Love it.
I hated Happy Model for a while, then Betaf.
But it's that.
Oh, bounce
it's
back and
how
forth.
it goes, man.
Now I just
and plus
rip
we
and send
bash
it.
the hell out of these things,
But I
man.
guess it had
The
to do with
impacts,
my
the
flying or
Gs
solder
that
work.
They're taking. Surprised any of this works at all. Really.
I found a cool trick though. I don't know if I have the whoop next to me or not. But if you add a thin strip of duct tape around the ducts of the quad, that frame will last forever. Like I've gone through more
don't break
props and
frames. What do you
cameras
guys
than
do?
frames at this point.
What are you guys doing?
Moist FPV said,
Maybe it's the paint.
I'm looking forward to
Made it
trying
more
the Matrix
durable.
AIO.
I don't
It seems
know.
like it fucks had
You painted it?
worn up.
Yeah,
Said,
oil base markers.
Smash your favorite electronics into the earth.
See, I have duct. Hold on, real quick. Hey, babe. Yeah. Can you bring me the tiny one?
Chawif13
Now the newbie
said,
drone frames.
Happy
I
Model
hated
Diamond is
because
a
they
good
were
board,
like
but it's
glass,
also a hit
or
and
at
miss.
least the old
That's what I
ones.
use.
I
is
had a
the,
few.
The beta or
I have one left till this
newbie
day.
drone frames.
It's
the
on my
Oh.
collection drone.
They're
Just
glass.
chillin'.
So
Those are glass.
so
Trash that.
You
Get
see
rid of
that-
that frame. That's your
duct tape?
problem. Yeah.
VesselRx.
Yeah, I never liked
Said,
those. They broke every time I
Yo
crashed.
gringo duct tape for real
So,
for done that
yeah.
shit lasted forever.
dude,
Get you a-
The
I have
Matrix
not had-
AIO
Air?
fucks hard, I fucked it into a river.
Get you an air frame. Or the Happy Model, the V4.
V4. Well, I will say
Worn
after
up.
duct taping it, because I
Said,
before these would
the
like you
clear
said, they're
plastic
glass.
seems
they,
best.
They break like
Mm-hmm.
crazy. But after adding the duct tape to it, I've gone through
with the
more
weight.
more cameras and a flight controller before this frame. Like this is the same frame I've had for
Well,
months now.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. The other thing that I didn't like about the cockroach frames. They're noisy. There's a vibration noise
Curtis Hayes
that kills your flight
said,
controller, and
Put
you gotta
barbed wire
tune all
around the
that
ducts,
noise
then
out
smash
to
your
make
hoop
it
into
fly
your
right.
wife's big booty to make her your hoop.
So there's another reason not to use it.
See, I did that. I had a 75 millimeter frame, and it was way too noisy. It would literally cause the drone to just drop out of the sky.
Yeah.
So what I did is I just basically converted it all to this. It's the tooth grinder from CNC Madness. It's missing a prop right now because I crashed the shit out of it, and the ELRS antenna is like dangling like a pair of nuts right now. But ever since I swapped frames, I don't have that issue anymore, and it's the same flight controller. Because I thought it was the flight controller for a second. I was like, did I just get something faulty?
Chawif13
I got
said,
one of those
the
types I
Nocturne
was
Racer
working
hoop
on.
frame,
a
I think
prototype.
it's a bit good
Is
on
that-
material.
Is that 3D printed?
It doesn't snap easy.
Yeah, it's just
It sustains a
to
lot.
see if
Spider
I like
Sugar
it or not.
_FPV said,
Okay. So
69?
That's a prototype you're working on right now?
420,
Yeah, it's just
69,
one of my designs sitting in the deck,
420.
waiting to be cut by somebody.
Okay.
Oh,
See, you could
Oh.
probably definitely set
Oh.
up with CNC Madness. Like, they seem pretty fair, and their prices, like, to buy like this frame, I thought I was gonna be paying like $50 for it, but I got like the best carbon fiber I could get. It came with the hardware and everything, minus TPU mounts. I had to like ghetto rig that, but it was like all said and done with shipping around like $30, I think. So it wasn't like terrible. But it's a 70. I'd say it's a 75 millimeter. It's set up. It says 1S on the website, but I don't think 1S would like. The frame's too heavy. I don't think it'll work on 1S.
It sucks. This isn't unavailable. Excuse the tape, but
Don't mind me.
I wish. I think it's available in CNC Madness, maybe. TKS. This is one of his designs.
Okay. I'm assuming where the
It's
tape is where it's cracked.
No, that's where I tape my wires down.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. I was like, you found all the weak spots, but no.
Worn up. Said,
Usually,
is it the tooth grinder
Why?
max?
no, it's not the Tooth Grinder Max. I think it's the 1S. I'm not sure what the Max is. It's Max carbon fiber though. He said 2.5 inch. I don't think so. I think it's running. I think 45.
No, probably the one I showed him.
probs.
The one I showed him. Yeah, that's 2.5.
Oh, that's 2.5.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't know my drone sizes like I should, especially when it comes into like the tiny or little drone class. I primarily flew 65 millimeter. That's like my favorite. That's my favorite class to fly.
Here's
What
that Foo Fighter all
incarnation
built
is
up.
that?
That's a Foo Fighter.
That is cool looking. What the hell? That thing looks like it will never break. Is that your frame?
Yeah. It's on
Dude.
Jack's site, the Foo Fighter frame.
Okay. I might have to end up building me one of those too. That would be a 65 millimeter, right?
Birdie FPV
35 mil to 40
said,
mil.
Okay.
1.82 and
You can
2.54
do
tooth
35,
grinder.
but that one's set up on 40 mil. You have to
I-
use a certain canopy with 40 mil.
Okay. What
Get it
canopy is
clear.
that? Is that just like a custom canopy you had made, or?
It's on Jack's website. He's got it. I don't know what he calls it.
Okay.
Let's see how close that is.
That is, yeah. That looks like it'd be fun to fly. How much do those weigh? Do you know?
Dude, this ain't no way.
Because I want to say my 65, I could probably weigh it out. I'd have to get a scale, but I want to say it's like around slightly less than 30 grams. That'd be where my money is. I know some people, they can get it down to like 14 grams, which is mind-boggling.
This is 40 mil at 21.
21? Okay, damn. What motors do you have on it?
Tiny Whoop Rockets, 30K.
Okay, damn. So that's a little racer drone, huh?
What up, Fly Zone? Yeah, it's a scoot. Sorry, it went out. I was
Oh, you're good. Mine's
was
out too.
bogarting. I was bogarting.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to getting the Skirch frame. And if you ever need help with like shipping, like me paying for the shipping and stuff, let me know. I'll gladly pay for it. By all means.
All right, I'll let you know.
Mrs.
something.
Gringo
What
said,
you've been waiting on
Does
is this
8-bit
for me
believe
to
in
get
ghosts?
that bike done and
Curtis
finding a
Hayes
spot to fly.
said,
That was my idea.
My bass
in
line
the-
doesn't
in
bind
the,
anymore.
The
I
maiden
need to
of
see
this,
if the AIO can
and the
disable
gift
onboard
for you,
ELRS and add
but,
one.
you know, when I sent it, 'cause I was gonna hold the video until you got the frame and talked about it and let you show the video.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you want me
I
to
don't
like
know. I was thinking on it.
because I could think of, you know, like if you wanted to like maybe do some collaboration on a YouTube video instead of like a live stream. I can also do a reveal on live stream, but if you wanted me to make it like a dedicated video for it, I could definitely do that too.
Dude, I'm down to do whatever with you. Hold up, I think my dogs went out. Hold up. Do I believe in ghost? Let's see.
That's a good question. That's one of my favorite questions.
Let me see if you believe in ghosts. I was asleep one night, dreaming. I don't know what I was dreaming, But in my dream, this wolf was howling and trying to get my attention. And it got my attention so well that I woke up and it was still howling inside the house.
Ooh.
And it was my dad's dog waking me up because he had a heart attack in the next room. His dog that passed away a few months prior.
So it was your dad's dog's spirit waking
I
you
mean-
up about your dad having a heart attack?
My
I mean,
dad
that's
did have a heart attack. He was in the next room, paralyzed on the floor.
That is definitely a wild story.
So yeah,
Did he
I-
make it through,
guess it's
or
ghosts.
did he?
yeah, he got through that, and not 100%. And he lived. He was an old man. By then, another couple years maybe, and he passed away.
I mean, the timing on that could have not have been better though for you though. Like having to wake up to the howling,
Yeah,
and like my wife says, it's like the doggies like looking out.
the howl was for real. It was. I was
Curtis
wide
Hayes
awake at this point,
Said,
and it was still
I had a dream
howling.
about my dead dog jumping onto my
Trying to
shoulder from the
tell me
bed when I
something,
walked
and I was
into
like,
my
"What the fuck?"
bedroom, all in my
So,
dream.
yeah.
So I guess to answer the question, you do believe in ghosts.
Yeah, there's spirits.
Spirits.
I've even spirit walked, or dream walked. That's a real thing.
I believe that too.
Yeah, don't do it alone. It's not good.
How do you not do it
Moist
alone, though?
FPV
If it's in
said,
your dream.
You gotta have someone.
The day
you
my
gotta have
dad
someone
died, I
watching
took
your
a nap
body.
cause I was under a lot of stress and had a dream that I
know,
consider
so
to
you-
be his goodbye
you
to me. I
return
still see him
to
so
it.
clearly when I think about it. I miss him every day.
I was actually talking about this one time, and it's the craziest experience I've ever had. When it comes to a dream state, this was at my old house, and I had this extreme. Do you know what astral projection is?
Yeah.
So I didn't really. I mean, I guess it's kind of like what you were talking about, dream
Yeah.
walking.
I was the first time I did it, I came out of my body above the bed. I was intentionally doing this, and it took a while. You got to quiet your mind. You got to get all that chatter. You got to shut the fuck up and relax. That's the only way you get into it.
Curtis Hayes
It's hardest thing to
said,
do.
My
Shut
mom
your
died recently
thoughts
and I've started
for 5
having
seconds.
dreams that I'm a kid again
dare
and
you.
traveling around with them.
Now, try it.
Worn up. Said,
And anyway,
astral travel is what got me into
yeah,
FPV.
and I floated above the bed and saw myself, and past the fan, and I didn't hear the sound, or I feel the air. I felt the vibrations
Okay.
of it. It was wild. So yeah, I know
Curtis
what you're
Hayes
talking about. Go ahead.
So
Said,
that's
my dad
interesting.
died
No,
27
yeah.
years ago.
I had a dream one night. I wouldn't even call it a dream because it was so real, and I don't remember leaving anything. All I remember is I was floating over my neighborhood, and it was at night. But it was like accurate depiction. You know, like when you're in dream state, things kind of morph and change. Like this felt like it was like genuinely my neighborhood. And I floated over to like this intersection, and there was a bridge that was behind me, and there was street lights, and I kind of like looked down and I saw these like gray entity looking things. So the only way I could describe them is they look like goblins. They were hunched over and they looked like they were digging in the ground. Like, I don't know what they were doing exactly. And I got real close to them, and they had like big eyes,
Worn up.
slit noses. Their skin
Grinfo, did
was,
this
like,
happen before FP.V?
wrapped, like it was like you could see their bones through their skin, like they were like almost malnourished looking. And I woke up the next day,
Moist
didn't
FPV
think much about it.
Said, Mine
I
died
was
5 years
on my
ago
way to
this year. I
work,
know your pain, shaky, it
and
hurts, but he's still there with you and
when
always will be.
I was driving, I came to the intersection that I drive every single day to go to work, and there's a bridge, and I usually drive under the bridge to get to the other side to go, whatever. But right as soon as I past the lights, I hit a pothole, and it all like came back at once. Like I was like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" Because I drive that road every single day, and I hit a pothole exactly where these beings were in my dream, and I couldn't explain it or anything. Like that was like the weirdest experience. Now I'm not saying like goblins made potholes in the street or anything like that. Like,
Pothole goblins.
yeah,
Holy,
but it was
they
like
are real.
it was like the weirdest
Curtis Hayes
experience because like
said,
it was literally the night before.
if you haven't watched the Joe
I drive
Rogan
it
episode
every
with
day,
Hal Puthoff,
and the day
you really
that I
need
had
to.
this weird out of
It's
body
about remote
experience,
viewing and aliens.
I saw these things digging a hole and I hit the hole. So I was just like mind boggled. I even did like a weird deep dive and I tried looking up road goblins or some shit like that. And the closest thing I could find is
You
that
should look up pothole goblins. Mrs. Gringo said it right.
I will pretty much did. So I found one article that was talking about these so like stories from bikers, and apparently there was these in sacred areas, these goblin things would dig holes in the road so that way the motorcycles would hit the road and like crash and stuff like that. And that was the closest thing I could find to the experience. Like otherwise, like I have no idea of like explaining what that was.
Yeah, here's the wild thing about controlled dreaming or dream walk or I guess astral projection out of body, like intentional.
Mm-hmm.
You have to hold your thoughts. You pretty much got to be silent during that experience. Everything you go through, even if you have to do stuff and interact, you somehow have to be quiet. And if you start thinking
Something light said.
and when you see
And you
stuff
have
that
to
you
be
don't
given one
quite
or it doesn't
see or
work. If you buy
understand
yourself
yet,
a gremlin
your
bell, it
mind
doesn't
starts
work.
shaping it already, and then you don't really see anymore. You see what your mind started shaping.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how to take some of those experiences that people have, because was it one that they created or was it one that was an actual spirit realm?
That's why when it comes to like paranormal dreams, I have a hard time
Vessel RX
believing
said,
them myself, even though
lucid
I've had
dreaming.
some that I feel like would be pretty strange. Like somebody said lucid dreaming. I've had lucid dreams before, but lucid dreaming is completely different than like astral projection. Lucid dreaming's controlling what happens
Moist
in the dream,
FPV
whereas astral
said,
projection's more of like
road gremlins, they have them in aviation.
You're-
Two pilots in World War II believed if something went wrong it was due to
Lucid
gremlins, or
dreaming,
if they thought they
for
saw
me,
one they'd refuse
where
to
I
fly a mission
learned
in that plane.
how to control
Mrs. Gringo
in the
said,
dreams is actually where I
scariest
learned
ghost /
how
paranormal
to
experience.
fly. My first
Worn up
FPV experiences.
said,
I was probably like
I
7.
did acid in a dream the other night and the
or
communication
8,
with
I don't
dream
know. I
people
was
got
a
real.
kid. And I kept having these dreams, and sometimes I would have a flying dream, but I didn't have control, or other parts of my dream, I didn't have control. I was just more a witness of it, what was happening, I experienced I experienced things and I had no control, you just experience everything. Well, then I started learning how to control myself in the dreams. It was fucking hard. It's like the gravity
Tobias
of the
Yoder
earth is
FPV
on you, and you're
said,
trying to move your
engagement.
body, like mentally. That's how it feels. But once you get through that struggle, and then you can learn to actually fight off these things that are attacking you. Say you keep having these nightmares, things are attacking to you. You eventually learn how to fight these things off, not just standing there taking it. Well, not in that vein, but on flying, I wanted to fly. I was like, how do I fly?
Mm-hmm.
And so I started jumping, you know. But I would
Vessel
eventually
RX
jump higher
said,
and higher.
I tripped nuts
stay
until
up
I
and
was
up in the
having an
air
awake
long.
out-of-body
But
experience
the
while in a
effort to
car.
get to that point, to
Technically,
walk, to even
that
to
was my first
jump,
car chase.
and the effort to hold yourself in the air was just as hard as trying to learn how to walk in a dream. Now I'm talking about walk in the dream,
Mm-hmm.
not experience the dream. There's two different things there.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, and then flying happened, and I was able to go through and overcome through a lot of things. I think that might have helped me keep my sanity in life, because growing up as a kid, me and my brothers and my sister, man, I don't wish those kinds of things on people. But dreaming was my escape. So I literally learned how to escape. So, and then FPV came around, and because I didn't have those dreams anymore. So FPV is my escape.
I can agree, and I bet a lot of people could agree that it's become like it's like an escape from the weight of life, because everything just comes down on you. But when you're flying and you got the goggles on, it sounds cheesy, but you feel free, like you feel like you're with the exception of like I could break this at any moment and it's going to cost me hundreds of dollars to replace shit. But all asides, when you're just flying, you just feel like you're like you're doing something that no humans could do
Scariest.
until like the last, like maybe 15, 20 years. I don't know how long like drones have been around, especially FPV drones. I've heard that FPV stuff's been around since the 90s technically, but
Yeah, I was at a research and development base, White Sands. So yeah, I'm not surprised with a lot of stuff that comes out nowadays. So it's just a matter of when.
I will say, kind of touching that, like I'm not in. Like I want to make it very clear as a disclaimer, I'm not for FPV drones in warfare, but I think it's kind of
No, but
funny.
it's necessary for them.
It's necessary for them. Yeah, if you're defending your homeland, it is necessary in a respectful way. Not toying with them and stuff. But it's interesting that the hobbyists.
now if you're down south and taking out journalists and politicians with them, that's not cool.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Defending your land from invaders, seems completely reasonable for me. But I think it's interesting to see the time we're living
Vessel
in.
RX
That, like the military
said,
is
8-bit first
having
trick,
to use hobby
fave
drones
trick, hardest trick
instead of
RN,
like military grade
moist
drones. Which
FPV.
I guess they
said,
can make them in the military.
It
grade,
sucks to
but-
see, but it's a necessity for them.
But
Yeah.
it's interesting to see that the
Spider
hobby
Sugar _
came before
FPV
the actual
said, I've flown outside the solar system lucid dreaming.
event.
The
Sorry,
community
Yeah, exactly.
made it home, made FPV home.
Yeah, the community
Yeah.
is
Let's see.
the F in
Scariest.
FPV is family.
Yep. Scariest ghost paranormal experience.
That was my wife. I meant to bring that up earlier. Yeah, Spider says he flown outside the solar system while lucid dreaming.
We was messing a Ouija board.
Uh-oh.
I didn't believe in that shit until yeah, we was messing with that, and the candle, just this candle sitting in the middle of the table. No way in hell can it create the energy and the flame necessary for it to shoot the flame and the amount of fire that came off of it from the candle to the ceiling, and then the windows slamming shut and electricity turning off. I was like, maybe we shouldn't fuck with this.
Did you tell it goodbye at least?
No.
You're
We were
like,
just like, what
get
the
me the
fuck?
fuck out of here.
We were like,
this-
what the fuck?
Where was this at? Was this a friend's house? Was this an abandoned
in an apartment
place?
complex.
Okay.
Apartment complex in Arkansas.
Okay. Was this your apartment?
We were renting it, but we were fresh tenants. So I don't know.
Could you imagine having to explain to the landlord what happened to the place if it burnt down? They're like, I swear it was a ghost. Like, I don't have any other way to explain it. Like,
Right? No, it didn't do anything. It didn't even. I mean, there was like a little like soot, just a small speck. It was like, I was like, what the hell? And the candle didn't even melt down.
that's crazy.
Yeah, we didn't live that long.
Did you experience anything paranormal afterwards while you were there?
Birdie FPV.
Dude, my whole life has
Said,
been like that. So I
Nice
don't know.
place to leave it. Worn up.
Sometimes
Said.
I wonder if
Where
some
did
of the
you open the
people
Ouija board?
that raised me were
Curse.
actually possessed.
Moist FPV. Said.
Yeah.
I used to have a
So,
projector in my room, and
I
one
don't
night
know.
I got curious and
So
left
you-
a camera
you
going to see
believe
if
in
shadows would
possession.
pop up in my sleep, and one did.
I
I
don't
had
know.
a perfect still image of
I
it.
don't know the entirety
Mrs. Gringo
to this world. This
said,
world is wild.
You should show 8-bit
I
the
think-
ghost reaction video LOL.
My wife brought up that I should show you this ghost reaction. There's
Night
this,
milk.
there's this video I saw the other day, and honestly, you know,
Oh, the reaction video?
the
do it.
way the guy reacts just feels like he
Curtis
genuinely
Hayes
had a paranormal
said,
experience.
Demons are real and do some sick shit to kids.
Let me pull it up real quick, and I want to see. Can you see the? Oh wait, you won't be able to hear it.
Oh, I got something about the dark beings. Some people will brush this off as that sleep apnea or whatever, or
Sleep
something
paralysis.
where sleep paralysis. But I wasn't asleep, and more than one
Moist FPV
occasion this has happened.
said, the
My
ghost
last
goose from the hollow
experience,
honk
this
haunt.
one was pretty heavy, and I was just laying down. Literally
All heart
laid
_RC.
down. No
Said,
time to even relax.
I just want to give you
fall asleep.
coxoxo noxoxo no
I'm laying
zoxoxo
there,
noxoxo
thoughts
noxoxo
are going in my
noxoxo
mind about
noxoxo
the day,
nox.
'cause my life just fell apart. I moved from Michigan over to my stepsister's house, and or half sister, and I was just, I don't know. Everything was, I was hurting in that moment. I wasn't sleeping yet. And dude, this thing, I was on this couch, and it was long enough. I'm 6'1", so it was long enough that my feet wasn't hanging off or anything. And all of a sudden I felt this thing. It goes on one side, and everything gets heavy. My body rolls over. I'm like, what the fuck is crawling here? I even opened my eyes. And then the other side, it comes on the other side of me, and then the weight comes down, and I'm rolled that way. I'm like, oh, what the fuck is about to happen? I was like, this is one of those things again, isn't it? And all of a sudden, it just puts all its weight on my hands and chest like this. Slams me down into that couch. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, no. I was like, get the fuck off. And I don't know. That was the last of that. And I didn't stay around that area.
See,
And things got weird after that. I'm not.
like
So, but
like
I
what
eventually
would you
left.
be able to elaborate on that? Like what you mean by it got weird?
Well, Jekyll and Hyde kind of thing. People changed.
Like people that you thought you
And
knew.
well,
Moist
in that
FPV
vicinity, vicinity.
Sell your house and move. That's
Talk,
the only
man.
option.
And yeah, it
Worn up.
in the eyes, something
Said.
changed in the eyes.
Gotta defeat it with light and love, bud. Not aggressively.
And there was just a different energy pushing off. See, I'm one of these people that you have this body and you don't just feel most people think right here, this is feel, you touch, that's feel, right? I feel, I don't know how far outside my body. I don't know how far to measure, but I feel outside of that.
So
So
you basically have a sense that you can feel things before you interact with it. Like you could
Well,
feel a vibe of a
things, okay,
situation.
things. But explain this. That same sense. I can walk by high power
FPV.
lines,
Said.
microwaves going
was in the
off.
light, that's what was scary.
High RF, fuzz out TV and radio
Tobias
stations
Yoder
to
FPV
complete static.
said,
That same
I
feeling.
prefer to address ghosts with the 6-hour
I can feel those
M400 and
things.
some soft point hunting loads.
So
Vessel RX
Do you think
said,
do you think this is
exactly
was this
like Shorty did
before
in
you
Scary
were
Movie to the
going
Clown?
through what you did at White Sands, or is this after that this became more like you became more sensitive? Do you think like what I'm trying to say is do you think the stuff you did in White Sands made it worse?
I've wondered about that. But the thing is, White Sands kind of also had another after effect. It erased a lot of things. Like a lot of that trauma that I went through, my poor brothers, they had to feel it and
Moist
see it.
FPV
They visually get to
said,
see it.
where you think you're going, boy.
I got that part
Birdie
erased.
FPV
I feel it.
said,
I still had the trauma
situational
of it
awareness.
and tried to understand where all this trauma came from. And I do now. But so
Have you
I don't know if I had that feeling, that sense before, And then the environment I grew up in was so much hell, so much
Birdie FPV
input in your senses
changes
that
in the
you
atmosphere.
wouldn't know what you felt anyway. So maybe it's once I got
Birdie
out.
FPV
If it's something
said,
that we all have,
hypersensitive.
I think we all have it.
okay.
Maybe some are tapped into it, and then White Sands, getting because it
Birdie
uses apparently it
said,
uses your nervous
erase
system.
pain.
It's electrical system, magnetic and electrical. So it uses that. So when your nerves get damaged, like RF, like we were talking about, I don't know if it increased because before this pain took over my body,
Moist
it was
FPV
cool.
said,
I'm not gonna lie.
had a room that was hot
It was
as
cool
fuck
as
turn
fuck.
ice cold for a few seconds.
The senses that I had.
Okay. My next question
Vessel
kind
RX
of like is
said,
like in
ER thing electrical even
have you
gravity.
ever like experimented with like a psychedelic or anything like that?
I've taken shrooms. I've done LSD triple hits on
Worn up
ecstasy.
said,
Okay.
they
I've had
supercharged your aura.
24, 48 hour trips.
And safe to say did you have any kind of like learning experience from that? Like what you could have
No, it just well, I was already out of the army by then. That sensation that I had, it just amplified it. I could feel people more. People put off a thing, and
Birdie FPV
you get that feeling in your gut
said,
something's bad.
yep, mine
Maybe
did.
listen.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. I definitely think we have more senses than what we're able to perceive because we're so used to like just viewing the three-dimensional space in front of us, like this this vape is a vape, you know, like you kind of neglect the feelings you have. Like you said, if you have if you have a feeling in your stomach that you should or shouldn't do something, that's probably a good thing to listen to, because I'm sure some people have gone against their gut feeling and either
Warnock
regretted the choice
said,
or missed out on an opportunity.
your guy is a brain too.
Yeah.
Birdie FPV
I agree. Somebody
Exactly.
said the gut is a brain.
especially after working within 600 millimeters of 87
I'm not
megahertz
mistaken,
2000 W
your-
Yagi antenna for 2
Obviously, your
days.
brain has neurons, but your
Veselarex
heart also has neurons, and your
said,
stomach has neurons.
The piercing of the veil can be so enlightening but also overwhelming, understanding
Yeah.
everything and feeling
so
at
in a
once.
way, you have 3 brains.
So beautifully
instead of 1.
terrifying.
And that's why you can feel things in your heart, you can feel things in your gut, and you could just feel things just in general, you know. So I do believe that. I think our bodies, like back in the day, we used to understand these things.
Curtis Hayes
But now we're so
said,
you know, we have
that
these
gut
digital
feeling was
objects in our
proven by a
face
physicist.
That, you know, most of the time
He talks about it on that
that
Joe
we don't
Rogan
really
show with him
think,
that
like-
recently came out.
I got glasses now because of that thing.
What's that?
That's why I got these now, because too much FaceTime and that digital thing.
Yeah, and it does. It messes with your
Focusing
eyes.
my
It
eyes.
messes with your sleep. It messes with just the way you think in general. Like, I'm already ADD, but I feel like having a Instagram and a TikTok, like Facebook even, like watching those short feed like reels have really
Curtis
like
Hayes
ruined my attention span.
said,
And it was already bad.
He even
Now
proved
it's
that
even
they could
worse.
make money with it using people that didn't even know they had ESP.
Yeah, with this pain, it's dulled that sensation. So I'm kind of naked now. I can't feel those things like I used to. It's just weird.
I feel like it's also, you know, because like when you know you could do it or you feel it, you stop doing it for a while, you kind of lose those senses. And that's kind of what I mean with the technology being in our face. Like,
Yeah.
the more we're on technology, the more we forget
Birdie
about the
FPV
reality we're actually living in.
said, the amygdala is an awesome thing for mapping
'Cause
response
I
from
used to
frontal lobe.
meditate every
Curtis
day
Hayes
for like years
said,
until
Go
like,
buy 8 bits frame here.
maybe a year or two.
https://www.jax3dprinting.com/collection/frame/products/SKRCH.
Jack. That's a gift to him. He makes all that money. He's a small shop, and so yeah, support Jack. Get that skirts frame and the Triton frames. Jack makes some good frames. There's a lot of people checking them out, discovering Triton. You guys are probably going to see it a lot on the YouTubes and stuff pretty soon. There's some big people making videos on it.
I did. So while we're on the topic of your frame, oh, hold on, we lost you real quick. Let me. There we
I'm
go.
still here. Oh.
I lost image of you on the stream.
Yeah.
So we're going to get off this real quick. Go here. We're going to. I want to show off your frame. I have it in my playlist.
It'd be cool to get someone like you that can shred to actually show what it really can do. Oh, that's a fractal.
Oh, this is a fractal? Here,
Yeah.
let's go to yours.
It's
Let's see.
it's illegal. It's a legal build. He's deemed it illegal.
Illegal.
He's told me. Yeah.
How's it illegal?
Because you
too
can't
much
do a
power?
fractal like that. No, you just can't make a fractal that way. It's not allowed.
That's funny. Here, let's actually like watch it real quick because you did a good job on this build. Here,
It's-
let me-
Yep. No push your fractals. It's not allowed.
you
Can't
got
do
your
it.
your diamond flight controller in that.
Oh, that's your diamond now.
Oh, that's the one that's in.
Yep.
Dude. Again,
It's
I
got the
really,
red rocket motors. Dude, I've bashed the hell out of this setup, man. It's good setup.
I like the
Curtis Hayes
whoop
said,
ducks you
Cheap
have
ducky.
on it. Is it just a frame upside down?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I top mounted the battery and put the flight controller underneath. It was a fun build. I did it all for that contest for Jesse had. Well, I don't know why he didn't make the video. We're all Jesse. What the heck, dude? Where's our video on this? We all he put a bunch of us at this task to try to jump that little light. Nobody made it.
I have that video pulled up too.
What up?
So we'll put that on so they know what you're talking about. So I guess there was a
I wedged in it.
Yeah, this is gonna go.
Jesse, you said Jesse?
Yeah, tiny whoop.
Yeah, Tiny Whoop.
Trademark.
He had a
They can't see through it.
I guess a competition to like fit
Yeah.
your whoop through a gap, through a light
Not
gap.
like I can do it anyway, but I'm gonna try.
Yep. Even
This was your intro.
Birdie
Tyrant
FPV
Tyrant was doing it
Said.
too.
Ducks got 8-bit colors.
Yeah. Jesse, we want that video, man.
He won't watch my stuff, but if you say his name enough times, he might.
Yep. Guess we can try to get Nick Burns in here. We can talk about TKS Rocket.
Yeah. What is TK?
Pull up one of his videos. Pull up one of his videos and watch it. Maybe I'll pop in with the rocket race.
Okay. Is that the one with the the PVC pipes or?
No, the TKS Rocket Race. Just type that in, Rocket Race and Nick Burns, and you'll see his videos on it.
Okay.
His favorite frame. I love it.
So you
I love
barely
a-
squeezed through that. So you said
I don't think anybody made it.
TKS Rocket
Worn up said,
Race.
Beat la Jess, beat la Jess,
And
beat
then
la
we'll
Jess.
show my frame after. We'll get Nick in her. Maybe.
Curtis
Not busy.
Hayes
So
Said. El Gringo, go watch https
See a bunch of mine.
www.youtube.com/watch $v=8 sol
know which
ps2
one
y
it is?
ampersand
Is
t
it one of
equals
these?
sign 1379s.
It's one of the top ones, wasn't it? Nick Burns. You see his face?
this one's
big nerds.
41.
Hello, everyone.
I can't see the titles. It's all like
Relatively
scraggle.
frequently is,
Oh yeah.
if you could only have one quad, which would it be? And normally
Here,
I
let's
just
turn
kinda
this up a
wiggle
little
my
bit.
way
Let me
out
know
of
if
that
it's
by
too
saying,
loud.
I can't have one quad. I love to fly inside
I know
just
you
as much
can't
as I love
hear
to
it.
fly outside, and I can
so
always fly
intro,
inside and outside.
Nanotech battery.
Not so much
issue,
because
frame.
like the last week we've had rainstorms either all day or
The
throughout the
specs.
day. So
Okay, let's see what
this
the
one.
flight
Okay,
is.
so we're going for a flight. You can see up there. In
So
the
is this
OSD,
the-
I've got
is it just the build?
TKS-75-2S. I have to find a way
Yeah.
to
Oh,
It's a
okay.
2S build,
one to another. The
and
flight
it's
on this
just
is going to be 3
everybody
minutes and
started
54 seconds.
learning to shred on 2S with this
Yeah, it's,
setup. They
it's
got
a tight
everybody
little
excited about
package.
it.
It's got all sorts of punch.
And 2-inch
No,
at
it's
that.
not 4S 3-inch punch, but we gotta keep
It's such a
it
tight frame.
you know,
You,
the size
it's only
of the
one
quad.
canopy that works
And
on it
Once we get to about the
So-
3 minute and 15 second
to get
mark,
2-inch
I'm
props.
This. Okay, so
at
here
about
we go.
5 of these
Close up of the frame.
around, and I've used just about everything I have on the different TKS frames that I've got. So that's another.
Yeah, the
component
props
that
are
you
actually
going to
over the
want to
flight
get.
controller
I'm not
when they
much
spin.
for print because I find that I
I think I
always
need something
rip
to
them
drink.
off,
Hold on.
and then I've got to print another one. That's why I went with the rubber band. It's the most reliable for me. And I did toilet tank my battery, obviously, acrossways here. My TKS Race Rocket weighs 34.5 grams. With that nanotech battery I told you about and warned you about, I guess I kind of warned you about, it weighs a little over 52 grams. With the more traditional 350 milliamp 2S battery, this one's from RDQ, we got nearly 55 grams. And this battery, which is essentially the same as the RDQ battery, 350 milliamp 2S, this particular battery comes in just a touch less at just over 54.5 grams. We've already talked about the thickness of the carbon. It's 2.5 millimeters thick, and the
Damn,
motor post
that thing's
dimensions.
indestructible. 2.5
This one.
millimeters.
Okay, so we're going for a flight. You can see up there.
Birdie
the OSD, I've
FPV
got TKS
said,
75-2S.
"That is sick
Find a way
8-bit."
to tell the difference from one to another. The flight on this is going to be 3 minutes and 53 seconds. Yeah, it's
Yeah, this
it's
thing,
tiny
this thing definitely shreds. Let's see.
or something like that, and just
We already
had the
watched that
perfect
part.
height to wang the camera, then the camera probably would have died. But none of my electronics died. It was only the frames, and it was only the prototype versions when we were trying to work out, how far could I push this. And so we came up with the Kevin redesigned and made the front arms a little thicker and the dimensions a little thicker in order to be able to get everything in there still. So
Oh,
we
yeah.
ended up with a 75 millimeter
This thing's
dimensions and 2.5
soaring right
millimeters
now.
of carbon.
It almost flies like a 3-inch.
Not that it's unbreakable, because I've said this before. As soon as you say it's unbreakable, somebody will find a way. But it should be very, very robust. For our overseas friends, I know it's going to be kind of tough to get a
It's got like the
frame,
perfect
cost and
backyard to just
expense,
like
but
whoop around.
I don't know. Is there maybe a way to get
Got his own
together and
playground.
buy, say, 20 or 30 frames and then have them all sent and then somehow distributed? I don't know. I'm spitballing because
I was getting dry.
I'm very hyped about this.
Getting a little
This is-
parched.
I get excited about.
couldn't
the
hardly talk.
pods.
I was like, what
There's
happened?
something about this package. The fact that it's so
Yeah, this
quiet,
thing's crazy.
It's so small. It takes small
Yeah.
batteries. It feels like the ultimate.
I should have seen what
micro to me.
motor he was
And
using.
If I have to compare flight times, they give you good
1102,
long punch.
10,000
Just
kb.
they're a really good prop, and they're very durable.
Yeah, 10,000.
Yeah,
not
me and Jack
fly
was
motors
going
with
to
1
do
millimeter shaft.
like Fractal does the bind to fly. We were gonna do that setup as a bind to fly, but it was kind of out of our reach for what they require you to order from China.
That's not you. The fuck?
So we
Sorry, I
couldn't
was
do
trying
it.
to get back to yours because I want to show off your frame. But
What up-
there
what
we
up?
go. 8-bit underscore.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Do you know which video you'd want me to play? Specifically?
Probably my most recent, where I don't suck as much.
Birdie FPV
me see.
It looks
Said,
like these are your music.
"Yeah, I would get that frame 8-bit."
Let me check.
Birdie says he wants to get that frame. The only thing is, you're gonna have
That's
to
a
pay
sweet
for
frame.
international shipping.
Oh shit.
Australian friend.
There's just a skirchin.
Just a skirchin. Here, let's see.
Yep. It's previous. It's
Oh, I see
it's
it.
underneath my yeah.
All right, so this is his frame, and
It's so tiny.
it is. I love, dude. Like I said, I love like
Curtis Hayes
anything under 75 minutes.
said,
$1,000.
8-bit, what is the minimum order they wanted?
$1,000 was the minimum.
So you have to make them $1,000.
To order the parts, you have to order these bundles.
So you had to pay him 1,000.
No, me and Jack were going to order from China
Oh, okay,
the
okay.
parts to make that bind to fly. It just at the time it was that we just couldn't do it.
Oh, okay.
And well, we could have done it. That's not the thing. We just wasn't gonna make any money. And Jack, he's a businessman and he's running a shop. So, it was harder for him to make that investment, I think. Because by the time, if we were going to charge the work put into it and everything, Fractal, he's not making money in these bind and flies, really. So we would have charged over $300, and we just we're like, nope, we're not doing it. We wasn't gonna do Nick's frame that way. And so we just put the parts list out, I guess.
Yeah, making bind and flies seems like it would be kind of tedious to do. The only 2 bind and flies that I've bought that I would be like, they're pretty alright, would be the Hummingbird V3 when it comes to like tiny whoops. Like I really, like for a budget, the Hummingbird, honestly, amazing. It's just really fragile.
Dude, I've had 5 and none have ever lived, so I don't have that same experience.
See, my issue is it was small things that were great, like completely severed the DTX antenna. Like I don't know how.
Mine was flight controllers wouldn't work.
See, I never had issues with the flight controllers itself. I will say they're a
Yeah,
step up
what I
from
hear.
flying a Cetus, that's for sure. The Cetus is not worth it. I will never recommend the Cetus.
It's a trainer.
And then I had the Babito, and the Babito was nice until I started to get more technically with flights, and then I started to see its flaws. It's just too heavy for a harness.
Yeah.
But I will say the hardware that was on it, perfectly fine. I had a T-Motor flight controller on it, and that thing
Thanks, Mr. Bingo.
lasted
Birdie FPV
forever.
said, make a frame
Yellow
more
frame
square
stretch.
tiny edges
Little
like a
stretch.
Minecraft design to go with your name 8-bit.
I want to see more people flying it.
Yeah, you're shredding right now. Like,
I don't care if I'm making money off of it. I ain't. Just fly. That fucking frame is fun and it's experience, and I can't go back to the X frames now. That's all I can say.
see, I like your fly style because it's like very trippy. Like, that's my thing. Is like I'm all about like how trippy you can make a video.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not quite there yet as far as like getting like crazy trippy stuff, but that's why I like rewinds and like weird shit.
I don't do a lot of tricks, as you can tell.
I mean, you're shredding though.
Yeah.
That's the thing is
Birdie FPV
style is like
said,
style can outweigh
audio.
tricks. What's up with the audio?
I don't know.
Audio washed out. What does he mean by oops? I didn't mean to do that.
For some reason.
What do you
I lost
mean
the
the
chat.
audio is washed out?
Like overpowering?
That's what I'm trying
Maybe
to figure
the
out.
video?
McShaky says the Cetus sucks, so he agrees with me.
Yeah, it's just to get someone into it. Yes.
It'd be good for like a 12-year-old, like a kid.
Yeah.
But if you're like trying to be a serious adult getting into FPV, just don't waste your money on it.
Space Gadget
Get a
No,
pocket,
just-
said,
get a Radio
Build
Master.
your
video
own or
was
a
washing
Bonfly.
out voices.
I know that they came out with the V4 Hummingbird, so that might be worth it. I did recommend the Hummingbird for a while, but yeah, it's a little more fragile. And I think
Okay,
partly
so
like
the
is what you were saying
music.
is the frame. I think the frame does have a little bit to do with that.
Oh, this frame, here's how I go about designing too. I didn't just sit down and try to make some weird frame. Like I said, that was an artifact. It's about the noise level these motors and props make through the frame to the flight controller. So I was thinking on how to move that. If I can't eliminate it, I can isolate it, and then I can what they call, like you do in algebra when you take
The
they
hypotenuse.
cancel each other out. When they cancel, you can do something to cancel each other out. So in noise frequencies, you can do the same thing. You can do things to make it cancel out, like noises that would affect the flight controller. say you can isolate those sounds and cancel it out, you still have noise from the motor, the vibration, you know, all that. But it's not affecting this anymore.
Okay.
It's not affecting your tune, all that. So that's what I was doing when I went into it. So it's about isolating the noise
Warn
and
up.
then your air
Said.
flow
180
moving that.
asterisk vibe matching.
and not letting these arms hinder the airflow. So these channels are kind of for that too. It's all part of it.
Okay.
So
So,
I don't know how I got there.
so you prefer having bi-blades over tri-blades?
It depends. It depends. Can't remember. I had one that was doing tri-blades off. I must have already took it apart and built it into something else. Well, at the time, I guess I'm doing bi-blades. Oh, and to let you know, this skirt frame, Gringo, 40 mil, 45 mil, and you can also squeeze 48 mil props on here.
Okay. I think I just got my 45 mil. I'd have to double check.
Yeah, you can put 45 mils on there.
I got some pink ones. They're pretty dope. Oh no, they're 40.
Okay.
30 FPV.
Oh, the lightweight.
Said. You can tap the frame and find first
they're-
harmonic gyro.
They have a low pitch, very low pitch.
I'm not too sure. They're 1608 40 millimeter tri-blades.
You need high KV.
Gym fan. So
Oh, pink. You said though?
yeah, Macho Pink is what it was.
Oh no. Okay, the regular ones. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I was thinking the other ones. They have a lightweight ultralights, but you need a peppier motor for them.
What size motors do you have on the Scourge currently?
I got 802s, 27K on
Okay.
mine, and then yours is no, I got 27. I got iGal. I got Dan's iGal motors, 27Ks, 802s, and then yours is 802 27K happy model.
Okay. What is the shaft size on that? Because I might have to reorder some
One.
props for it.
These are one.
Okay.
You need
Yeah,
you
these
need
are
1.5.
Yeah, these are 1.5s. But I got them for the tooth grinder. But
I mean,
I can order another set of those.
I don't know. If I got a set that I can send with it, you got to solder them yourself though. I'm not doing that.
That's totally fine. I like soldering. It's like a weird.
The thing with the diamond, you can't solder the diamond like any flight controller. You have to alternate. Say you got your 3 pads here. You do 1, 1. That's it. Go all the way to the other side of the diamond. Do 1. That's it. Go crisscross, far away. Give it time to cool,
Okay.
and your diamond lives.
Okay. So the pads are a little more sensitive on the diamond.
The FETs are.
The fets. Okay. Okay.
Heat kills them, and that's how a lot of people mess them up. Yves at Fractal, he told me how to how he learned to go get around that and have working diamonds. I don't know why I can't talk. I got like this right here.
I mean, you sound fine to me.
Yeah, but I'm struggling. I feel it.
I mean, let me know if it goes on too long. I'm just kind of vibing.
You're
We're
cool.
at 2 hours and 5 minutes right now, so.
I ain't done this in a minute, and I'm not used to talking to people because I've been isolated forever through a divorce, and then now by myself here. So I'm not used to using my vocal cords. They need the exercise. Yes.
I was gonna ask you. So the music you play on
guess I
your,
need it.
because I know you make music, right?
Yeah.
The music you play on your videos, that's all yours, right?
Mixes, remixes. I don't have any real original like stuff. Just remixes.
I mean, that's kind of like a lot of everything now, though. It's just kind of a remix,
Yeah.
but you make it your own
But
kind of style.
I put my touch on the sound, though.
So right now I have your videos kind of playing in the background for the music to, I guess, just kind of fill up the void a little bit. If there's any void.
Is
It's
it not
really
too
loud.
loud? I
No,
know
it's
they
not-
were saying the music was loud earlier.
No, I turn it down.
Okay.
I'll turn it down just a little bit more just in case, but I'm pretty sure
can't
it's good.
I'm just
'Cause,
catching up on chat.
I completely forgot about chat, not gonna lie. I feel bad. We still got 19 people watching, hell yeah.
That's because we got off the conspiracies. We got onto the FPV stuff.
Yeah, I love conspiracies. That's like one of my favorite things. Like, besides watching FPV videos, like I dive balls deep into conspiracies and stuff because I've just always been fascinated in.
I saw this aircraft on white sands that came in from the atmosphere disguised as a fireball. That's what we thought it was at first.
Wait, like a man-made aircraft?
I don't know what it was.
Monkey
This thing
FPV
came
said,
flying like
Balls deep,
super
my
fast
favorite.
from space. Just sonic boomed into our area, and then slowed down. But it's still this fireball, like this big rock, and it's stuff falling off of it, and it's just flying over us to the base, over the desert, white sands, and then it just went over to the mountain range, and then poof,
So
back into space.
It,
I was like, what the
made
fuck?
what made y'all think it was a aircraft? Is it because it looked like it was flying intelligently, or
Because it came a million miles an hour base, got into our vicinity, slowed down to where we could see it on a level horizon. And you could slowly see stuff falling off of it, see the stuff falling to the ground. You couldn't see the craft. It looked like a fireball, a rock, like stuff falling off of it. And it went
what's
slow
up, NRG?
for miles until it got over this mountain range and then went back into space. So I think it was a craft.
Okay. So that kind of
That
answers
was
the
in the
question
90s.
of, do you believe in UFOs?
I mean, something's happening. Orbs are real. I believe in orbs.
Uh-huh.
I think, well, there's natural orbs. They're from here.
I
haven't met them.
Birdie
I
FPV
actually,
said,
I have a funny orb
Moist
story.
need more love.
I have two experiences with an orb. The first one, not as crazy. I was with my dad. We were on the highway. There's what we call here in Texas are loops. We have these giant highways that just stretch around the entire city. It's just like apparently like a common Texas thing. I don't know.
Bypass. I wish we had bypasses here. I hate driving around. Gotta go through all this shit to get around.
Well, we were. I guess I was going. I was coming from school. I want to say, and my dad and I both saw this, so I know I'm not tripping. But there's a water tower that's kind of right off the side of the loop, and above it, it looked like there was this metal orb, like it was like a metal sphere, and it was probably the size of a beach ball. It wasn't too big, but it wasn't really small. And it was like going up and down. And each time it went up just a little higher until it just shot off straight up into the air. We never saw it again.
I haven't
but
seen
my
the
dad
tiny
was with
ones.
me.
I've only seen the ones that are bigger than any aircraft that we've have, and that's the only ones I've seen.
See, I thought I was crazy for a while. I know my dad saw it, but like it wasn't until like there was some footage of, I guess like it was like military footage. A lot of people say it's fake, but I'm like, I don't think it's fake. But it was like a metal ball looking thing, like kind of just cruising over a military base. But I was like, that's basically what I saw. It just looked like a metallic sphere. But another orb situation I had that's a little bit more strange. Like most guys, I like to pee outside. And I was at my wife's, I was at my
Are you
in-laws'
crouching
house.
or standing up?
I was standing.
Okay.
But I was standing and like staring up at the sky. And as I was looking, I saw what looked like a really bright star. And I was just kind of staring at it. And it started like kind of moving, like in a weird way. And then I realized like the way it was moving and how it was moving, that it had to have been like maybe 20, 30 feet above me. Like it wasn't high at all. It was like really close to me. And I just was like staring at it and it flickered out. And as I was staring up, I saw a flash of light right in front of me. Like somebody just took a picture. And
Was that a firefly? Was it green?
No, it was white. I thought the same thing, but there was no way it was a
Mrs.
firefly
Gringo
because it was
said,
bright. Like
also
we have
when you were
fireflies.
peeing
I miss
outside
those,
when we
man. I
lived at
miss
the
those.
apartments.
There's nothing like that here.
Yeah, dude, fireflies are magical. We have them here.
I love them. I
On
miss them.
rare occasions, though, you have to be like in the right season. Like springtime is the best time to see fireflies.
Arkansas, Louisiana, Kentucky area, Tennessee.
And usually
They're
when they're
everywhere.
where there's fireflies, there's hundreds of them usually. It's not just like
Yeah.
one big bright one. Well, anyways, as I was standing there, I saw the bright
I've seen
light.
one fake. I've seen one fake like it was the sun.
A firefly? Or an orb?
No, an orb.
Really? Like it lit up the entire sky?
It had me convinced it was the sun.
Okay. Well, that one's a little more intense than what I saw. This one was just a little, like, it looked like somebody had, like, their phone light, but it was, like, bigger. It was, like, maybe a softball size. But I remember looking
RA in
up,
Squad
but I could
FPV
see the grass
said,
around it light
Hey
up in
Gringo
front of
and
me.
8-bit, what's good?
And, what's up, Rain Squad? I saw the grass
Rain
light up
Squad. What
around
up?
me. And so, like, there's, like, this inside joke I like to say that, like, there's a picture of my junk on some, like, alien website. Because it was, like, they took a picture. But...
Does it look like alien Jesus or something?
I don't know. I don't even know if I want to call them aliens, to be completely honest. I feel like they've been here longer than us, if I had to, like, speak my behalf on it.
I don't know. It's just this world, this existence. Maybe we've done this more than once.
I definitely
And-
believe in reincarnation.
It is odd.
I was actually
Like I
having...
said, the one that was the orb that made me think it was the sun. It wasn't until because something was off. If you look at my older videos, I filmed sun halos a lot. There was a period that our planet, for some reason, in the south, was having sun halos during the summer, which is odd. I just happened to be there when it was happening. It was just, I was like, wow. And so I was filming the sun,
Birdie
but I
FPV
wasn't
said,
filming at this time.
40 millimeters loom lights up a full grid square.
And
1 click X 1
I
click.
don't remember what I did.
RA in squad FPV.
Wait, clouds
Said,
shifted. What
Bro, I
happened?
swear an alien or secret
Well, all of a
government
sudden,
project
there's
has a
two
picture of me
suns.
taking a shit in the woods
The
at a
one
festival
that
while
I
tripping
thought
balls.
was the sun
Moist
was
FPV.
a little bit
Said,
smaller. And
I
was
want to
like,
tell
what
you
the
all
fuck?
again I love you all just in case I'm not able to charge
And
my
then
phone again
the
after
clouds
tomorrow.
shifted and it
Love you too,
disappeared.
Moist. The cloud
But
shifted.
yeah,
The,
and it just it was gone. And then when the clouds clear, there was only one sun. I guess it was the original sun, but there was only one after that.
my mom actually saw something similar to that. She said like her and my dad, it was like the first UFO they ever saw. And they were sitting on the hood of the car, and they were looking up, and she said it was at night, but the cloud right in front of them lit up like it was daytime. Like the cloud itself just lit up bright, but the cloud didn't
Much
disappear.
love,
But the whole thing just like lit up.
Yeah, I haven't seen the night ones like that so strong. I think all my orbs are daytime.
That's weird because I've seen, I have seen two orbs because the metal sphere, and then there was one time we were out at the river and my sister was like, "Hey, what's that?" And we looked up and there was like a white ball floating in the sky. It didn't look like a balloon. Didn't move. It was in the same spot the entire time we were there. We even took a video of it, but video's kind of hard to tell what it is because it was so high up. But
Yeah, I
that's
think
a
they intentionally make our cameras
glitch out.
where we can't see far. I don't know. It's weird.
I've heard that. Like
Um,
when you look at them, they have like some sort of cloaking device that can allow them to blur things out, so that way they're not as clear.
Yeah, and then with our cell phones and stuff, the image that they actually sent that we see is mostly created. It's not the actual image that you see with your eye. It's not a one-to-one. It's not recording what you're seeing. It's recording what you see, but it's recreating it. So I don't know if it actually gets it all right when it recreates things, especially when they're far out.
Have you ever heard of like the Lacerda files? We talked about this on our, I don't know if you even watched it, but that we had a conspiracy episode on a live stream. But we talked about the Lacerda files, and Lacerda's like apparently this reptilian being that was communicating with a guy, and she explained to him that their crafts, we can't usually see them, and if we do see them, it's because they've like malfunctioned, but they have the capability of showing you what you perceive it as. So like apparently they have like the capability to look like our crafts, even though they're not. But there's usually something off about it.
RA in squad FPV. Said,
I don't know.
when I was in Benton
there
Harbor,
was a
Michigan, I'm
fireball
pretty sure I
that
seen a galactic battle
ended up
between
being
two
something
ships. I
else.
seen two discs flying around each
It
other, then
looked
a
like
big flash came from one and they
asteroid,
both were
meteor,
gone.
rock thing that came from space and was falling apart. But then when it slowed down to such a slow speed, I'm talking like slower than aircraft. I was like,
That's
So, I
see,
don't
that's
know.
wild, especially if you could see it go from like what you were saying, like basically an astronomical amount of speed to basically nothing is pretty crazy. Especially if it looks
Yeah.
like a legit fireball where stuff's falling off of it. Like, I wonder
it was
if
had
maybe
a fire. It had fire coming in. Dude, the fire trail behind it was so long, and then the smoke wrapped in that trail, it lingered long after it left.
Rain Squad.
So-
Rain Squad said when he was in Benton Harbor, Michigan, he said he's pretty sure he saw a galactic battle between two ships, he saw discs flying around each other, and a big flash came from one of them, and they both were gone. So, I mean, it goes into the whole idea of like we just don't know what the fuck's going on.
Birdie FPV said,
They're just killing me slowly.
I fear your
slowly,
tomorrow ain't
Birdie.
bit after
That's
this
all.
interview,
They
HA, haha.
They already got it handled.
He fears you tomorrow. No, he'll be fine. You gotta do the whole like
I mean,
disclaimer. I'm not suicidal. I don't ever intend to harm myself.
Hey, they said we couldn't talk about the stuff that we worked on. I didn't work on that.
That's true. That's true.
Like the prehistoric fish that live in a lake in White Sands. I hear that's a thing. Dinosaur age.
That are currently living? Or are they fossilized?
They're alive.
Okay. On the base itself?
Yeah,
Or is
pretty
it-
much.
Okay.
I couldn't go there.
So it was even
Birdie
off limits to
FPV.
you.
Said,
Yeah.
he
Okay.
goes quiet.
I'm quiet. Is the music too loud? Turn it down.
Yo, Hila! What up, dude?
Yo, what's up, man? We're just.
Hey, watch
talking
out
about
for that slick
conspiracies.
spot. Shelby was in here earlier. He left some of that gooey stuff. It's freshly squozen, though.
That, what's it called? What is he? The Shelby Glide?
Shelby Glide.
But yeah, like, conspiracies, one of my favorite things to talk about for sure, especially when it comes to, like, the what we would consider paranormal. Because
We can talk.
Would be,
We can do telepathy. We have that ability.
I believe it. Especially, I had one experience where I legit had a telepathic connection with a buddy. We're both tripping on LSD, and it was like we literally were just talking to each other by just looking at each other. It was weird. It got a little uncomfortable after a second, but I genuinely
Mine's a
believe it.
little different. I guess I can talk about this. I don't talk about this much. I was in this place. It's not a town. It was just what people called it. Like
sex.
a spot. They called it Horseshoe Bend. It was just a place.
Oh, I've heard of that.
This area, the native ancestors, they hooked into me there, and let their presence be known that they knew me. I'm not sure if this has anything to do with that. Those experiences were there during this, but this telepathy thing, talking. I was working for this company where they inject waste, basically, but it's like for fertilizer, not industrial waste, but it's like food waste, but fertilizing.
Okay.
We injected it into the ground, and these tankers, semis, came down and unload. Well, there's also hunters and stuff. It was hunting season there. It was kind of fall or winter. I don't remember, because I remember when the snow was falling. But there was these hunters that come down and asked us if we saw any coyotes. They want to kill some coyotes. Well, I've been working this area for like 2 years. And like I said, my native ancestors connected to me there. And they talked to me a lot down there. Through the hawk, through the coyote, or communicated. I don't mean like talk. Well, in a way, because telepathy happens. There's a thing.
You had a connection with your ancestors, basically.
And also I had a connection with the animals that were there for some reason. I could walk up to the deer, dude, and pet them.
Okay.
I don't know. It was wonderful and weird at the same time. When I was,
No,
it was in Kentucky.
that sounds like a beautiful experience for sure.
But so I'm getting back in my machine. I'm running it, you know, and you know, in the like lucid driving, wow,
RA in
lucid
Squad FPV
dreaming.
said.
Um,
Telepathy and certain
things get
superpower
slow.
exists. A buddy told
There's
me
a-
some crazy
no,
stories about
or
some
like in
shit
your
he's seen
life,
in
there's
Afghanistan and
something
Iraq
where
that had to
everything
do with
is-
the
gets
people
super
there.
slow, and you know it's something's about to happen next door. I don't know how, but everything's slowed down, dude, for real. All the people that was over by the trucks, they were walking in slow motion. The birds, because when I was plowing up the ground, there was snow. So the dirt would come up, and the birds had all the bugs and grain and stuff that you eat on. So they were, dude, thousands. I'm talking thousands of birds would come and just eat whenever I'd open up the ground. All right, so this was happening in this moment. It's a long story. I can't get in. Dang, I've got it all jumbled up too. But anyway, the birds play a part because this is a tripped out part. In this moment, whenever I realized I was actually talking to this animal, literally, not through my voice, was after all the birds parted ways like the Nile and let this coyote and her pup, she had one or two pups with her, and they opened up and they just let her pass right in front of me, all in slow motion. Snowflakes bigger than my hand, dude, in slow motion, just coming down, just like this. Everything's wild. It was very lucid dreaming like.
Okay.
And I'm the reason I'm communicating to Coyote is because she had passed me earlier heading toward them. And I was calling her back so she wouldn't get killed. So I'm sitting there trying to call her back. I'm in my mind just pleading with her to hear me. And when I saw that she heard me, you know how when a dog, when you talk to them and they tilt their head, when you know they're intently listening to you?
Mm-hmm.
She did that. And so did her pup. And she looked around and she had that nervousness because she was confused too. And then fucking moments later, she turns back. The birds part, let her through. She comes through. She's looking at me. And she's just got that look like, what the fuck is happening? Really. We're both fucking like, what the fuck?
She's like, did that man
I'm talking to
just
this
talk
dog.
me?
Yeah. She's like, the machine is running, dude, and I'm not talking outside. I'm not yelling. And I don't know. There was more to it. I didn't want to drag on, but I kind of jumped to the good parts.
That, man. No, that sounds like a very beautiful experience.
So I know
Like an actual.
being able to communicate besides with our voice and besides with motion, and there's other ways it's possible.
Yeah.
How to get there intently, I don't know how. You know?
It just kind of goes into like it, you know, we just there's a lot we can do. We just don't have the capabilities to intentionally do it anymore. Like you could do it, but it's not something you could do on command usually. I do believe some people can tap into it if they've
It
practiced
takes
hard
a lot
enough.
of trauma to get there, I think. Sadly. We forgot. Or
I did have
it's blocked. I'm not sure.
I did have a question. So, you know, you seem to have a pretty close connection to like your native ancestors and stuff like that. So, do you believe, or have you ever heard of somebody having an experience with a skinwalker?
I haven't heard about it, other than tubes.
With tubes? What do you mean?
YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. I had. So, there's one. So normally when people tell me about their paranormal experiences, usually, I'd say, because I don't know if you know, but I know a lot of the people that watch know I'm a tattooer. And I like to ask a lot of my clients about kind of the same questions that I've asked you and chats ask you about paranormal stuff. I asked the guy one time, he was a military kid, and I asked him if he ever had a paranormal experience, and he kind of sat there for a second to kind of like think about it, and he was like, actually, he's like, there was this one time I was a truck driver before I joined the military, and he was long haul truck driving.
Are you afraid of owls?
Lechusa?
Are you
that what-
afraid of owls?
I am not. I love owls, actually.
Owls have come and talked to me. Literally.
Yeah?
Yeah. Right before the dying.
Oh, okay. So they were trying to communicate with you about what was going to
Yeah,
happen?
they're letting me know
or
somebody was passing. Yep, about to pass.
Did that kind of make you scared to see owls?
No. There's a presence about it.
It just
You're
makes
just
you
not
feel
scared.
comfortable.
Yep.
Okay. See, that's interesting. Yeah, no, I've
Moist
never
FPV
had a
Said,
encounter like
I'm
that.
fucking terrified of owls cause
I've-
of the movie The
I've
Fourth
had
Kind.
regular encounters with owls in the night growing up in Arkansas and all that, But in the native spiritual, supernatural realm, I guess. What would you call? Yeah, the owl has more than once come to me
The only,
in a way.
the only paranormal
that
thing
was
I've
wild.
heard of is like Lechusa.
Paranormal. The
Uh,
hawk too. The hawk has done the same.
See, I think animals definitely have the capability of kind of like translating, like you said with the howling whenever your dad was having a heart attack by his dog that had passed away months prior. I think it's like, I think you have a lot of connections with animals, like that is
Yep.
beyond the average person, because I consider myself an animal lover. I see animals as signs, but I've never directly communicated with them.
The bear. I've had experiences with the bear. Growing up, I think I was about teenage years. Me and my brothers. This big old black bear, mama bear. She almost took my head off. She almost killed me the first time I met her. And that was wild. Running from a bear. A long time. But ended up she befriended us and let her be a part of her family, and she had 2 cubs. And we got to hang out with her cubs quite often. So, yeah, there's a connection with animals.
That's pretty.
But
That's especially the cubs, because everybody knows a mama bear.
they're like dogs. They're like dogs. That's all they are.
Exactly. I
Big
think it's
dogs.
the way they can, like anything else, they can kind of sense if you're going to be a threat to them or not, unless they have past traumas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That
Yep.
because that's the way
They-
I explain when bears attack people. because I genuinely believe bears, for the most part, aren't gonna attack people unless they've been harmed by humans before.
Yeah, I want to hear Rain's story too.
Yeah, I know. Rain's story's got me pretty intrigued, but we'll have to. I want him to contact me directly too, because I'm curious about that. But what I was gonna say about the Skinwalker is I had a client. He was a long haul truck driver, and he was on the east side of Arizona, kind of going north, and he was talking about how it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and he kept seeing a shadow out of the corner of his eye, but every time he would look, it was gone. And he said the last time that it appeared and he looked over, it stayed, and he's like, the fuck is this? And I guess on 18-wheelers you could turn on a cab light or something on the outside of your vehicle to like see when people are like up on your, to see outside.
Yeah.
And he said when he flipped it
I've
on,
trucks.
it was a upright deer running
Moist
the
FPV
speed of his
said,
going the same
bears
highway
will
speed
tear
he
you to
was
shreds.
going.
Never test that theory, gringo. A bear will kill you for no reason other than you being where
See?
it doesn't want
Yeah.
you
People
to be.
say that about bears.
Yeah,
but my
see-
experience with bears is different.
I don't think that. I would also be that
Even
idiot that gets torn up by a bear
Bobcats,
trying to pet it.
mountain lions.
Animals are like humans. I feel like most animals are innocent until provoked.
I've gotten close enough to a mountain lion and hear, like, you could feel the vibrations.
Hmm.
I was too scared to get close and touch it, but it let me get that close
I mean,
to where I could reach out to it.
being here in Texas, I've seen firsthand people step on rattlesnakes and they not do anything. As long as you don't affect them more than what they are and provoke them, then they're not going to do anything. They're of course going to get defensive, but they're not going to directly, like, I've also heard of kids stepping on rattlesnakes and they got bit. It's a sad story, but not every animal's going to attack you that you come across. Like, it's
Yeah.
But
And if you flare up, like I was saying before,
they sense your fear.
most people think our sense of feeling is just our skin, but there's a part of us that extends. And so when you spike up that fear, it's putting out an energy, a sound, a feeling, a vibration
A frequency.
that you don't sense, but they sense it. And if you're sitting there just grinding that fear, they're feeling that, and they're like, what the fuck? Why are you scared? And then it goes off the rails from there.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's all the frequency you put out. If you show them
It is the vibes.
signs of like you're in fear, they're gonna take that as a threat, because if you're in fear, you're gonna attack.
But
And
you gotta be
they're gonna
smart.
attack.
Don't be a dumbass and walk up on a
Yeah, I was
mountain.
like, yeah, definitely don't go and pet a bear just willy nilly. Like you want to create
Yeah.
you
Don't
want
Moist
to have a little
FPV
bit of a bond experience beforehand.
There's a saying, if it's
Like I
brown, get on
said,
the ground. If it's
the
black,
moment-
fight back.
the
If
first-
it white like the
here's what
president, you
happened
get in
the
heaven
moment I
sent.
met this bear. Me and my brothers was walking in the woods on this trail. We hear this loud crunch, not a tree branch, like a tree breaking in half crunch. They are already running. I turn my head to see what's going on. I feel this breath, hot air coming off this bear on my neck. I hear her inhale. I hear the sounds of her paw, her claws whooshing in the air. At the moment I turn my corner of my eyes, I see those claws, and I just barely duck. So yeah,
Is
don't just walk up on a bear.
Sixth sense for sure. You can tell a situation if the situation seems like there's a little bit of uncertainty, But even so, you can always. I mean, it's not for everybody. But I've personally had experiences where I've defused situations that could have fucked me up.
And if she didn't have those cubs waiting on her, she would have chased us longer.
So she ended up chasing you?
Yeah, after she about took my head off, dude, my brothers were already running.
Oh,
I
man.
took off running at that moment. As soon
Moist
as my
FPV
head went down,
said,
my feet dug in.
They will absolutely
And I
kill you,
was
not in every
gone.
encounter but in most, because of territory or
Man,
protection
she
of their
was
cubs they will
close.
kill
She
you.
was- man, I didn't know she was when she was gonna quit.
Yeah, that would be an adrenaline rush for sure.
So it trips my mind to be befriended by the same one that nearly killed me, and then took an effort for, dude, I don't know how far we ran, dude. It was minutes.
How did you reintroduce yourself to her? Did she just like was
Just
this
being in the
same
area.
day,
Just
or-
being in the area.
Oh, okay.
We were always in the area all the time.
She probably thought like Moist was saying. She probably was trying to. It was a territory or a protection thing, and
It
then
was
she
protection,
she
yeah.
realized that you're not a threat to her or the cubs, and kind
Yeah.
of like opened up, basically.
Dude,
That's all
feeding
it
them
is.
is a trip. Out of your hands, it's a trip. They're greedy though. Watch your fingers.
I mean, like you said, they're kind of like dogs. They're just like overgrown dogs.
Yeah, they just don't know how big they are, how strong they,
Yeah.
or how delicate we are.
Yeah.
Moist FPV said,
Moist.
I got lucky. The one I saw was a lone male brown bear in
Yeah,
my
brown
backyard. He
bears,
just
I don't
looked
know.
at me and turned and walked off.
that's
I was a little kid
roulette,
too. He
or-
could snatched me up, but he
I don't
didn't.
know. It's like flipping a coin there.
Yeah. See, I've heard brown bears are a little bit more aggressive than even a grizzly bear. Like grizzly bears. And what is it? No, is it black bears that I'm getting mixed up?
Moist FPV
Black bears are mostly
Said.
gentle.
Okay.
For the
so
love
it is
of God,
brown bear
never
that's
run.
More aggressive.
So they will fuck you up if they have to.
I feel like any bear will. Oh, like shit, bobcats
What?
will fuck you up if
What do
they
you
had
mean?
to.
Dude, I ran. I kept running. I didn't know how long I had to run. I was about to give up.
worn up. Said.
I ran track in high
Black
school.
bear cubs learn to beg
so
at the
I
roadside.
knew how to run.
Their mama bears stay out of sight.
Warren Up says the black bear cubs learn to beg at roadside,
Dang.
and their mama bear stays out of sight. What do you mean by that? Like, are they?
Curtis
Those
Hayes
parks where they got
said,
Oh, okay.
got 'em
Did I
drive
miss
through
you
parks.
playing videos?
No, Curtis, we didn't end up playing videos this round. I wanted to get to know 8-bit. I didn't want to like
Moist FPV
pollute everything
said,
with videos.
They do this so if one person stops, mama can get a full meal. LOL.
But I will for sure
RA
make
in
up
Squad
for it.
FPV said, 4 never encountered a bear, but while night hunting the people I was
Wolves
hunting
are
with
cool.
pissed off wolves.
I
If
love
we didn't
wolves.
start
Wolves are
shooting in
cool.
every direction, we would have been dinner.
Yeah, something about wildlife is just fascinating because, like, you know, any kind
Dude.
of non-domesticated animal is just like I mean, even domesticated animals, but like there's like a soul to non-domesticated animals. Like they have their own thing going on.
Yeah. Yep. I had a cat. I don't know how this cat has lived that many years. Growing up, it was wild. It was just a cat that befriended me. I called it Garfield. Didn't look like Garfield at all. Gray, long-haired cat. Big old cat though, like a Maine Coon, but just gray, long hair. And the
Exiled
cat had
Scoop
this voice like a
said,
bear. This
Mother Nature really likes
I
to
don't know.
remind you how
But
insignificant you are in the world.
house to the bus stop was like
Very true, exiled.
half mile, 3/4 mile walk from the house. This thing would walk and meet me every day
Tobias Yoder
to and from
FPV
school.
said,
And then when
I
I
am
went
back
into
had
the
to do some
army,
pest control.
it was 6 years when I came back to Arkansas. This cat was already a teen and 13, 14, 15 years old when I left. Fucker was still alive. And the neighbors, they were like, don't mess with that cat. I was just visiting the area trying to bring back the memories I lost, you know. Not that I needed to, but that fucker, they told me don't mess with it. It's wild. It won't let anybody near it. It won't let. I was like, no, that sounds like my cat. I can't believe it. There's no way he's still alive. 20 something years old. I'm like, no fucking way. But sure enough, that fucker was still alive. Didn't look like an old cat. I walked up to him and he ran up to me and just jumped into my arms. I was like, what the fuck? And so was all the neighbors there. They were like, what the fuck?
That's crazy. He still remembered you after all those years.
Still alive.
Still alive, too. I mean, cats live forever, though.
But he didn't even look old. I don't know what happened to him after that. He wouldn't move because we moved, so he wouldn't move with us. That spot was his. Where
RA
that old house
FPV
was. I don't know why.
said, Gators are cool. Growing up, I and few family members raised them. I gave up my personal gator when I had my first daughter. He was the coolest lizard I had.
Rain Squad
Yoder's
says he had
getting
gators.
head from a tick. Gators.
Yeah,
Fuck,
Rain-
I was in Louisiana in basic training. I seen this gator so big it blocked a 2-lane highway.
Damn.
Yep. That was back in my days when we put the plastic in the back of the pickup truck. Everybody got in the pool and we cruised on the cruising strip. It was a party central, that little pool truck.
Oh, it was a pull truck.
No, it was just a truck and we just put plastic in it and made a pool out of it.
That's what I'm saying. It's like y'all made a pull truck. That's awesome.
With water, all loaded, squatted down.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that sounds like
Yeah, Louisiana was
a hell of
fun,
a
dude.
time.
I miss cruising strips back then. Bumper to bumper cruising. Slow. Everybody's hanging out the cars. It was stupid. It's fun as shit.
Jesus.
Nobody does that. Louisiana, I don't even know Louisiana. That shit was awesome.
I've always wanted to do that just because it looks like it'd be fun. But yeah, like this, I feel like it'd be so hard on the suspension, and then you'd have to deal with the cars behind you having to deal with all the water spilling out of it.
Shit. Everybody was black. Dude. Okay.
Exiled
It
Scoop
was a college town,
said,
and they had drive-through
scariest shit
liquor.
I saw was when all the cooters,
So this
turtles,
tells you how
be
much
walking
they gave
all
a
over the
shit
highway when it's
about what
raining down
anybody was
south.
doing. And it was before we were going to war, so they didn't care what the soldiers was doing, because we were all about to ship out to Iraq. It was wild.
Oh, so that was while you were training in the army, or was it?
That was
army?
in Louisiana, basic training,
Okay.
Fort Polk.
Dude, it sounds like y'all had a blast.
Yeah, cruising on the beach, Holly Beach, in the Gulf, America, down in Louisiana, sandy beaches. That shit was fun too.
See, I've only been to New Orleans in Louisiana as far as like a place to stop, which New Orleans is a beautiful place. I just love that.
I've been
like,
there
architecture.
during non-Margarita.
Same. I never went through during Mardi Gras.
Yeah. I didn't get to do the Mardi Gras thing. We was always training during that time, conveniently.
Well, they probably made sure of it.
Probably.
Like, we don't need like half of the platoon to fucking have hangovers and like possible STDs and stuff. No, Mardi Gras would be cool, but I'm also very like, I'm not like the most social. Like, I get overwhelmed in large crowds after a while.
Tobias Yoder
So I
FPV
feel like it'd just be like,
said,
unless there's alcohol
Louisiana
involved, I'm
roads
down for
are the
whatever.
worst in the country, I swear. RA in squad
Man, it'll
FPV
rain in Louisiana
said,
with no
they get
clouds.
extremely big. Mine had its own shed with a heated pool. He loved it. He was 400 or
Pour me
500
down.
100 pounds but acted like a big ass dog.
Louisiana's a trip.
Yeah, I guess Rain Squad is saying how he had gators. He said they get extremely big. He had his own shed with a heated pool and loved it. He was 400 or 500 pounds,
Holy cow.
but acted like a big ass dog. Yeah, my wife said cooter. That's why I've never heard turtles. Never heard
Cooter.
turtles called cooters. The only thing I've heard
Moist
called a cooter
FPV
has nothing to do with the turtle.
Said, you've never been to some rural California towns. We got bad roads here.
Honestly, a lot of Texas has like terrible roads. Like, it's like when you're close to like major towns, or like if you're on the highway, it's good. But as soon as you go off the beaten path, dude, it'll literally turn like sketchy, like life and death type scenario real quick.
Yeah, they just take care of the ones that are paying for things.
Yeah, for real. Like the highways, like if you try to take a shortcut, it's gonna take longer because the roads are way more sketchier, and they're usually like, 2-lane roads where it's just, you got your going and your oncoming traffic, and it's like barely narrow enough that like both cars can fit on there. And half of the time, you're lucky if they're paved. Sometimes they're not.
Louisiana's similar. Narrow roads, no shoulder, giant potholes. We discovered one. Friend driving a little Ranger pickup. There's probably 4 of us in the cab, maybe 5, and then some guys in the back. And this dude liked to haul ass dangerously. He wasn't one of those drivers that made you feel comfortable driving 100 miles an hour. There's, you ride with me at 100, you're going to be comfy. But he didn't make it feel that way. But anyway, fucking, we're blasting through. All of a sudden, we hit this pothole. We ended up in the other lane, turned totally around, and it forced us to go back the
Exiled
other
Scoob
direction. The G's of
said,
that was so
Wish
fucking
GoPros were a
maddening.
thing when I was street racing. Have almost hit just about every type of animal in Utah while canyon racing. RA in squad FPV
Fix the roads,
said,
guys.
Yeah.
Michigan has the worst paved roads. The sticks
sorry
are
we
just dirt,
lived.
but we got potholes
That was
that take
scary.
out cars. We pay to get them fixed,
we were
but it's all
airborne.
pocketed.
The truck was airborne.
Moist
Damn.
FPV
All of us.
said,
You're lucky
I'd
that
rather
you're
take
still
some
alive
Asian
at that
mountain
point.
roads in a tuk-tuk truck than the
Yeah.
Cohasset stage road
how-
in a sedan.
I don't know. The G's. How we flipped around and went. Not very quick, but it was fucking stupid. But yeah, so glad to be alive because I've been off that road more than once. I rode with another dude that slammed us into a telephone pole head on,
Damn.
wedged the truck. My hands, I gripped the dashboard so hard that it left permanent prints.
So you've definitely been in a couple near-death experiences.
Yeah, more than once. Not sure if we can go. I think we just got to keep doing what we're supposed to be doing here. It's not our choice. It's not our choice.
I agree.
Even if you choose, I think you. I'm not. Don't test me on that. But my experiences may differ from yours.
I can tell you right now, I'm not gonna trust somebody going 100 miles per hour enough that like they're gonna go airborne. I'll tell them right now, like pull. You need to pull this bitch over. I was like, unless I'm prepared for it, like if I know that's what we're doing, you know,
Nobody was
one of
Something
those-
light. Said.
Yeah, if they're just like
Sim
going
theory.
balls to the wall, I'm like, no, let me drive. This is crazy.
I can straighten out a 15-mile-an-hour curve with my driving.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely people you trust driving, and then there's definitely people who you don't want them to drive at all. And it
Man,
seems
I
like
miss
the
those
ones you don't
roads.
want to drive at all are the ones that are the craziest drivers.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I haven't been involved in too many situations like that. The closest I've ever came is when we had Snowmageddon. I have a Jeep Cherokee. It's a 91. It's all-wheel drive, and we took it out on the highway. And that bitch, like, did a full 360 spin around on the highway, and I was still able to recover it. And honestly, I thought it was so much fun, I did it again, because fuck it.
RA in squad
I grew up
FPV.
in the country, so
Said.
drifting was
And I'll play with fate
it's
a
a
bit.
hobby.
Sometimes you need to get your blood pumping and you dig in the
I'd
I'd
dirt.
say if I never got into FPV, honestly, that'd be the thing I'd be into is drifting. The only reason why I haven't, even with FPV, is just how expensive it can get.
I miss my Eddie Bauer F-150. Was a company truck. That fucker could drift. Oh, that thing was mad. I loved it. That was in the 90s, early 2000s. But yeah, early 2000s, I think.
I know this is like a random question, but have you ever been to like Andretti's?
Exiled Scoob.
Andretti's?
Said.
Andretti's?
I got a rally
like
car
an
I need to
indoor-
build.
It's like an indoor go-kart place.
I've been to indoor go-kart, but I don't know if that was the name.
I mean, I'm sure like most indoor go-karts probably kind of like similar, but this one had like multiple levels, and you could full-blown just drift. And these carts went like they're
Moist
all electric,
FPV.
but they went
Said.
like 30 miles.
I
I had
per
an
hour
83
and stuff.
Camry that I'd
Dude,
handbrake
They would
drift
get
all the
mad if
time.
you
I love
drove
that
too
thing.
fast in these places. So
Really?
no, it was just different.
This
Yeah.
place pushed you to drive as fast as possible. They even had boosts, and you had to use the boost wisely because you only got one per lap. And I would always boost mine right before I went around like this one specific corner just so I could drift it. And
that's why.
I almost got first
It's
place.
Andretti, Mario Andretti. It's his place, so it's like the key.
Dude.
It's like do this.
I'd say if you're I know there's one in Texas by like San Antonio, but there's one I think
Huh.
there's another one somewhere. I can't remember where, but if you ever get the chance, I definitely recommend it because like they want you to go as fast as possible. They don't want you driving recklessly, but they want you to go as fast as possible
Yeah.
and try to beat their record times and stuff like that. And I almost got almost got first place. I got second place. And the reason why I didn't get first place is because I kept getting cock blocked by other racers.
I've lost so much weight since this paralyzation thing. I might be light enough to do stuff like that. I'm back to my high school weight.
I definitely maybe
RA in
maybe.
squad FPV.
Do you think you could ever
Said.
make a trip to Texas?
I
You
go
could
with
make a
my
trip to San
roommate's brother
Antonio?
to grid life and drift every couple
gonna
years. I
be-
can say I slam into rails,
I
so
don't know. Right
drifting
now it's
is
hard.
probably not my
I can't.
sport.
I don't have any hopes of going anywhere for a while.
Well, if you ever get to where you can,
My
we could definitely meet up.
kids, when they get, they just bought some. They both got lucky and was able to get bank loans to buy a house finally around the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So they're both settling in to the houses. Well, actually, my daughter hasn't even
Congratulations to
moved
them.
into hers. I know. I was so glad that they got it, and stuff that they love, not just something they settle for. But if it wasn't for them sending money out to me, I can't get out. That's how hard it's been right now.
I understand that. Yeah, no. I mean, luckily my wife has, because I'd be in a similar boat. If I only had my income, my wife is usually the breadwinner because tattooing is a hit or miss if I make money or not. So when I do make money,
Yeah.
we gotta like save it. Otherwise, because I'll go periods where like I'll work an entire week and not make anything. So I completely understand that.
I did handyman.
That's why we need to
work,
get your
I know.
PayPal in there. See if we can get some people.
I just can't work now.
Something light.
My body's all fucked
Said.
up.
Same.
uh,
Gigs are here
if I
and
wasn't
there.
so stoned right now, and
Exiled
this
Scoob.
new medicine that they
Feast or
got me
famine.
on.
Don't miss those tattooing days.
I wouldn't be able to function right now. I'm usually put up in a ball, begging for death.
I'm dropping your PayPal
sleep.
in chat.
Or sleep.
So if anybody wants to help donate to his Come to Texas fund, you could just.
I didn't even get to
click
go to
it.
Tiny Whoop open. It's right here. 6 hours from me, man. 6 hours. I couldn't go.
6 hours is still a hell of a trek.
Moist FPV
Yeah.
said. His
Plus,
PayPal is in the
place
Discord.
to stay when you're up there. And Denver ain't cheap.
That's very true. Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of Denver, to be completely honest. I like the towns
Yeah, I don't like it.
outside of
I don't-
but Denver itself is like.
Dude,
Kinda-
I don't like what Colorado is doing. You gotta pay to be in the fast lane now. You gotta have a certain license now to be in the fast lane.
Mhm.
If you're not paying for that, you gotta stay in the right lane, no matter how backed up it is. It's fucked up. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Something light.
I mean,
Said.
that's like tolls.
Denver
and
Skate
stuff
Park
here.
SUX.
Luckily, we don't have to pay for the fast lane, but if you want to get somewhere quicker, you got to pay for it.
Yeah,
which I think is
it's-
crazy.
Like you
gotta
say,
pay
the
toll-
HOV,
the troll toll.
that's different. This is literally, if you got a 2-lane freeway, the left lane is for the paid people. You get caught in there, you get a ticket or pulled over if you're not paid.
That's
It's like,
crazy.
what?
Yeah, I didn't know they went that far with it. I haven't been to
Moist
Denver
FPV.
in like
Said.
They have.
2 years.
In California, every lane is the fast lane.
It's Colorado, not just Denver.
To-
Every
Tobias
lane
Yoder
is the fast
FPV.
lane.
Said. That's Orwellian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way the
all the
highway-
cameras, they pop you.
I will say there was one time.
That's what I said, Yoder. I was like, something's up here. Colorado's changed.
America's changed, and it seems
Exiled Scoob.
more.
Said.
I'm not gonna get
All
into
the
it,
media
but
shows
it's
Cali
definitely
gridlock
changed.
24/7.
Yeah.
RA in squad
Yeah.
FPV.
Everything's weird.
Said.
In a big
9 to
way.
5s are getting to be ass. Also, my industry cleanup job
Novelty
closed their doors and the
is
restaurant just
becoming,
cut their staff, so now I'm job hunting.
Normal.
I think we're like one step away from having a social credit score.
Well, mine's gonna suck, I guess.
You walk across the road wrong, that's minus 100 points on your credit score.
Moist FPV. Said. Northern California is loose as fuck, though. You can pick any lane and hit 100 miles per hour.
That's surprising because I feel
I
like
do-
California would have like more restrictions, but
I do miss the days. It was weird. It's before Fast and the Furious made it all like big and known about all street racing and all this shit. We were doing that, but it was just wild. because I had this ID that, you know, when I was in the Army, when I got pulled over, dude, I never got a ticket. Even at 140 miles an hour.
God damn.
And so they would just always let me go. And that grace period lasted, dude, it was like 10 years, 15 years after I got out. You know, if I was just speeding, but by then I was older and it was just normal speeding, you know, not that stuff. And wouldn't get a ticket. But that wore off. I got a ticket 4 or 5 years. No, it's been a few years, but I was like, oh, that don't work anymore.
Almost every single time I've been pulled over, I've gotten a ticket. Going even about 10 miles over. I was close to 10 miles over. But in my defense, I had a car that was standard, and I would just kind of cruise. It didn't have cruise control.
Yeah. I didn't know how to drive slow, and everybody was calling me out to race, and I had a car that didn't look fast. It was an Integra GSR before Type R, but that fucker is insane. It came from the factory, insane.
Probably be a good drift car.
It was front wheel drive, probably maybe. I mean, I got it to do hairpins 90 to 100, you know, easy.
RA in Squad FPV said, I get away with speeding because I
yeah,
have my
I miss
dad's
those
Gulf
days.
War plates, but once I change my plates, I know I'm screwed.
Rain
gotta
Squad.
move, huh?
He said he gets away with speeding because he has his dad's Gulf War plates, but as soon as he changes them, he's screwed. Yeah, that's true.
Probably.
That's very true. The plates definitely discriminate. If you got DV or disabled veteran on your plates, you're golden.
I need
Do
to get
whatever
that
you
on
want.
my.
My boss, he's a disabled veteran, which I love him, but he's not that disabled. Well, now he is because he snapped his leg skating like a dumbass. Love him, but he has disabled veteran plates and he drives like a bat out of hell.
I miss going for walks and hiking and shit. I haven't done that because I don't know. Can't. I get in too much pain.
Man, I'm sure
Few
there's some
minutes
like
in.
really good spots where you're at to go hiking, even just like a small
Oh,
trail.
there is.
Shit, you could take your little whoop out there too, hike to a cool little area and just swoop a spot.
Oh yeah. But because I can't get around that good, that's why you don't see those videos.
Yeah,
Uh,
I mean, same. I've gained a lot of weight because, I mean, your body kind of catches up to you as time goes on.
Exiled
Man.
Scoob.
I know I
Said,
think I'm fat, but
Those
you don't have to say
B18C were
it.
pretty
I'm
mean on
saying,
those
dude.
Integras.
No, you look
Pretty
good.
sure that's what I had in my Hornet
I'm
class
the
I
one that's
raced.
eating over here.
I just realized I haven't ate since this morning.
I know. I had like
Dawned on me.
sandwiches
I don't-
earlier.
I don't get hungry. I don't have that feeling.
RA in Squad
You
FPV
think it might be like
said,
nerve damage?
we need to
or
get
you
8-bit
just think you just don't
exoskeleton.
get
Yeah, because I used to. Since all this, I don't. I have to remind myself to eat. And sometimes I'm bad at it, like days like today, when I got something going on, or I'm working on something. Forget it.
Well, I'll say you look
Go
good.
ahead. Yeah, they're telling me I need to eat.
That's American doctors, though. They want you to eat. They want you to be fat and complacent.
You got those. You need to put the glasses on, man. You're obeying all the signs. You're stuffing your face, man.
I am. I'm fucking hungry right now.
Yeah, I feel you. If I felt like it, I'd probably be hungry.
I even made my own trail mix. These are like toffee peanuts, but they haven't had the Cajun trail mix. So I made my own with spicy peanuts and toffee peanuts mixed together. Honestly, I hated it at first, but I don't know if it's the alcohol or what, but it's fucking...
Dude, I want an
slapping.
exoskeleton. Dude, that would make my life so better. If I can get something where I can sit up and not be in pain. Because I always got to lean. I always got to lean forward, lean to the side. I can't be up straight too long. It fucks me up.
I have that problem too, like with lower back pain and on top of knee surgery and all kinds of bullshit. So that's why you should always listen to your parents.
Those B18Cs, yeah, they were. I had the. It was a '94.
Exiled
Technically,
Scoob
it was a '93.
said,
And
"Get you a pimp
it was
cane."
the prototype engines. Because in '94 or '93, or half of '93 and half of '94, they ran these engines before they switched to the B18C that everybody knows. But they had one that was before. It was a B17. Actually, and that thing was a Hornet. Maybe you had that. Exiled Scoob.
Yeah, he says get a pimp cane. I've thought about it. Not gonna lie.
Pimp King. Yeah, lick
Mrs.
that button.
Gringo
If you don't want to
said,
touch it with your fingers,
Click that like
just
button and
lick-
flick the bell icon.
Touch the like button with your tongue.
RA
I'll
in
make
squad
it a
FPV.
challenge.
Said, the
They used to
doctors
use
want
9-volt
us to keep up the
batteries.
American image. They want us fat, lazy, and pumped with drugs so they can control us.
Oh yeah.
Those tangle.
I don't know why it didn't pop up in the chat, but
Exiled
us
Scoob
being pumped with drugs
said,
and stuff and fat.
Hornet
Be
was just a
complacent,
4-banger stock class at
Very
my
true.
local
Yeah, I
track.
get what you're saying, Scoob. But that just reminded me on that engine. That was the first run, the prototype years. And they just ran like a year or half a year with those engines. They will scoot.
You ever drove a
Doctor
Fiero?
The Pontiac Fieros. I've kind of wanted one, but no.
Pretty sweet. I've only driven one once, but
Yeah, just oil change.
It is sweet.
Oil change test drive after because when I worked
Exiled
at Ford,
Scoob said,
um,
I was all about DSM in
just
those
like
days.
that. Not drive it. Not drive like I drive.
I just like the concept of it, like being kind of like looked like a sports car and it acted like one, but it's a little sketchy. I'm not gonna lie. I heard that
Yeah.
they're like super. What is it? They're notorious for like catching on fire and stuff like that, and crashing.
Yeah, it's just better suspension and all the bugs worked out. They're probably pretty good car.
They need to bring it back. To be honest, have a 2026 Pontiac Fiero.
I used to design cars. That Talon that he just mentioned reminded me of that. Not the first generation of the Talon. The second generation, that more swoopy body, just looks like exactly like one of my drawings. I was like, what the fuck?
So you used to design cars?
Yeah, not for anybody. Just what I did as I love growing up. Drawing. How I learned in class. I didn't pay attention to the teacher. I had to draw, and when I was drawing, I learned everything. So I don't
I
know.
tried explaining that to a teacher one time, and she thought I was crazy and told me not to draw anymore. And I was like, okay, well, I guess
Nobody
I'm
messed
not
with
gonna
me.
listen to you.
Dude, I ended up doing like you're doing tattooing right now. For all the sports teams, everybody wanted me to draw on them, and that's what I did for all the games. I had everybody painted up.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I guess.
RA in Squad
I don't
Markers?
know.
FPV.
I feel like teachers just
Said,
took it personally when I was
I
in
always
school.
wanted a RX-8 but I could only afford a Taurus.
RX-8. Hey,
I'd
Tauruses
like to have
aren't
an
that bad.
RX-8.
They're a little heavy, but not that bad. I'll say I never owned one, but when I worked at Ford, the inside of a Taurus like looked like, I don't even know if it was just that one specifically, but it looked like I was in like some sort of luxury car.
You worked at Ford too, huh?
Yep. I was a lube tech for about 6 months, and then I said, fuck that.
They made me start in the service bay looped section, and I don't know. I proved my way pretty quick. I was there very short, and it pissed some people off that was there for a long time. And I went into the service shop and earned my way there.
Okay.
Everybody called me slow. It was wild. Everybody made fun of me, and
I feel that 100%. That's the reason why I got moved over from the Ford side to Nissan, because I was slow at
But
oil changes and shit.
I had more hours than most everybody. By the end of the week, I just made it look like I was slow because I was working in just many places at once. I guess. I don't know.
See, I worked slow to like make sure I'm doing things thoroughly. When they were like getting onto me before they moved me over to the Nissan side, they were like, okay, well, you got to speed it up. And I started speeding it up, and I fucked up so many like oil changes and stuff like that, like not screwing the oil cap on properly.
RA in
so
Squad
the oil went
FPV.
everywhere.
Said,
Not putting the drain
when
plug
I
in
worked industrial
properly.
cleanup we did Ford
And so they were
plans.
like,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
so we're gonna move you over to Nissan. It's a little bit slower over there, and you'll be able to do it. And
Well, I
hated
already
it.
knew how to work on things by the time I worked at Ford. I was working on M1 Abrams and all kinds of unique craft, I guess. So I had a little bit of a wrench in my hand when I got there.
I was just out of high school when I started.
Yeah.
I mean, oil changes are easy, but when you're being rushed
Moist
to do
FPV.
an oil change, it
Said,
took me about like 10 minutes.
If
to
you
do an
work
oil
by the
change.
hour, never work
to,
more
like,
than you have to. If you're guaranteed a payroll, then
5
work
to
your ass
7
off.
minutes.
Otherwise, just do the minimum. You
I had
get
to cut it
minimum
down
wage
and
anyways.
work faster, and doing that, I would miss so many steps. And yeah, eventually I was like, I'm just not a mechanic guy. I just shouldn't be here right now.
I worked at this one Ford. What the reason was, or what? Maybe they were trying to replace me, or I'm not sure. But I was doing the work that they hired 4 guys. They hired 4 guys. They were 2-man teams on 2 bays to do the oil changes and all this shit. So they wanted those teams to work, faster than, one person or whatever. Dude, by myself, I was doing 4 cars to their 1. And it was like, what the heck? And I wasn't running. And I even took time to hang out and talk to people and bullshit. I don't know. I don't know what people do.
I just don't think I enjoyed it. It just wasn't.
No,
my
if
cup
you
of tea.
don't. Yeah, I didn't. Oil changes like that when you're being slave driven. I didn't like it. I needed the job. That was right before I paralyzed. The night before, I was working there, and they wanted me to do a bunch of tire changes. But usually they have people help, and they already knew that I had stuff going on with my body. And I had even asked, I was like, hey, I don't mind doing all, but I need someone to help me out with this. But they didn't. And they did that for like 2 or 3 days. This tire changes, all complete sets, wheels, wheel balance. And they had a
RA
balance
Squad
machine. It was
FPV.
so freaking old.
Said,
And
that's cool you worked
the
on
tire
tanks
machine
8-bit.
to
My
take the
dad's job in the
tires
military
on and
was to
off
drive
was
tanks.
So old too. So you had to manhandle everything. So that place, yeah, there's places that make it suck. So yeah, I feel you. But yeah, I woke up that next morning, I couldn't move. I was paralyzed.
I wonder if it was from the stress of not like mental stress, but the physical stress.
No, the pain was so intense that I literally couldn't move. If I tried to move any direction, it would just shoot pain, massive. I don't know. It wasn't until I had to shit and drag my cross across the floor like this when I finally was able to get from my position to get on my side and then roll off onto the floor. It took me forever to get to that point. Hours. It was so bad. And then I got through it, and once I got through it, getting up on my feet and moving around was still a while. I still had to drag my self around. But I was able to do that and get up and on off the couch or the bed. But yeah. Work sucks. Quit your job now.
Quit your job.
Stop
and
working
fly
for the
FPV.
man. Stop working for the man.
It's true. It's just unfortunate that it's extremely hard.
We have to.
Yeah, it's extremely hard to make money, essentially.
Yep.
Like, you'd have to get, honestly, lucky. That's really what it is. Like, I see these guys on Facebook that have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of followers for just splattering paint on a canvas mindlessly.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I
Dude.
spend, like, 10 plus hours on one painting, and I'm lucky if I can try to get it to sell for, like, $700. But they're, like, selling these canvases for, like, $70,000 plus. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Dude, let me sell a painting for $700. What are you bitching about? No,
You
I'm
just
kidding.
you gotta make it on Facebook apparently,
Yeah.
or on social media, because that's where it's at for any of these hobbies, like, or trade skills or whatever you want to
'Cause,
call
dude,
them.
Drawing?
Which tattoos
I know.
I don't really push on it on social media.
I know art. But tank strength squad, I used to launch those off a mountainside for durability testing.
That's awesome.
They'll fly for several seconds and land like a Cadillac.
How long did you do that for?
the same amount of time in White Sands. It was not everyday thing, but it was. Sometimes it wasn't a thing that they. Well, maybe I shouldn't talk about it. I don't know.
Yeah, don't get yourself in trouble. I am curious, but if it's gonna get you in trouble, don't do it.
Maybe it was unsanctioned launches.
They were gifted tanks. They weren't. It wasn't a
Exiled
tax
Scoob said,
No, the tank,
hard to make good tattoo
no,
money
I was
unless
driving
you're
the tank
owner
on the way
slash
to the
head
job site.
artist.
It's very true, Exiled Scoob. Like, I've been tattooing for 11 years, and I'm like, right now, I'm not gonna lie, I've been pretty good. But it's just a bunch of shit I don't really want to, like, post or do. But money's money.
Yeah.
But yeah, being a tattoo artist, you don't make shit. Unfortunately. Unless, like, you can make some sort of social media thing, but honestly, I kind of am over that. I don't want to do that. Because my body, honestly, I can't handle tattooing. I'm starting to get carpal tunnel. And, like, my lower back's all fucked up. Yeah. Like, just squeezing. Like, holding things, like, I don't have the grip I used to. Like, it hurts to
You hear the
squeeze
pop?
things.
I hear the bass from it popping.
I can't hear it. Honestly, I think it's because of the little background music. I think it's kind of like...
Oh yeah, it's quiet on my side. I don't have any music.
I just have background music. It's like sci-fi music, because we were talking about, like, UFOs and stuff, so I kind of put that on.
Birdie
Yeah.
FPV
It's just nice. It's like a
said,
chill kind of thing.
flipping burgers for this guy.
Yeah, it's been a good stream, dude.
No, this has been fun. Like, I'm honestly kind of honored that you ended up wanting to, like I said, come on. I've never done an interview. I've done stuff as far
Exiled
like
Scoob
with Moist. I had him talk
said,
on the conspiracy stuff. But
That's
never
why I got out,
actually
forced
got
to produce shit
sit and
degraded
talk with
work.
somebody on
People
here.
slowed down paying for good work.
And, you know,
See,
happy
the
that you're
problem-
the first.
The problem with White Sands, it zaps so much of my memory. It's hard for me to pull up things unless I come across maybe like a buddy I worked with there, and they talk about something, and then it'll spark up some moments that I'll be like, oh yeah, and then I can gather more.
To me, from what I've understood, it sounds like you have ADD.
No,
No? Because, like, I
I can't fetch my memories. I can't fetch them.
Because I'm the same way. Like, I have to have trigger answer. Like, I could talk about something, completely skip over something, and then hear something later on in a conversation, and I'm like, oh yeah, I should have brought that up too. Like, you talking about the tire stuff. I too was in a very similar situation where, like, I've had back pain for years, and I had to, right before I ended up quitting, I had to, like, basically by myself swap out every tire on a car. And I'm not gonna get too into it, but it was a pain in the ass having to do it by yourself. And that's when I was like, I'm not meant for this at all. I don't want to do this anymore. I could do it.
Yeah,
I could change your tires. I
shop.
could change your brakes. I could change your rotors, oil, your fucking coolant bullshit. I could do all that. Your diff oil or whatever, the grease that's in that shit.
Yeah, I can do pretty much. I can, you know what? I can work on anything.
I mean, if you work on a tank, I feel like it's like one of those. If you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge a ball. Like, if you've worked on a tank, you could probably work on.
Dude, I have had to
vehicle.
work upside down. I'd be upside down, feet in the air, dangling. You know, where a passerby just sees some feet, and I'm upside down, working on shit. They engineers made it so well. I mean, at least they thought about leaving space for a person to be able to squeeze down in there.
Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing I feel like they would have to do is because you would need, like, if your tank breaks down and you're in the field, you got to fix that shit. You can't just, I mean, you can abandon it, but you don't really want to. So making it accessible to fix, you know, I feel like would be like top priority for sure on anything.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not so bad. The crew has some basic things like if the track slips and comes off, they know how to do that. But anything else, they call like someone like me, the mechanic, or you know, and we roll up on our truck and get it going. Any means, MacGyver shit if you have to.
Was it specifically tanks that you worked on, or was it
Howitzers and tanks? But a lot of the mechanic and stuff, I only did a couple years. Well, White Sands, I had to work on everything, all the equipment that we tested, no matter what it was, tank, various other things. I had to know how to work on it, and so basically, it's like here, this is your vehicle, take care of it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I had to pretty much learn how to work on something I'd never seen before, and or figure out a way to make something work with impossible items. You're like real MacGyver shit sometimes. Like, I don't know. It was fun.
What would you say was the most challenging thing you had to do in a situation like that?
Trying to think. It wasn't any challenging. I don't remember it being a challenge.
Like something that probably took a lot longer than it should have.
Oh, I mean, it wasn't my bad. I was inexperienced at the time, so at the time I didn't know what I was doing, and we spent an entire night trying to get a vehicle going, you know, in a convoy, practicing G.I. Joe shit. And so everybody was long gone. We're left behind. But back then I didn't know what I was doing as much. That's when I was fresh out of basic. So just time-wise, dealing with maybe they were there.
Tobias Yoder FPV.
Just
Said,
in
Food.
not experience. Couldn't say the word. Sorry. There's a tongue in this mouth, huh? I'm for real, dude. I don't really get to talk, and so I don't know how to use this thing. And the feedback fucks me up. I forget about that. The feedback, not your bad. I hear my voice when I talk. So,
Oh, okay. No, I definitely could. Yeah, that fucks me up too. I try everything in my power to like avoid that, because if I can hear myself talking,
yeah, but then
I focus in on that part, and I completely lose train of thought.
Yeah, sometimes it fucks me up too. I'm not as good at it. Like Heads, he keeps it on too, because you'll be in those streams when the streamer doesn't know they don't have audio, and everybody's trying to get your attention, you know. So it's to avoid that kind of stuff.
Oh, he does. He plays it off very well then, because that would drive me insane.
That way he knows it's working.
I just rely on chat. Be like, hey, your audio's fucked up. I'm like, oh shit, okay, my bad. And usually it's just a matter of pressing. Just little boop, boop.
Yeah.
And we're back. I try not to get too crazy with it. I did find out if my headphones are unplugged, the stream has no audio except for what my mic is, because all the audio output comes into my headphones. And so I found out from the Jackass stream, when I unplug it, because by then I was honestly a little like toasty and stressed out from like having pepper spray. I didn't think about it at the time. But as soon as these headphones are unplugged, you can't hear chat, you can't hear any chime whatsoever unless I'm on the mic. The mic will be the only thing. Like if I'm playing a video in the background, you can't hear it at all.
Yeah. You have to get your setup sorted. I'm not for sure either. I'm still learning. And voice meter is one thing to look into. So you can channel all that to one location. And then, dang it, what'd you just say? So I was going to talk about something. You triggered something, and I was going to talk about it, and I lost it.
I was talking about. Fuck, I don't know. See, I'm ADD, so I fucking like. Unless it's like a certain topic, I have like the worst memory.
Dude, I don't enjoy, but I literally have to smoke this all freaking day to function at least this well. If I don't, I'm in so much pain and misery. I don't like that world. It's bad. I'm not some crybaby shit. It's a world I don't wish on anybody.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I think we should federally legalize it already, you know, because I can't have that here. Like, I mean, we smoke it anyways, but we're not supposed to. But it helps.
Dude, I suffer dilapating migraines before this paralyzed shit, before all this whole shit with my back and neck and all that. The migraines was first, and they were ER. You know, you're wanting to call the emergency room every time. I don't get the migraines now that I took.
From smoking?
Yep. The marijuana, cannabis keeps my migraines away.
Okay.
At least the pain.
I mean, I 100% believe it. Like, I used it for years medicinally, even though there's not medicinal here, but...
It takes more than a pain. I don't get the sound. Dude, sound would literally make you hurt. Not through the ear sound, the vibrations of sound. I would be in dying pain from just sound, not counting the light.
Damn, really?
The fucking light. The light, dude. Oh my god.
That's crazy. So
you said all
of that's from the time that you had the RF exposure.
Yeah, that's whenever I started experiencing that after White Sands. I got booted out because of migraines. They're like, you're no longer fit for service. But at the time, I didn't know it was their fault.
Did they and this may be too much of a personal question, but did they at least give you like 100% disability?
Not until I was paralyzed and homeless.
Exiled Scoob.
Damn.
Said.
I know
they
people
microwaved
that got 100% disability just from minor problems that like I said, like, no shade towards my boss, but he has 100% disability and he was functioning perfectly fine until he snapped his leg skating. So it's crazy to see how some people can't get full disability from like certain exposure. Like if it's like internal, they're like, it's what it is. But if it's physical, then you can get it, unless it's PTSD. But
yeah, I don't know. Like I said, New Mexico VA sucks. It, and I didn't know better either, probably, until I got to Indiana. And
Tobias Yoder FPV said,
let's do it.
plot twist,
He said,
the VA is watching and
VA
they're
is
now
watching
coming
and
for
now they're
Gringo's
coming for my
boss.
Dude,
No,
they
he's
tried to take
disabled
my.
now.
They tried to take my disability away. The VA. They do that. If you don't get it locked, there's someone constantly trying to take it away. It could be your doctor. You just go in, you got a code, and that doctor's like, "Hey, I think we need to check on your service connection issues," and then put in paperwork and get you knocked down until you fight it to get it back up again. It's
That's
really
crazy.
stupid. But the third time, I finally got mine locked at 100%, permanent and disabled. Well, they deemed it. They have to, make that consideration. But it was the third time when they took it away. I was like, you fuckers.
That's crazy. It took you how many years to get that?
Me personally, heck, I was 96 when I got out. It was 2019.
Over a decade.
Yeah, way over.
Almost 2 decades. No, that would be. Wait, you said 96?
96.
I was born in 96. So you were trying to get it. You were trying to get it since 96. That's crazy.
They wouldn't even treat me for my migraines. They kept trying to send me to a psychiatrist. And crazy. I kept going through that process many times. I had to sit there and fucking in front of psychiatrists, and they're asking you stuff, talking to this, and they're all convinced that you're faking it, and like, motherfuckers,
Faking it?
I'm dying.
Like,
This
bro,
shit ain't fun.
See, that's the thing that bothers me
Yeah.
about, we say we have modern medicines and stuff like that, but like as soon as something's like internal that you can't necessarily see on an x-ray or something, they're like, they're just trying to get benefits or something. And it's like, what the fuck do
Dude.
you mean? Like, why are you telling me I'm not feeling this? when I'm
Exiled
feeling
Scoob said,
Dude, I
the
felt
migraine is all in your
pain.
head.
My entire body was in pain during a migraine. It wasn't in my head. Maybe I'm in a constant state of migraine, but without the head pain now. Body hurts like that now.
Moist
So-
FPV.
I do have a
It even makes
question.
it hard for me to talk.
X-ray is how
I
they
do have
found
a
my
question.
pneumonia.
I do have a question about, like, it kind of goes into like a FPV related thing. So how does the goggles affect your migraines?
If I can get some I can see good, they don't affect me really at all, other than this eye strain,
Are you using
Fast start.
box goggles, or are you using?
Well, no, the box goggles, the DVR sucks. I can see in that
That's true.
7-inch screen. It's like a movie theater.
Yeah, no, that's why I love box
Fat
goggles.
Sharks. The Fat Sharks. You just get this little spot. You don't get to see everything.
Yeah,
So I don't enjoy that.
that's where I'm at. The binocular bullshit. Like I can't do
Yeah.
the 2 screens. It takes my eyes a second to adjust. That shit I feel like makes me have an migraine.
I-
'cause my
RA in
eyes
Squad
have to,
FPV
cross somehow
said,
to get it to line
The
up.
VA is ass in general.
Yeah,
Friends of mine
well,
came back fucked up
just
from
not just
Iraq,
that,
Afghanistan,
but
and
the
they denied
screen
them
itself
VA
is-
benefits.
feels so
Some of them
small.
gave into their mental state. I'm kinda just tired of funerals.
I don't know. I do miss the box goggles.
That's why I went
a
with
video.
the N3s for the DJI. The N3s.
Oh, digital boy.
Exiled
Dang.
Scoob.
I went from
Said,
analog to digital.
Date piercings worked for my wife for
I didn't think I would
migraines.
ever do it until they came out with the N3s, and I was like,
Moist FPV
this is life changing.
With bifocals I see everything,
sure.
especially with
Especially 'cause-
G3 goggles.
Especially because I don't want to have a GoPro on my 5-inch, and everybody was giving me shit about having analog footage, which never bothered me.
Yeah.
But apparently, and also the DVR, like you said, on box goggles are just kind of ass. Like, my wife's experiencing it now, but the corruption is just unreal. And the N3s, I've never had a corruption. It has the same, way better screen than the box goggles I have. Like you said, it's like literally watching an entire like movie screen in front of you.
Yeah.
And I feel like switching from analog to digital honestly has improved my flying, just because I could see what I'm doing now a little bit easier.
Yeah.
More than what I originally thought. I thought I was good with it, but I did notice that it
Yeah.
did change a little
It
bit.
helps when you can see stuff out your sides better.
Worn up?
Well, even then,
Same.
like, I run race
No way
mode.
your analog videos were like your signature.
So the with the digital, like, I run race mode, so the screen's smaller than the actual like full screen. So I actually have less field of view than I did with analog.
Yeah.
But I think it's just because I can see
Exiled Scoob said.
exactly how, because I feel
And
like the
3
analog
googles good
kind
ones.
kind of helped.
One a
with
DJI
my
drone
style
and got no
originally, 'cause,
DJI gogs.
I mean, it's choppy, so if I fucked up, it's hard to tell I fucked up. Whereas digital, I'm more like in tune of like, okay, this is exactly how it's gonna look when I'm done flying. I gotta make sure it's a certain way. So I've actually slowed my style down just a little bit to make it more smooth on the eyes, if that makes sense. Because with analog, I mean, you could whip around all day and it's not really like that big of a deal. Minus the range I had. The range was garbage, but I mean, I'm still not against analog. I want to make that clear. I love analog, and I would still be flying it if so many people didn't give me shit about it. And I still
Dang,
do
Rain
fly
Squad.
it with micros.
What state are you in where all this is happening, man? Because the VA,
RA in
it
Squad
depends by the
FPV.
state.
Said.
There's some
That's
states,
how I felt
they're
about
out to help
switching
their
from my
veterans.
Orcus to Walk Snail. I
And I
can
don't know
see more
why.
and react faster.
It's not their money. Why do they
Something like
care?
said.
Take care of the guys.
Tiny hoop analog
I
for
don't know why
life.
they want to hold back everything. It's stupid.
Mm-hmm. I mean, anything dealing with the government doesn't want to just like hash out money. They want to
Dude,
take your money.
It
took me a year to get my
RA in
life.
Squad FPV. Said.
My body doesn't
Michigan.
absorb B12 anymore.
He said Michigan.
Conveniently. That's another side effect. And I need B12 injection. And it took me a year to get my B12 injections back in this state. Because they decided I didn't need them anymore. And yet I get injections twice a month. And I'm barely at the lowest minimum level. I'm still not keeping the B12 for some reason.
Do you think that has something to do with the not eating?
Well, no,
I'm not
eat.
sure. I'm
I
not sure
eventually
exactly how you get B12, to be honest.
eat. You get it through your food.
Okay.
Beef and other things.
Okay.
And but there's a in your guts, there's something that has to get a signal to harvest that. And I don't have that signal no more. I did. I used to. I didn't have any issues. My health was great. And considered the migraines. I never got sick. The flu, that bug that shut down the world. I got it. And so I don't even know where I was going.
I've definitely got the Rona one time, and my sense of smell is still fucked up from it.
Dang.
And this was 3 years ago now, and I could smell, but it's not like I don't smell what other people smell sometimes. Like again, I'm not trying to steer the conversations to me or anything, but I did have a client one
For
time
sure.
that smelled like cat piss, and I didn't
Ew.
smell it at all until they brought it up to me, and then I went back into my room because I was like on a small break, and I went back in there, and then I kind of like smelt it, and I was like, oh shit, like why didn't I smell that before? I had no idea. Like,
Dang.
and it might say something about me. Who knows? I might smell like cat piss for all I know. I got fucking cats that like to piss on shit they're not supposed to.
I don't like the way I smell from this medication. It has a.
What does it make you smell like?
I don't know. I don't know. It don't smell good, especially when you're taking a shit. It don't smell like your normal shit.
It smells like extra vitamins.
It's got a weird.
Oh, I
That's
think
weird.
Commander Goggle's going to bed. Night, man. Love you, Papa Goggle.
Night.
But yeah, man. I do want to say again, I appreciate you chilling and talking to us about all
Scoop.
this.
Exiled. Did you? Man, thank you. Thank you for bringing me on here. Exiled, did you get the DJI from Heads? Did you win that? Did they give that away yet? A little whoop. He got a DJI and he has goggles.
I just read his comment. So many years of stick time,
Exiled
but
Scoop.
masturbation didn't cross over.
Said, yes, sir.
That's what reminded me to say something.
It's that reaction time. That's the
You
thing.
did? Oh, I missed that show. That was the other night, wasn't it? Damn
Oh,
it.
that is right. I did watch
Exiled
that.
Scoob. Said,
Congratulations
Pastors
on
wrote
that.
a
I totally
riot
forgot.
quad,
I even
LOL.
said congratulations.
Oh,
Yeah,
and you got the Rotor Riot? Oh, yeah, I saw that. Heck yeah.
something
Big
light.
winnings.
I've entered in
Said,
so many like
Who up late cranking
things,
they
and I've
hog.
only won like 1 or 2 times ever, and I've probably entered in like 20 plus times. Who knows?
I don't enter that much, but I've gotten lucky.
It's more or less like
Here and
one of
there.
those like kind of like heads where it's just like you're a what is it called
Exiled
like a
Scoob.
subscriber type
Said,
thing.
My mind fucking blew when that happened.
Heck yeah,
I'm not
dude.
the guy to
It's
win
good.
stuff.
Like I was giving away skirts frames for 2 years. Every streamer like Heads and That Guy Fly and I don't think I see him frames. But a lot of the streamers shows
Tobias
like that,
Yoder FPV.
I would send them frames to give
Said,
away.
Hog cranked.
Dude,
Pants shid.
there's
Barb
probably
left.
at least 50 frames
1911
out
on
there.
my hip. I am a FUD.
See, that's good. I like it when people do that stuff. Like it makes things interesting, you know, like just
I
doing
can't do it
giveaways.
now. It hurts. It hurts my feelings. I can't. I want to, and I can't. I got my prototype. I want to start promoting this, my new frame,
Exiled Scoob.
and I
Said,
can't.
But I don't have DJI
I don't have the
gogs,
money.
so I can't fly the hoop.
You know these
And the
things.
Rotor Riot, I
they're not
need a
cheap,
backpack
these
for my
cuts.
Radio Master to fly that one.
I'm getting good deals. I guess, $10 a cut. I mean, machine and the work required. I get. And the sheet, you know, it's not cheap. Little sheet of carbon.
Yeah, I
They're
found
not
that
really making a whole bunch of money.
I was gonna print out my own frames. Do I have it over here still? I think I do. Yeah. I was gonna print out my own frames, and this one little piece of carbon, this right here, I think it's 4 millimeters thick.
Yeah.
That costs like $30 almost,
Tobias Yoder FPV.
Yeah.
which is
Said,
crazy.
Dem Tupperware guns don't have mesh
And so I
stopping
was like,
power
you know
sent
what,
from
I'm gonna
Haas's
put that on the
Amazon
back
Alexa.
burner. Eventually, I do want to design my own 5-inch frame. mainly just for me, so that way I can have an infinite amount of frames to like go through. But I also want to I want to make something that's like durable enough that I can at least promote. 'Cause it's not like a cash grab thing. It's more like, you know, I want to make a drone that's gonna last through.
That's what I
Tobias
do
Yoder
on mine.
FPV.
I'm not
Said,
trying to make the lightest.
Alright, I'm done
and
with the FUD
greatest.
memes.
I'm just like, you know, I don't have a lot of money, so when I invest in this thing, I want it to last. I want it to, you know, I don't want it to break a motor every time I crash, or break an arm, or break my camera. So that's
And see,
what
that's
my
why
frames are.
I like your frames because they're very unique looking compared to a lot of the other ones I've seen, like from Micros. Like you have like a slight star
nobody
diamond shape to it, and I think that's like cool because most of the time it's like a traditional style drone, but just on a, you know, shrunken down kind of level.
Yeah.
Which I will
Like
say,
the
I've never
5-inch.
broke a 1S carbon fiber frame, but
I know everybody likes that 5-inch school bus design, but I'm like, when is that going to change? It's been like since the beginning.
I mean, this might also be a lack of experience, but right now, the most durable frame I've ever had to this day is my Stingy 5-inch frame. It's the Stingy V2, and apparently it's an old frame, like being promoted
Probably
back in, like,
heavy and
2018.
everything.
It's heavy, but that shit is durable. And
Tobias
I love
Yoder
that thing.
FPV.
I gave it, actually have
Said,
my wife's the one that's using
8-bit
it now
same here.
because
I've been wanting to try
can
a
crash it.
Y6 5-inch for
It's good
so
to go.
long.
That's what the Triton over at Jack's. It's pretty much crash it and you're good to go. Get back up, keep flying. That's how my Slippy frame.
Mhm.
That's a tank. I think I've only had one person break a skirt so far. Not saying they can't, but you know.
I'll definitely put it to the test. knowing how it is, you know, I'm gonna push it to the limits. For you
It's
though, for
possible.
science.
But you got to be smart and not overbuild it. It's a lightweight freestyle frame. You don't make it
So it
too heavy.
It has to be analog, essentially.
You might get a. Well, how much is that? The DJI Lite now?
109.
No, I mean weight.
Oh wait, that's a good question. I think
It's like
it's
total
around,
10 grams.
I think it's around 10, 15 grams.
You're
I
probably
could
alright with
actually
that.
I could search it right quick. Let's see.
If you look at my old videos for iGal, I made a ducted version of Scourge, and with 45 mil ducts, and that thing was
10 grams.
heavy.
Yeah, you're right. 10 grams.
Yeah, you'll be all right.
You said
Like I
you
said,
put what on it though?
45 mil ducts on the Scourge. I made a custom frame. If you look in my older videos, iGal.
RA in
That
squad
thing was
FPV.
heavy. It'll
Said,
handle
The
that
longest
DJI
frame forehead
stuff.
was the Quadifier
What up,
Diamond
what up?
back. Funny part is JB shit on the frame saying it was trash, but I crashed the shit out of it and still haven't broke anything.
I still had the frame and the ducts. I didn't break any of it. Matter of fact, well, the flight controller is right here on my Scourge, and the motors is on a frame hanging on the wall. They're all still good.
You said the iGal video? I'm trying to look it up so I can pull it up and play it on stream.
Yeah, it's iGal, MeowGal. It's last year's videos, iGal.
Oh, let's see here. I go.
I gotta go through a few pages here. Yeah, it's down in there.
Okay, IGAL 4, weekly challenge number 2.
I don't know.
3.
I show the build. I just had the showing the build deal too. The flying's not so great. I sucked.
That's the thing about FPV though, is it's way. Oh, I think I found it. Scourge Gal. 45mm
Yes.
props. Alright, let me pause this and then. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing about FPV is like, it's like skateboarding. It's just like, it takes a long time to, like, it's a lot harder than people think.
I traded a skate park with those.
I know,
they
I
survived it.
saw it when I was scrolling through. I saw like a skate park video.
Yeah,
I think it was
and
one
all
of
that
my-
metal and stuff. Yeah,
So these are
That's
the
fun.
ducks that you put on it.
yeah. I custom made it. I had a, like, if you look at how they're formed like 8s or Bs, 8B, 8-bit. That was by chance, but that is funny.
I like
Instead of 8.
I like that. Yeah, these are cool. I think that's what I want to do with the Scourge is I probably will sacrifice old frames and make some ducks out of it so that way I could fly it in semi more public spaces.
Yeah. It'll be alright. I
Mainly
even
gorilla whooping. I want to get into
half-
that, but I haven't.
I even have a version with half ducks.
Oh, okay, where it's just like kind of the front of them.
Yeah. That was cool. That's a fractal, the other one.
See, I need to get more 1S batteries. Mine are old and well used.
Come on. Trying to get back.
I want to see the flight of these bad boys. Where's the skate park? I just saw it. Oh, here it is.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Beans. Man, where's Beans? I ain't seen him around.
I see him pop in on Spider Stream every now and then. And then, who's other? There's another person's I watched. I think he'll pop in Heads every now and then. Infinity Loops. I know Spider Sugar just barely, finally got to meet him in person a couple weeks ago. I think when he was in San Francisco. I could be wrong.
That's cool. There's my little fly buddy. I miss him. He passed away recently.
Oh, the guy that's in the video with you?
No, the little dog. My Sheltie.
I must have missed it.
Yeah, he's whenever I land, he's over by me. A little sidekick. Angel, I don't know. What do you call them when they're special like that?
I think Angel's the perfect word for it. Oh, I see her. Is it a he or she?
He.
He.
Everybody thought he was a she. That's how purdy he was.
Those corgis, man. They're just beautiful dogs.
It's a Sheltie.
Oh, Sheltie?
Yeah. Little lassie.
I feel bad now.
Moist
man.
FPV
Misclassified.
said. Beans is
It's
good
cool.
people. I'd I'ma leave out.
wouldn't
I
mind.
need to go
Still
listen
lick
to
your
music
face
or
to
I'ma
death.
go crazy. RN great stream guys. Love y'all.
Love you too, Moist.
Spinning
Thanks for chilling, man.
Later. Who's good?
I like that you
Something
can't see the
or moist.
ducks on here.
Good night, Moist. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Get him out of the way a little bit. Good night, Moist.
Yeah, Moist is a good dude. I love that guy.
Music, whenever I'm going through the pain where it's like debilitating, where I can't hardly move, which it sucks that my audio system died because I can't get my sound now. So the music would soothe. It wouldn't take it away, but it would take the edge off where I wasn't going out of my mind.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a strong believer that music is also therapy.
Even during migraines, whenever I got over, because there was stages with the migraines. You know, the times where sound just hurt, and I'm not talking about audio in the ear, just the vibration of the sounds would make the body hurt. It wasn't just a headache. It wasn't head pain. It was everything pain. And I lost track where I was going. Anyway, that's happening to me a lot. This medication, my low B12, and
RA in squad FPV
RF
said.
medication.
I can't sleep without some sort of music playing.
Yeah, Rain Squad said he can't sleep without some sort of music playing. I'm kind of the same way. I have to have something kind of like to draw out the, like if I'm camping or something, silence is preferred, just so I can hear what's going on around me. But yeah,
I don't know what
I
silence
have to
is.
have-
The ringing in my ears is so freaking loud. I don't know what silence sounds like. But yeah, music, sleeping is good. I usually have something on. Not that I need it. When I was married, I slept many a nights without music, and she didn't like it. It is nice. And be careful what you listen when you sleep.
Oh yeah. It can feed into your subconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely believe in that. Like, I have to, like, there's some music I like listening to, but I have to sometimes turn off of it just because I can feel the music kind of, like, becoming too much at some point. Like if it's, like, somewhat depressive music, then I start to feel myself kind of getting to that, like, state.
Yeah. Because music works on your emotions. Well, that's one point it works on.
I mean, definitely a big point of it.
Yeah.
A fun fact, what really put that into perspective is because, you know, I claim to be spiritual now. Like, I'm, you know, definitely not atheist like I once was. But I was like, you know what? My buddy was getting baptized, and I was like, I haven't been to church in a while. And I was like, I kind of want to see what it's like now, because I grew up in a Christian household, used to go to church. I hated it when I was younger. It never resonated with me, blah, blah, blah. Well, now that I'm spiritual, I was like, I'm more open to, you know, people. I'm more open to, like, the concept and stuff. Not necessarily converting or anything, because I would never convert to a religion. But anyways, when I was there, I finally figured out why church is so... At least the church I was going to specifically was so, like, how it had so many people in it. And it was the music. Because the music
RA in squad FPV
basically feed
said,
into their emotions.
tendinitis is a bitch for got it bad from going to the range without ear pro and tannerite exploded too close to me.
The whole thing, their whole exercise when they're up there is a cadence, a rhythm.
And
It's
they tell
all
you
to get
exactly what you
people
wanna
into a
hear.
state. Yeah, they get you into a state to do what, you know, to give.
To give them money.
and whatnot, and be a part. Yeah,
And
it's easier to manipulate people in a crowd than it is an individual.
100%, yeah. And my buddy that I was with, he was atheist.
Something
I'm
like
spiritual, he was
said,
atheist. And he,
for
by
money.
the end of it, he was like, man, he's like, I might start going to church. And I'm like, they got you, dude. They feed on that. They want you to be vulnerable and to make you feel like you're having it. Because if you never had a true spiritual experience, when you have something that kind of feels different than what you normally get, hence like why people go to live shows, is because of the vibrations. And that vibration's giving you like a synthetic feel of what spirituality is, and then they're gonna suck you in that way. And
Yeah.
you know, I never fell for it because, like I said, like I'm much more of a, I wouldn't say a thinker, but I question a lot of things. And that's why
Observer.
I went through an atheist phase when I was younger, because I was raised Christian, went to a private school, never resonated with me. I thought there was something wrong. I kept thinking I was going to go to hell, so I went the extreme route and said, fuck it all, like I don't believe in any of it. And it wasn't until I had my own personal spiritual experience that I was like, okay, there is something going on, but it's not a religious thing. I think religion's like a tool.
Tobias
and
Yoder
should be used as
FPV
one, but I don't
said,
think it should be like...
You're a skeptic gringo, that's
It's
the
not.
word.
It shouldn't be used the way that's being used in this world.
Exactly. Like I think...
I mean, everybody's killed. There's people killing each other for religion. There's so much wrong with it. I had this spiritual journey too. I lost everything. I grew up from a family and without a dad, and I had a stepdad who was very abusive. And whenever I had my family, I wanted to be there for my kids. You know, I can't help the things me and their mom, it didn't work out. But in that time period, when I was losing everything I loved, I wasn't losing worthless things. I was losing the people I loved. And I had my spiritual journey. I went through many churches. There wasn't a person in any of these churches in these times looking for God and meeting God. And I was denied. The preachers would tell me I didn't have enough faith. I didn't believe. I was sitting there praying and crying and begging. So, yeah, the churches will fucking use people. A lot of them do. There's some good people that have a good church, but most of them, fucking A,
As soon as you
man.
get to the ones where they're more cinematic, that's all it is. It's like a magician pulling a rabbit out of their hat. You know, they give you a show, and people feed into that, and they're like, "Oh, I'm doing good because
RA
I'm
in squad
worshiping
FPV
Jesus
said,
or God or whatever it is."
I'm
And they feel
agnostic,
like
I
they're
believe
good,
there
but in
was higher
reality,
power, but being raised Catholic, that's not it.
You know, they're feeding into a system that's abusing them and abusing their spiritual beliefs, making them feel like that they're righteous for what they believe in. And in reality, like, do your own research. Like, I don't discredit anybody, because I've met both sides of the spectrum of Christians, specifically, because obviously I'm in Texas, there's more Christians here. I have the ones that I meet that are completely open-minded, that don't, you know, they don't disrespect other religions. And then I get the ones where they're like, you have to believe in Jesus to be saved. And those are the ones that I can't stand, because it's like, do you even believe in Jesus? Because I was on that boat. Like, I used to be that person where I was like telling my friends they need to believe in Jesus, even when I was like, I don't know who Jesus is. I don't feel him in my heart like they said, you know. And it wasn't until like I get older and I realize like I look at Jesus as like a real person. I believe he existed. I look at them as teachers, not something I should live my life to, but by, you know. Like, you should be more like the main thing with all religions is just be good to people, love. And that's what I think the ultimate meaning of like what these teachers teach you is to love, not hate or, you know, destroy or anything like that.
Yeah.
Not to get into a religious topic or anything, but, you know, it's just, it's one of those, like, I know
I used to have, you know, that sensitivity that I was talking about, where I sensed things and felt things. Feeling a world I'm kind of glad I don't feel it so much, because it's
Tobias
so
Yoder
overwhelming.
FPV said,
There's so many people
Gringo, you better read the Quran. LOL, Muhammad chose violence.
in distress. The energy is out there big time.
Tobias Yoder FPV said, everybody gets stoned.
I agree. I feel like that's the thing, is like I believe in a universal form of spirituality where you can believe in anything you want, and I think as long as you're a good person, it doesn't matter. You could be atheist, and I talk to, like, you know, I used to be atheist. I've been, like I said, I've been on all sides of the spectrum, and it wasn't until I realized I was agnostic that I felt like a weight was lifted off, and that's where, like, I guess, quote unquote, my spiritual journey began, is when I started to open up to things more. And, you know, I believe in the paranormal and stuff like that, and if you're atheist, you don't believe in anything. You can't believe in anything. That's the point of it.
Yeah, but did it change anything? Not believing in anything?
It changed my outlook on death, because my entire life, even when I was a Christian, I was scared of death, because if you're a Christian, it's a 50-50 on either you go to heaven or hell, or if you're Catholic, there's purgatory.
Said,
but like,
ha ha ha, oh, not that kind of stoned.
Then there's nothing that's happening, and it's just like, oh fuck, you know. Then the whole point of life is like, it's kind of fucked. But it wasn't until I realized I was agnostic that I was like, okay, I'm open to the idea of something being out there and stuff like that. And then when I had my spiritual experience, it completely made me feel relief from like dying. Like, I'm like, okay, it's just, you know, this is like, living now is almost like a dream. And when you die, you wake up, and then you can go back to sleep and then be a human again, and, you know, like all that kind of stuff, if you choose to, is the way I perceive it. And like, doing that made me, like I said, I don't have fear of death. Like, I don't want to die. I love the people around me, my wife, my family and stuff, but if I ended up dying, I'm not fighting it. It's a part of nature. It's just like a leaf falling off a tree, you know. Very hippie thing to say, but that's the way I look at it.
So, also though, but another thing I was asking on that, did it change anything? Was the paranormal still happening? Was all these things that you know, see now, that you're open up to, those things,
I felt like
they were still happening?
I felt like,
weren't they?
I feel like it somewhat increased because of me being more open to it. but it's always happened. And that was partly the reason why I chose to, or I realized I didn't choose, I realized I was agnostic, is because I genuinely just didn't know what the fuck was going on. But I know that because I've had ghost experiences before, paranormal experiences, and I'm like, and I've seen UFOs, so I'm like, there's something going on outside of what we, what we could perceive. And it's this is a cheesy way to explain it, but it's like if you smash your cell phone right now, boom, it's destroyed. Well, you got the cloud backing up some of it, so your phone's still there, but it's not there, Like, you're not going to get everything back, but you're going to get, like, the important stuff that you backed up to the cloud.
We're not tethered to this body, when it passes, we still got stuff to do.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I believe. It's like there's an existence outside of us. I look at humans, especially because I was talking to Canis Lupus, about this the other night, where I believe that, like, being a human, especially in the time we're living in now, like, we're living in such a rare time in human history that, like, it's almost like we all chose to be here at once, like the technology the fact that I'm able to talk to you in real time, halfway across the states and stuff is just a phenomenal thing that we could do while looking at you, which is a phenomenal thing that we could do that we couldn't do 100 years ago. We couldn't do 50 years ago. We could, but it'd be way more expensive and primitive and analog, if that, But like 200 years ago, it wouldn't have. This would be witchcraft,
Yeah.
So it's like technology is like where the time we're living in is just such a unique time in human history that I feel like we kind of just overlook like what it is and what we're here for. And I look at humans, like, being a human is a learning experience, and the time we're living in can technically increase that experience because of the way we have, like, our cell phones. We have basically the entire world's knowledge in our fingertips.
That's insane.
And
then everybody running around like they're dumb.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's because we have free will. We could choose the state. It's like in the Matrix, with the red pill, blue pill. We could choose to be.
I don't know about this free will thing. I don't
100% believe in free will, as in, like, I think you have a choice in paths, but sometimes the paths are destined for you to be, like, they're already pre-chosen. I don't know how to explain it, but
I just know a lot of my will that I've intended upon this earth has not happened. It's been denied. So I don't know about that free will thing. There's a lot of forces that work against some people.
When I say free will, I think it's like a more minute thing. Like, I could take my pants off right now because I have the free will to do it, but I'm not going to, like, it's like certain things we have free will over, but, like, when it comes over to your overall life and the direction you go, I genuinely don't think we have a choice in that. I think it's just, honestly, just, with it's just a destined thing,
Probably. Hold on, the dogs are begging to go out.
Exiled Scoob, welcome to the pants party. Yeah, sorry, this took a whole other turn. But I enjoy this stuff. I'm a closeted spiritualist. Like, I want to say now, I would never push anything on anybody because I could care less about what you believe in. But being agnostics, like, I'm not agnostic anymore. I'm spiritual, but when I turned agnostic, it was a big life-changing experience. Sorry, I've had too much tequila, and I'm probably going to take another shot.
Those two have become so spoiled since the divorce. prior to the divorce, they weren't allowed to be part of the family. You know, made to stay outside, locked up in the bathroom at night. You know, nobody really made them part of the family. And now, they won't even let me sleep on the couch.
Yeah, see, I mean, dogs are family. If you have a pet in your life, that's just an extended family, you know, and that's the way it should be looked at.
Yeah.
Shouldn't treat them
They-
as like a hindrance because you thought they were cute at one point and now they're just there, you know, like you gotta
Tobias
treat them
Yoder
like a family
FPV
member.
said, "That was your
I
first
know,
red flag
Yoder.
8-bit."
I put my little buddy. His life changed when we came here, and yeah, you know, what can you say? She was my first love. I met her fans, and she found me 20 years later and thought it was fate, you know, destiny, and we get back together, and it broke my faith, that's for sure.
Real quick, Justin Dennis asked, what FPV sim do you prefer? Me personally, Uncrashed. That's the best FPV sim. When it comes to like as close to a one-to-one experience. Otherwise, like Trip and
Velocidrone.
Velocidrone's good, and there's another one. Not Liftoff. Fuck Liftoff. I mean, not fuck them. They're probably good people. Good, you know. But I don't like Liftoff. It's
Liftoff Micros has gotten pretty good.
see, my thing is with Liftoff. I don't know if it's the engine they use, but everything feels like it's delayed. Like it doesn't have the exact. Like it doesn't have like
Yeah.
a quick response time kind of thing.
I've only done Velocidrone and Liftoff, so I don't know.
Tobias Yoder FPV.
I would say
I started
Said,
the hard way. I
"I've
did
loved
line
a
of
few, but
sight,
none of them even come
and then
close to
I
Mrs. Yoder.
learned by
Literally
crashing
the ideal
buildings.
female for your boy Tobes."
Yeah, that's the way a lot of people started off. But like I said, I started off in an FPV sim just to make sure it was something I wanted to do, and then I flew in the FPV sim, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. So I could fly line of sight now just from the experience I've had with drones and test flying, but that's not how I started off. But I feel like the sim definitely like is like a cheat code. That and rates. I don't care what anybody says, but rates are a big deal when it comes to like doing like certain things like juicy flicks and trippies. Like you have to have decent rates to do them. You can't just be like slow stock rates. Which I run
Dude, I
slow
was flying
rates, but
line
I
of
run
sight
linear.
inside my bedroom.
You were what?
I was doing line of sight inside my bedroom with a tiny whoop trademark.
I fly line of sight in my house with my 5-inch sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. Just a quick make sure everything's working properly kind of thing. Yeah, I'm also the kind of person that tests prop directions with props on. And I fucked myself up one time. You can't see it now, but I have scars on my arms right here from trying to test fly or check the prop direction on a 3-inch.
Oh gosh.
Fucked me up pretty good. Tiny whoops, it doesn't matter. You can test the props on with those, because if they hit you, it's nothing bad.
A 2-inch 2S slice you too.
That's true. Luckily, I haven't been hit by this one. It's definitely messed up though. Hey, Apollo. Still awake? Isn't it like he's in France, so it's probably like
AM over there.
yeah, it's like late for us, early for them. You'll be good.
In the future.
Oh, I would not fly a 7-inch indoors, that's for sure. Even to test fly it, that's way too risky. 5-inch, questionable.
I hovered that 13-inch inside.
My favorite video from McShaky is I think it was a 7-inch, and he was testing it out in his basement, and he had it on the floor, and he went to arm it, and it immediately like caught on fire, and he just like ran up and like unplugged the battery and stuff like that. But the way he like reacted was just absolutely hilarious, and he still brings it up because it's my wife's personal favorite like video of his, because just it's like some like cartoon shit. Like you're like, all right, I'm gonna test this out, and then it's like, oh shit.
Right.
But yeah, flying a 13-inch indoors, woo, the cojones.
There's that brushed one.
Oh, okay. That's a little different, but I mean, it's
There's,
still
2 to 3S. I had a big old 2S battery, almost like what the RC cars use.
Justin said he just got an Avata 2 for his first FPV, and he said he's got to build one that doesn't mind crashing. Crashing's part of it. I don't know anything about DJI drones themselves, so I have no idea how good the Avata is, but from what I understand, it's a pretty good drone. But
It's okay as long as you don't crash too much.
yeah, those are the ones you don't want to crash, just because you
Yep.
can't just
They're not made
fix and
for it.
replace like you could like the, your own build.
Yeah, it is pretty wild how we're able to do this, so for real.
I mean, for real, like, I wish I kind of found out about FPV sooner, but
Yeah, I know.
honestly, the time we're in right now, it's not a bad time to get into it. Like,
Well,
you got brushless technology, you got digital, like, especially with the 04, perfect time to get into the hobby.
Yeah.
Especially with
What
them
is
making it
that set of
affordable.
goggles, like $500-600 so
For DJI?
any of the digital.
Nah, the N3s are $230 something.
Oh,
$239, I
They're-
think.
is that their box version of the
Yeah,
DJI? I guess.
yeah, it's their box goggle. Actually, I have them right here.
I want those HD0 box goggles.
Right here.
The new ones.
They're pretty sweet too. Like the quality. The only complaint is the battery's built in, but other than that, like, you get about 2 hours of flight time. I know the G3s, they're about $500, but the N3s are $239. I don't know now what the tariffs, they might have changed a little bit, but when I bought mine, they were $239.
I can't swing stuff like that nowadays.
I got lucky with my wife having a fat income tax check, so she was able to help me out with that.
Yeah, that definitely helps. Support. Is your wife your friend, or is she just someone that you're married to, work to bring food to the house? And...
She's my best friend. I know it sounds cheesy, but
No, that's how it should be.
and we've been together for this will be our 11th year. No kids or anything. That's the thing that I'm like thankful for, is we were able to last a decade without kids. Whereas I know a lot of friends, they have kids with people and they just hate their life after that. And I feel for that. Luckily, I think the thing is we just get along super well.
Exiled, he's got HD0 goggles, but he's got a DJI Woo Maybe you need to send those goggles over here. You don't need them.
Shoot, he just needs to get those new. I think it's HD0 that does the new box goggles, and he can have
He's got
HD
HD0.
and analog.
But he's got a DJI Tiny Whoop A1.
What is he? So he only flies analog? I mean, truthfully, I don't know of too many box goggles. I think there's one that somebody was talking about that's for analog that's pretty good for box goggles. But honestly, box goggles for analog are kind of like half-assed. Whereas, like I said, the DJI box goggles, like, honestly, I would pay like $400 for those things. They're freaking amazing. Looking right now, it looks like they did go up a little bit. The lowest I can find is $289. The rest of them are like close to $400. $312. Yeah, they did go up a little bit. Unless, I don't know, maybe Fly High has them for, because I think he's trying his best to not have the tariffs affect him. I don't even see the N3s on here. The G3s are the same price, $499, so $500. So that's good. They're still expensive. I won't probably ever need to get the G3s. I don't need to have the little camera lens to see what I'm doing. Just pull the goggles up. Justin Dennis says best site to buy FPV parts. I personally like Get FPV, Rex, Fly High, and I'll throw Tiny Whoop in there. Tiny Whoop's pretty good too. Race Day Quads. There's a lot of good sites out there.
Yeah, I don't say Tiny Whoop. That's about all I know because I just do the small stuff. So.
Yeah, it depends on what size drone you're wanting.
Pyro drone. There's some other new ones though. Can't think about the name. More of the mom and pop shops.
I'd say Get FPV and Race Day Quads are my primary ones that I get from. When it comes to like larger drones, Race Day Quads probably has like the most affordable. Fly High has good stuff too. And he's trying to like beat the tariffs by like keeping everything the same price. So shout out to him for doing that. Yeah, I'm looking at his website right now. I'll do this. Everything seems pretty regular. The 04 Pro is the same price, $229.
What the heck?
If you do get into like 5-inch, more common than what you already do, I strongly suggest trying out the 04 Pro. It's worth it. I was skeptical and I was very nervous about buying it because it's so expensive because of my fly style. Like I try to be snappy and whippy and hit tiny gaps, and you could do that with the 04. Shit, even the 04 Lite's pretty good. I can't really complain about it. He says... He says he's looking for a 5-inch, but open to maybe a 3.5. I personally like 5-inch over the rest of them, but 3.5 is a good way to go. He said, stupid question, the camera system is different than the receiver. Like, I can use 04 Pro camera unit with ELRS receiver. Yeah, they're two completely separate things. The 04, the camera is just the VTX, so that's what you broadcast to your goggles. ELRS is what's receiving your transmitter's inputs. So two completely different things. They work together. I use ELRS with my 04. Not a stupid question. I asked a lot of stupid questions when I first got in. Like, I had no idea what prop wash was. I was like, what is prop wash? And that's like the most basic thing to learn. And I was probably months in when I asked that question. I felt pretty stupid. But no stupid question. The only stupid question is a question that's unasked. Pyrodrone's another good one. I honestly could list off like most of them. I won't really say Rotor Riot, but I heard Rotor Riot switched from being a war company to more of a hobbyist company now, so maybe they'll get some love in the future.
Yeah, you have to know software. You have to know repair, soldering, troubleshooting.
Honestly, the most important part would be repairing. Software, you can get away with flying stock tunes for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to ESCs, I even have a hard time with ESC configuration sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. It's simple, but because it's outside of Betaflight, I have a hard time figuring it out.
Am I gonna mess you up with the upside down flight control?
No. I know how to orient flight controllers. If I need to. Most of the time I try to avoid it though. Like when I built this one, luckily
RA in
it
Squad
has, like, the
FPV
perfect spot for
said,
it, where I didn't have to wait.
there are no stupid questions, only stupid answers.
Prefer the flip
It's definitely
flight
stupid
controller.
answers.
Now, I kind of build all my drones that way with the flip.
My T-motor flight controller was flipped because it wouldn't fit on the frame otherwise. Which I love that thing. I wish I could get it working, but I don't know exactly what's wrong with it. Let's see.
Can't choke on that one. Kind of coughed me up.
Yeah, there's plenty of YouTube videos out there on it. Just be careful because some of the videos might not actually answer the problem you're having, and you might end up causing more problems. That happened to me one time. Funny enough, it was a Joshua Bardwell video, and turned out it was just a mechanical problem, not a software problem, like I thought it was.
Yeah.
I had to backtrack, and that was a pain in the ass. Luckily, that's why you save your, what is it? Your fucking, can't think of it right now.
Diff?
Yeah, your diff files. Save it, and that way you have it as a backup just in case.
You know, there's a lot of times that I've
Yeah,
had
CLI.
issues,
CLI,
right?
that's what it is.
Where I've had issues like motor acting up, thinking it's a ESC or VTX issues or just weird stuff, right? And after doing the same thing, going through all scenarios, you know, on trying to solve whatever issue, I would eventually
RA in Squad
not solve
FPV
it and be like, okay,
said,
fuck it, I'm gonna
my problem is
reflash
tuning. I'm a
everything
sped kid
fresh.
when it comes to that.
Fresh firmware, fresh ESCs. More than 50%, I've brought a flight controller back just by doing that.
Reflashing them?
Just reflashing everything.
I might
Like
try that
everything.
with the beta flight controller because I'm having that issue I was talking about earlier with it. I kind of just learned to fight it. But yeah, I'm still sour about beta FPV.
Then I've had some that I've gotten so frustrated, said fuck it, and just threw it in a box. Then one day come back to it, and everything works fine. So there's that.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just let it sit and it fixes itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that with mine a few times where I was having like weird motor problems and
Deja vu.
you just let it
Deja
sit for a
vu.
little bit. I guess maybe cool it down. Or, I don't know. My motor's...
We've been here before, and you've already said this.
I have?
Just saying. My deja vu. We've been here before, and you've already said this. Just saying.
I always look at deja vu as a positive thing. A lot of people say deja vu is like a bad thing, but I look at it as like
It depends. It helps. I mean, eventually I'll realize what this is about, this deja vu, you know. But yeah, generally it's okay. Sometimes it's just goofy. You're like, what? And the days later, we're like, why?
Deja vu is such
I
a
missed
weird experience. Like, I honestly like it when it happens because I feel like every time I have deja vu, something positive comes like later on down the road. Like, the most significant one I could think of, I have it quite often, but when I was in my apartment, like, I was just about to move out and we went through some weird stuff, and then shortly after we ended up getting our house and stuff like that. So like, I look at it as like, it's a weird cross of timelines, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, for me, it's
Because
always
this is
been
the
more
first time I've
positive.
ever talked to you.
Sure.
And I'm like, when did we have this conversation already? You know?
Probably like thousands
yeah,
of
it's weird.
times in another life.
Could be. Could be.
That's why there's a hip hop group, and forgive me, I can't remember who it is, but they have a line that's like the magnetic attract, and I believe in that. Like, you know, like what that means is like people that if you're a certain way, you're gonna attract people in a similar way, if that makes sense. And I feel like all of us being like stoners / psychedelic users / open-minded people definitely attract each other. And chill people. Like all of that. You could also be chaotic as fuck and attract other chaotic people and make your life hell if you want to, but...
That's probably true. I won't talk about it, but yeah.
Worn Up says he thinks deja vu is your higher self trying to express something to our monkey brains.
And then Exiled, my higher self quit coming around when I started smoking that.
That's fucking funny. Shit, you know, shout out to Worn Up and Exiled for sitting through all this. I feel like they've been on the stream like most of the stream. We've been at it almost 5 hours. That's crazy.
5 hours?
This is the longest
Really?
stream I've had, yeah.
No shit.
Yeah, it went
Well.
by like crazy. It is almost 1 o'clock for me though. I might have to... I gotta work tomorrow. I might have to...
That's
end
cool,
it
man.
somewhat soon. But I'm enjoying
Really
every
just
bit of it.
chilling.
Like, that's what I was saying. I was like, it's gonna be like a, you know, they kind of missed. Some people probably missed the interview part, but you know, I figured it was gonna be more like a vibe stream because I don't know. I'm more of a vibe person than I'm not real. As you can tell, I'm not real good with words. But I just enjoy, like, I don't know, talking to new people, chilling, learning how their brains work. And like I said, I feel like you'd be a pretty chill person to hang out with.
I generally am, as long as everybody's chill. But you know, I've had trauma growing up, so I'm around a bunch of people that's not chill. Eventually, I'm not chill. But
Dude, you're pretty chill. I could say that.
yeah.
And thank you, Dennis, or Justin.
RA
Justin
in
Dennis.
Squad
I
FPV.
appreciate that, man.
Said,
You'll see.
I
You'll
don't
see me
have
around.
deja vu, but
Good
I
to see
have
new
dreams that
pilots.
tell the future sometimes.
Yeah, I love seeing new pilots. It's kind of like you know, when I first got into it, like
I've had those kind of dreams, Rain Squad.
but I have dreams that tell the future sometimes. Yeah, definitely. Dreams are, without getting into another long topic, I feel like dreams, sometimes they have no meaning, because I have dreams that literally are just like make no fucking sense, but sometimes you'll have that dream where you're like, something happens in it that would not mathematically happen the net, you know, like in a relatively soon timeline, but yet does. I feel like dreams do have a way to tap into another, like, you know, because dreams, I look at dreams as like another dimension, just like thought, you know, when you think of things, that's another dimension. So like, I feel like dreams could definitely
Exiled Scoob said, read some
Yeah,
dream
the
books,
dream world
blow your mind.
It's a wild place.
It really
Um,
is. I mean, like we were saying earlier, the world's pretty wild. Like, it's just so much we don't understand.
Exiled Scoob,
Like somebody said, our
Said,
monkey brains can't
dreams are a
fully
window into
process
reality.
everything, you know. I do
Yeah,
think
the,
dreams are a window into reality, but sometimes the reality just makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, you can also, through the dream world, access I guess other people in a way. Because my dream walk, I was waking up someone who lit her apartment on fire.
Oh,
An old
shit.
lady fell asleep in her bed with a cigarette or something. I don't even know why I was there. Because from leaving my house to getting to this point, which was just across the river from me, across town, it wasn't far. And I didn't think the dream walk worked because I woke up later and my alarm is kind of like it didn't work. Well, I'm sitting there getting ready for work, and on the local news, you know, weather and stuff, and they're talking in the interviewing
Tobias
this
Yoder
lady
FPV said,
and some other
one
people.
time I dreamt I was a dog riding a giant
who
caterpillar while
escaped
7
this,
squirrels wearing yarmulkes
apartment
were playing
fire.
the intro to Through the Fire and Flames behind me. Is that reality?
I was like, what the fuck?
Tobias
It was real?
Yoder FPV said,
So
yes.
dreams access a lot of things.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a strong believer that you can get like I think in like a lot of shamanic cultures, they believe that dreams usually have signs, and some of them know, like, if you see like a snake or a scorpion in your dream, then that represents something that's going on. And I do kind of like believe that, you know. I had a dream, it's kind of weird, but I had a dream I was holding a snake up from the water and trying to like let it breathe, but we were just sinking further and further. And then like
RA
literally
in Squad
a couple days
FPV
later, my sister's snake
said,
died.
There's a theory
that
that
it's like
dreams
a
are us actually
big
awake
sign,
and
but
reality is us asleep.
It just like immediately when she told me that, I was like, it kind of made me relate to that dream, and I was like, that's weird, because like I was trying to save a snake in my dream, but we just kept sinking. And yeah, her beloved snake passed away. And
Dreams of future. made me think of, because these two dogs that I have, they're chocolate lab retriever mixes, and one of them, he likes to come up to your face and he just wants to kiss you, but when he's coming at you, his mouth is open, so it looks like he's about to take a bite out of you, right? Well, I remember for years I had this dream every so often, and these two chocolate colored dogs, but they were scary to me in the dream. I was afraid of them. And this one would always come up to my face, just like this he does. These two that I have here. I'm like, are these two dogs? Is that them from the dream? I don't know.
It could be. Like,
because every time he does it, I remember that. But I don't have the fear no more. You know, I'm just all ready to give him love back. But in the dream, it was fear.
Yeah.
But he shredded my face when he was trying to attack the Sheltie. I got in the way to save him. I didn't want them fighting. Mm-hmm. And, you know, so he can hurt you, but he's just loves, man. That's all he wants to do. Mm-hmm. He's done with it. That's all he... But yeah. But those two dogs is weird. Dream world is... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I mean, like with animals, it's just, you know, it's just an instinctual thing, you know, it's to defend whatever. It's just like if you get in an argument with somebody, except animals are usually more vocal and actually act on it, and it goes into just the instincts and stuff like that. But
yeah,
you I don't know. I feel like unlike humans, like, they don't hold grudges usually. Like we do.
No. Well, unless you're seriously abusive to them.
Yeah. Well, that's different. That's like, you know, like if you get onto them once, you know, they'll be like, okay, I won't do it again, or at least for a while or whatever. But
yeah,
if you're, like,
for a few
every
minutes.
single day abusing them, yeah, a few minutes.
Yeah.
If you're every single day abusing your animal, of course they're gonna look at you as like
Worn up. Said. Animals never
like
lie.
what we were talking about earlier with the bears and stuff like that. Like, they'll attack you off of territory and stuff like that, but they're not inherently bad unless they have like a past trauma of people constantly.
Yeah, there's
like trying
you don't know if you come across a traumatized dog or something. Like, if you just go to pet it and they flinch, it's because they've been hit a lot.
RA in Squad FPV said,
or if they really hunker
not to
down.
make the stream a bit depressing, I had a dream of me and a
they've
high
been
school
hurt.
friend walking around Detroit and hearing shots, and that friend vanishing. A few months later he was walking
I
home
just
from
known a lot of abused animals. Growing up in the South, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
People.
especially
RA in
South,
Squad
yeah.
FPV
Yeah,
said,
I was in Arkansas.
my house and was shot in a drive-by.
I don't
Birdie
know, people are
FPV
cold.
said, on Travis
I
to
knew a lot of
Maritonica.
them, unfortunately.
Yeah, that when I was a pet stylist, I did that for 2 years, and you could tell when some dogs had
They're
a
barking at me
tougher
right now.
household than others, because a lot
I'm
of
gonna
the
let them
times when dogs would come in, you know, like, and they were abused, they only had to bring them in because the people had to, because, you know, like, if you had a dog with long hair, eventually it gets matted, and then people, you can get in trouble for that. because it's just basically animal abuse. So they'll bring them in, and the dogs are terrified of you at first until they realize you're not a threat, and you know they kind of like calm down and stuff. But you know, you can tell when an animal's been abused for sure. Also, Birdie, I've drank quite a bit of this tequila, and honestly, I'm not as crazy as I thought I would be. And I'm sorry to hear that, Rain. That is definitely an intense situation. I'm sorry about that. You're not bumming anything out. It's going with what we're talking about.
I used to deliver pizzas out in Detroit.
But
Yeah, but Yoder, he was riding a dog. No, he was a dog riding a caterpillar.
while 7 squirrels were wearing yarmulkes, we're playing the intro of Through the Fire and Flames. That's how my dreams have been lately. Ever since I stopped smoking weed, my dreams have been like, went from like somewhat meaningful, realistic dreams to like pure madness. Like I had a dream last week, a couple weeks ago. I was like staying at an Airbnb in like California somewhere, like by the beach, and I watched conspiracy videos, and it was probably playing in the background. That's why it was even like a thing in my dream. But I was outside fucking around with the sand that's like by the house, and the neighbor ran over, and I thought he was gonna come say hi or whatever, but he's like, your videos kept my kids from sleeping, this and that. He's like, I'm gonna end up suing you for everything you have, blah blah blah. And I was just like, why are you being such a fucking asshole, this and that. He
Moist
walked off
FPV
and was like,
said,
oh, my lawyer's gonna be
I
by
feel that for sure ever
tonight.
since I stopped smoking my dreams
so
are chaos.
I was like, it was like a continuation, like the dream continued. And I went inside, I laid down on the couch, I was watching TV or like on my iPad, I was watching videos, and then I heard a knock, and I tried to just play it off, but the window had like, you could see inside the window. And I went over, answered the door, and it was the lawyer lady. And she was like, was he an asshole when he came by? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, yeah, don't worry about it. He's like this. He's basically everything he owned, because he lived in like this fancy house next door to the Airbnb, and he was like, everything he owns he gets from like suing people. She's like, I've basically had enough of it. And she's like, is there a way you can get a refund from the Airbnb? And I was like, maybe. But she was like super trying to help me out with the situation instead of it turning into a, like, I guess a worse situation. It was a weird dream, but it was like, it made sense, but it didn't make sense. Like, it was just, I don't know. I have crazy ass dreams, like, kind of like that, where like they have a storyline, but they are, but not realistic. It's just, I don't know.
I wonder, is this because of the possibility?
RA
I don't
in Squad
know
FPV
this,
said,
but
that will
RF,
happen when you stop smoking. Dreams will get really
can be
weird and
used
vivid.
to manipulate people in the mind. I don't know if it can be used when you're in the dream state. You know, if people have figured something out in that. But there's people working on stupid shit. And that scares me because the possibility of that existing is wild, because manipulating someone, getting
Tobias Yoder
thoughts that
FPV
are not theirs,
said,
even though they
anyone
think they're
ever tried to
theirs,
quit nicotine with Chantix?
and
That stuff will give you
images
wild
or
dreams.
that's not really theirs.
Mm-hmm.
Those kind of possibilities are scary because it is a possibility.
See, I've heard of, because there's no
because-
laws against it, that companies are experimenting with like being able to put ads into people's dreams. And I think that's a violation of like
Yeah.
personal space, in my opinion. Like, I don't want to dream about fucking McDonald's when I'm trying to go to sleep. Like,
Yoders, I just switched to these. I've weaned off quite a bit. I know I'm toking a lot right now. I barely even toke on these.
I have a new problem. After I stopped smoking weed, I just switched over to vapes and nicotine. But
Yeah, I was smoking cigarettes.
Worn up.
Heavy.
Said, tinfoil nightcap
I
son.
was doing analog tobacco, as Hila said.
yeah, analog tobacco, I heard that like somewhat recently.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, that's a perfect representation of what it is.
Yep.
And somebody said tinfoil
Moist
hats on.
FPV
I have.
said, get a
can't
Big
see,
Mac
but
for
I have the tinfoil hats
1.99.
from when we had our conspiracy night. You can kind of see it like vaguely. Like, I have it on top of this Buddha over here, but I don't think tinfoil will actually do anything to you. But
I don't know about that being tinfoil. This is conspiracy. The reality is real. Who's
true.
doing it though?
Nestle. Jeff Bezos.
Your neighbor?
I think it's just companies that are taking advantage of.
I'm not even talking about corporations. That possibility, yeah. That at least it's only for buying shit.
I mean, there's that technology that apparently there's a patent for, and I've looked it up before. It actually does exist, but it's like they call it the voice of God, something like that. And it's a military tactic that they could like beam words into your head and make it say things to make you do things that you wouldn't do.
Oh, that's convenient.
Almost like making it sound like it's like
RA in Squad FPV
like you
said,
coming up with it.
every heard of Project X-Ray, I think
And
it's called. They are
this is
putting
what I don't
signals out to
understand
turn
about
normal
Elon
people
Musk
into sleeper
and his
soldiers to take
Neuralink,
out high-profile
how
targets.
he's barbarically cutting the brain, and putting his shit in.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the money and the tech and the know-how. They could be doing that wirelessly.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's little. I mean,
And-
we know a lot about frequency, but we don't know its long-term effects. And like, I'm sure they mess with it enough.
I'm
that
a
they know
study.
exactly how to.
I'm a study.
Yeah.
Anybody?
You're
I
like-
have evidence.
Moist FPV
You're like
said,
first-hand
you
experience.
lied to me
study.
LOL.
Yeah, abundant.
Moist, you're supposed to be asleep.
Yeah, you lied to us.
Tobias Yoder FPV
And it
said,
just turned into the conspiracy.
8-bit they're only charging like 1,600 or some shiz for Neuralink though.
He's the other guy that, the one I told you that, like, I didn't interview him, but we did, like, a whole conspiracy bit, and I had him linked through Discord or whatever. He's the one I usually talk to about, with these conspiracies.
Oh yeah,
Moist
he was
FPV
gonna listen to music.
said,
Right.
I said I was going to listen to music, not bed LOL.
If you're listening to music, why are you listening to me? I guess there is music playing in the background.
Dang, only 1,600, huh?
RA in Squad
Charge you
FPV
1,600?
said.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Gringo
cheap.
called it out before I said something.
Yeah,
LOL.
the possibility exists, and the technology is available.
Exiled Scoob.
But there's a way
Said,
they can manipulate.
we're
what's
all
happening
government
to
test
me
monkeys
and
whether
make
we
me
like it or not.
Have all this pain.
Tobias Yoder FPV.
Yeah,
Wirelessly.
It was some ridiculous price.
yeah.
Tobias Yoder
Scoop said we're
FPV.
all government test
Said,
monkeys, whether we like
Cheap
it or not.
AF.
It's very true.
But we can do it ourselves. You know. We can. That stuff like Tai Chi and Qigong and all that. They look like
yeah,
they're
but
doing all
that
these
takes
movements.
discipline. People don't
But
have discipline.
what they're doing, yeah, what they're doing, like that outer part of yourself,
Air underscore one
taking
FPV.
these
Said,
energies, the negative,
Gang gang.
the things that are hurting you, and you're bringing in things part that's good. I don't know. It's just, there's something real to
Moist
it.
FPV.
That's how I feel
Said,
about
work.
meditation. I used
Big
to
metal
not think
tube.
it was
Tobias
a real thing
Yoder
until
FPV.
I took an extreme
Said,
amount of LSD, and I
I
was
just want an Elris RX
I
implanted
actually was
into my
able to
brain.
clear my mind and meditate, and that
Exiled
was like,
Scoob.
that was
said,
part of the life-changing.
Your patience
spiritual
needs more
experience I had.
patience.
That's why I was like, if church doesn't talk about meditation or self-help, like, I mean self-help as in like expanding your consciousness, then I can't trust it.
Yeah.
That's why I like a lot of Eastern cultures, specifically Buddhism, is because a lot of it's learning how to discipline yourself and also expanding your mind at the same time.
My experiences with church in the early age is, going through all that trauma and stuff during childhood. These churches had made me feeling bad and guilty.
Like you're
What?
doing something wrong, but in reality,
My existence,
you're
yeah,
not.
yeah. It's all my fault. What's happening? And I'm like, what?
RA in Squad FPV. Said,
Yeah.
they made us test subjects after MK Ultra.
Yeah, we're all under MK Ultra now. Just continue watching your YouTube. Don't question anything.
That's
Go
why
to
we're
the
streaming
grocery
for
store
6
and
hours.
buy- Yeah, for real. Oh man.
They got us.
Yeah. I mean, I still feel like even though we've been streaming for 6 hours, we covered a lot of like,
Exiled Scoob.
I
Said,
guess,
all over the place.
thought-provoking-
We're all test
yeah,
tickles.
definitely all over the place, but definitely like thought-provoking things and stuff like that. Like, it's not just mindless information. I think.
We didn't get Nick in here either. What the heck?
Nick,
YouTube didn't tell him, hey, somebody's watching your video. Dang it.
yeah, no, we're not what's it called? We're not
Big
on
enough.
that level yet.
We don't have that third leg yet.
What did you say? We're all testicles. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that kind of sums it up. We're all testicles.
Moist FPV.
It's like America
Said.
specifically, though.
Stay the fuck
like-
away from me, Elmo.
Not to get, like, because, I'm happy with where I'm at. Like, I love the people around me and stuff. But I do notice a difference from when we went to Peru to here. Because Peru is nowhere near, like, they're not third world by any means. But they don't have as much technology in their face as we do. And you could definitely tell a difference between the way they are versus the way we are. They're much more
Probably us
like,
in the
loving.
90s.
Probably. They're like more loving and caring and like open to talk to you. Meanwhile, like, unless you're, kind of like a wild animal, unless you're out in a place over and over and people get used to you, then they start talking to you and opening up and stuff like that. But you're in Peru, everybody wants to talk to you. Everybody wants to get to know you. Everybody, like, I've never,
Dude,
I've born
I
and raised
lived
here.
8 years at this one place, and never once got to know any of my neighbors. And I was outside all the time.
And that's the way America is, because like there, like everybody wants to get to know everybody. Like I've lived here my entire life, almost 30 years, and I've never been invited by a stranger, which is probably a good thing, back to their house to hang out with them, like after just meeting them for
RA
like
in
a couple
squad
minutes.
FPV.
But like in Peru,
Said. All
Dude.
use pilots
What a
need to make a
winder.
stream with
Winder.
all of us talking conspiracy on one
hey,
stream.
what's up, Winder? So when we were in Peru, there was like, I can't give you the exact number, but I'd say a good estimate is around 10 people invited us back to their house to just like eat food with them and possibly trip balls on ayahuasca and stuff like that. Whereas I've never had that happen to me here. Like I said, which is probably a good thing in America. You don't want to ask to go back to a stranger's house. But there, it was like, I swear to God, like every other day we had somebody asking to like go back and have like a shamanic experience, or just they'd hang out with them and stuff like that. And like
Moist
everyone
FPV
from like a
said.
small grocery
The
store
Air Force
slash
gets it
convenience
pilots
store
high on amphetamines to keep them
to,
alert.
like, you know, like basically anywhere you went, restaurants and stuff like that, people always wanted to talk to us, get to know us and stuff like that. Whereas here, it's rare. It is extremely rare that you have somebody like sit there and like want to talk to you and not ask you for something.
The small towns. Well, I don't know about nowadays, but they were kind of like that.
Not in
as well.
Texas. If you go to a small town in Texas, unless you're a commoner in that area,
Well, yeah, you had to be there.
yeah,
You
they
had to
don't really want you
live
there. But I will say, when we were in California, of all places, the only town that's ever made us feel comfortable was this one called Palm Springs, I think is what it was called. And it was a tiny town, like an hour or two outside of Los Angeles. And we had people, like, we were just walking on the street looking for an ATM, and people would stop and pull over, stopping whatever they're doing in that day to ask us if we needed help or anything like that. Even though we weren't even asking for it, they just would stop. And that's the only place in the States I've gone to where somebody went out of their way to try to help us, even though we didn't even ask for it.
They just realized you didn't have any money, and they realized that there was just nobody back home that held enough value for you. So that's why they realized, well, fuck.
I was like, little did they know we had money and we were trying to pull it out so we could buy weed.
Just kidding.
But the only
Moist.
other place that kind of felt like that was Roswell.
Moist is touching on something that made me remember. Maybe they do give us something. I
Moist
remember
FPV.
right before
Said.
the Iraq
Northern
Iraq
California
war, before they
rules.
were
We
about
are
to ship
friendly
us
as
off,
hell. SoCal is full of assholes.
we were
Not
playing
everyone there
G.I.
is an
Joe
asshole, but
every
most
week.
are.
Playing out in the field, you know, bang bang. We even did kind of like laser tag, you know, but with all the equipment, tanks, everything. I took out tanks with M16s, so that stuff is kind of faulty. But anyway, I would sit there and tap it like a million times, and all of a sudden you'll see these lights go off. I took out whole units. We won battles that way. But anyway, what was going on?
The amphetamines.
Yeah. Oh, the shots. So right before before shipping us off, we were getting lined up quite often, and we would go through and they would give these injections. You know, I don't know what the fuck. we did it quite often, and I felt invincible for a few years. So I don't know.
You're not the first person I've heard that from, though, where right before deployment they were given all these miracle shots under the impression of like vaccines and stuff like that. And one of my good friends actually ended up developing, him and another person he worked with in the same squadron both got Crohn's disease.
Dude,
And
I had no fear.
They believed
None.
that it was from that. I mean, if you had no fear, there's probably some sort of amphetamine for sure.
I didn't feel jacked up like that. I just felt I could do anything. I had no fear.
RA in Squad FPV said,
Doing things
they call them
beyond
peanut
my
butter
strength.
shots.
It was this.
Yeah, peanut butter shots. I've heard of that.
It was wild.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because they want you to go out and perform your duties without fear. So them figuring out a way to make a miracle thing, you know, America's specifically is kind of known for testing secret drugs like LSD and stuff on people without them knowing and seeing how they respond. So it wouldn't surprise me that they've trialed and errored a type of fearless, what is it called, like that limitless like type of drug where like you just feel like you can conquer anything.
Yeah. Who knows?
Daniel Boop said, Dexedrine.
Daniel Boop, what's up, man? He said Dexedrine. Have you ever heard of that?
But it wasn't it wasn't a thing that just lasted that day. It
Just
was
nanobots.
You know, even after I got out of the army, I was in the army for six years. So it was still around, whatever it was.
Do you think maybe it could have been like a psychological kind of conditioning you had to be put through that could have also done it? Or do
Dude,
you
basic
think
training was a joke. It was nothing. Dude, I was put through more health from my basketball coach and my stepdad. So I doubt it. I mean, the gas chamber was a trip. Running out of there with every fluid possible coming out of your sinuses. Dude,
So you definitely think that
you hold gallons.
it had to be some sort of shot you were given that
I don't know.
probably
I'm
done it.
wondering. It's a question that I've always had.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, the fact that I've heard that from a couple of people, I feel like it's a very valid question to have. Because, you know, I mean, it's the military. Like, nobody's going to question. Who are you going to even, like, begin to ask about that? Especially when you're already kind of given the orders of, like, basically just obey and follow instead of question why you're doing it. So, I mean, trying to get at the government for something like that,
RA in Squad
I feel like would be
FPV
near impossible.
said, the USA wants
Yeah,
super
the
soldiers,
dabs will
doesn't
bring the
matter
snot
how much
out,
drugs
but
they
not
need
enough,
to pump in you.
Not like the gas
Exiled
chamber
Scoop
will.
said, do enough dabs at once and the snot will come out the same way, lol.
That's true. Dabs have been like, if you want to get zooted beyond belief without like taking a hardcore psychedelic, dabs are the way to go. I've actually only, outside of taking psychedelics, dabs were the only thing that actually made me trip like I was on a psychedelic. And it was a crazy experience.
What is concentrated? So,
Concentrated, that's dabs.
yep. So a dab is like, you know, a handful of joints or more, maybe more than that.
It would depend on the percentage of the dabs and stuff. What we were smoking was called sugar, and I think it's like 98% THC. whereas I think most dabs are around like 60%, 70%.
Exiled
I could be
Scoob
completely wrong. I've
said,
slacked on my stoner.
I'm fully work functional on dabs.
stuff. But sugar is so we, as you know, THC is psychoactive. It's a psychedelic. It's just like a mild psychedelic. But if you have enough of it, it can put you in a full-blown. People can have psychosis, all kinds of crazy shit on weed. But like sugar is like one dab of sugar would probably be like maybe smoking
Exiled
like
Scoob
4 or 5 joints.
Said,
in one
dabs
hit.
are smoking pot without the plant. LOL.
Yeah, it's literally just dabs
RA in
are-
squad FPV.
Exiled Scoob
Said,
says dabs are smoking pot
Not as
without
bad
the
as
plant.
C and gas. C
It's-
and gas will make
It's
liquid come
literally
out of
the-
holes
the
you didn't
sticky
know you
part
had.
of the plant that's pressed out through different methods. Like you could do, there's like gas methods, ice methods. There's all kinds of ways you can extract it and stuff. But the more pure it is, the stronger it is. And dabs, I've been, especially when I was like back when I was smoking every single day, all the time. I actually didn't like dabs because after taking a couple of hits, it would fuck my tolerance up. Where like smoking weed would just be like smoking a cigarette. Like it wouldn't really do much.
I can't on the dabs. It gets me here too much. That tickle
Spider.
response.
Spider
where-
sugar
I don't
underscore
know.
FPV. Said,
Even though I
Oh.
I don't want to cough, I'm still coughing.
oh, oh,
I
oh,
can't
Yeah.
hit the dabs very
Oh.
very good.
oh,
Yeah, it'll fuck you up
Oh.
for like.
oh, oh.
The only other thing
Oh.
that fucks me up more than
Oh.
dabs would be edibles. But that's because
Daniel Boop
when you take
said,
edibles,
Are you familiar with the Monroe Institute?
when you take edibles, it processes through your liver or something like. When it goes through your digestive system, it hits you harder.
It's a different route.
Yeah, so like when you
But
smoke it
edibles
goes by quicker.
don't do me.
Some people don't. My wife, like she can eat edibles all day and be totally fine. But if I eat edibles, I'm fucked for hours. Like
Yeah,
several hours.
a friend of mine, he made some edibles, and he makes them for. Well, he wasn't. I guess he's a friend of mine. A friend. He wasn't my friend. So, but anyway, he made edibles, and so I got a batch from him, and he told me, "Be careful now, half or blah blah." I'm sitting there, I'm, in this state of pain, and I'm like, "Fuck that!" 3, waiting, pain's still killing me. I'm not even stoned. Time goes by. Fuck. I end up eating the whole bag.
Damn.
And
And
still,
still didn't feel anything?
still rolling
RA
and
in
smoking,
squad
trying to
FPV.
chase the pain and get
Said,
to a point of.
I used to smoke diamonds. Shit will have you higher
I
than
don't
Saturn.
know.
One of the reasons I have
can't say
paranoia and
normal,
it
'cause
feels
I don't know
like a
what
bad
normal
acid trip
feels
now.
like. So, but somewhere closer.
Yeah. So, like, my wife's kind of the same way. She metabolizes it weird. And I think maybe there's an enzyme or something that's in your digestive system that causes it to do that. Because for me, I can eat the same amount that she would eat, and I'd be high until the next day sometimes. And she doesn't even feel it at all. Whereas, like, there is one method that I know works on her, and it works on me too well, is, you ever heard of a firecracker? Anybody watching this will probably end up, hopefully not trying this at home, but when I found out about it, so you decarb some weed in the oven, and by decarbing, you basically activate it, because if you eat weed fresh, it won't do anything to you. You have to decarbonize
Yeah, it's not-
it.
Yeah.
Decarbonize it, or some shit like
I was going to tell you about a cooking experience with weed. I felt that. We all felt that. We were all laid up in the couch, unable to move.
Yes, yeah. So exactly, like when you do it yourself, it's a completely different experience. For some reason, I don't know if it's just the methods they use or what, but we made firecrackers one time, and what you do is you basically just get some foil, you grind up some weed, wrap it in the foil, you bake it in the oven for like 10 minutes. I baked it at 420, just because I thought it was funny, and it comes out brown. Then you get a graham cracker, or what I did is I got a graham cracker and some peanut butter, because peanut butter has like natural fats, and you want something that's fatty so that way the weed has something to attach itself to. And then you stick it like a sandwich, you put it in, and then you bake it again for another like 10 minutes or so. And I put, at the time I smoked Reggie. Are you familiar with Reggie? I'm sure you are.
Yeah, it's just regulars.
Yeah,
Reds.
Regulars. We call it Mexican dirt weed here, but I don't know if that's an appropriate term. I heard it's not, but that's just what I've heard it as, because it comes from Mexico usually, at least from here.
Yeah.
But it's like brick form.
Ditchweed.
Yeah, exactly. It's full of seeds. It's low quality. Like, it's just not that good. Well, I thought because of that, I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna put like 2 grams in this cracker, and I'm just gonna bake it and eat it. That was a horrible mistake. I ate the entire cracker, and this was at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I was so fucking high by 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I couldn't keep my eyes open. I was just like, I felt like I was sleepwalking.
Daniel
I
Boo
was high until the next
said,
day.
Smoking brickweed in blunts is what got me into smoking cigs.
Same
RA
deal.
in squad FPV.
But yeah,
Yeah, I didn't
like,
start
Said,
smoking cigarettes till I
The
was
Mexican
30.
brickweed.
I didn't start smoking until I was in Peru, like, so I was like 25, 26, 27. I don't remember when I was in Peru. A couple years ago. And I only did it because we couldn't have weed, and I needed something to take the edge off, so my wife had cigarettes, and I was like, fuck it, give me one of those. So that was my gateway into it. But I did smoke a lot of blunts. I smoked cigars beforehand, or puff cigars, whatever you want to say, but yeah. No, that firecracker though, absolutely best. Oh, my throat. Absolutely messed me up. This tequila messed me up just now. But yeah. Yeah, if you ever want to see if like an edible will mess you up, try a firecracker. And if it doesn't do anything, then I'll
Moist FPV
I'll bite my or
said,
I'll take
for
my
me
word
it
back,
went from
but
blunts to
that's-
smoking
that one
tobacco
will
on
fuck
top
you
of
up.
my weed in my bong, then full on
I wanted to
cigs.
see something. So you know how we get all these little nuts, and inside there's little stems and stuff, you know, that we end up separating.
Yeah.
And so I just threw them in a little jar, collected a bunch, and boiled them up, and made like tea with it.
Ooh, boy.
I got pretty stoned off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's a natural way. I know a lot of people.
RA
that
in
would
squad
do that. They would
FPV
save all their
said,
stems.
I
and
smoked cigarettes
leftovers.
since 9, quit at 23.
Yeah, cigarettes are pretty bad for you.
Yeah.
But I know people that would keep them in the freezer and just stack them up and then make huge batches of edibles with them, and they were pretty good edibles, just from stems. But that's because they do contain like THC, like a smaller amount than the actual flower, but they do contain it.
Yeah. Yeah. Cigarettes suck. I started at 30 because of stress. And
Moist
It was a
FPV
hard thing to quit.
said, man, I haven't
I'm in
smoked
a
cigarettes
constant
in
state of
over a week
stress
now.
I mean, from what I heard, nicotine. I mean, I'm a strong believer. In all honesty, I think vapes don't count, but I think if you smoke tobacco in its purest form, where it's just straight water and tobacco, I personally don't think it has long-term health effects. If anything, it's more like medicinal than anything.
Some people might develop maybe easier ways to get pneumonia. I feel like all that
Tar
liquid
and stuff.
going into your lungs
Yeah.
could have issues. I don't know. It's just
I think being dependent
logical
on
thinking.
anything is pretty bad, but out of everything, I would
Moist
say nicotine
FPV
is probably the least of
said,
people's worries compared
That's
to
why
like,
I smoked American Spirits.
benzos
Well,
or Xanax or
Well, the thing with the cigarettes, they put so much extra stuff in it for some reason, and that was the part.
make it more addictive. It's like
Yeah, and
what is that salt that they would put in food at one point? You know what I'm
MSG?
talking about? Yeah, MSG. It's like that. It's an additive to make it more.
Yeah. Now they just have new additives, and no one knows that's what it's doing. So
Yep. I agree 100%. But I'm a strong believer and advocate. Like I understand some people have developed health issues, but it's also like, what have you been smoking your entire life? Like you said, there's a lot of additives.
Moist FPV
in
said,
tobacco in general.
formaldehyde for some reason.
But like my grandmother, to put in perspective, this is just like my own experience. My grandmother smoked cigarettes since she was like 12 years old, and she's now in her 70s and she still smokes cigarettes. Her sister, who's never smoked cigarettes, ended up having a severe stroke, and now she has like borderline Alzheimer's and stuff like that. And I'm just saying, like, and all of her siblings smoke except this one sister. I should probably clarify that, so it's not just like a thing. And I feel like I heard, and I can't tell you who it was. Somebody said that nicotine can help prevent Alzheimer's. I'm not saying that's a for sure thing. Like, don't take it from me. I'm not a doctor by any means, but you know, based off of what I've experienced in life, it does seem like the ones that do smoke haven't had much health issues other than like high blood pressure and stuff like that, and other things that are caused from dietary issues. But like when it comes to like mental health and stuff like that, like, you know, I think
Scoob
nicotine. What I'm trying to say is,
said,
I think nicotine's probably the least.
I
of
saw
people's
similar
worries.
studies.
See, Exiled Scoob says he saw similar studies, so I know I'm not tripping. Even though this is all on the internet. You don't ever want to take somebody on the internet's advice, but don't go start smoking cigarettes. But, you know,
I grew up with angry monsters, and they puff like chimneys. So I don't know.
well, it's how you use it. It's like I've met stoners that are like absolute pieces of shit when people say like stoners are like
Yeah.
peaceful people, you know. It's who the person is overall and how you use it.
I know. For some reason, I was born and raised around a bunch of them,
Same. I mean, you know,
and they linger
my
every
dad,
now and then.
I've kind of come to the conclusion, not to get
RA
like,
in
dark or
Squad
anything,
FPV
but pretty sure I'm not
said,
going to ever see my dad again. But
Powdered
he's, like,
nicotine is hell of a lot better
yeah,
than the
strung out on,
cigarettes
like,
of today.
crack or
Powdered
some
nicotine
shit,
doesn't
who's,
have the
like,
150
homeless in
different
Florida.
chemicals, plus
So-
you're more likely to get cancer after quitting.
he was a good person when I was younger, but as we got older, he kind of like the drugs flipped a switch. So, but everybody else seems.
I wasn't much into drugs. I mean, during the rave scene underground, you know, did some LSD and ecstasy, and I tried some shrooms. I tried meth only because I needed to know why the loved ones that I was worried about were on it, and why they couldn't get off of it. That was a mistake. I was stuck for about 3 months, and I was homeless in California almost because of it.
Yeah, meth.
But yeah,
I feel like it's like not as bad as like heroin or like fentanyl or something, you know, but like it still has its like, I feel like
that's
there's
a lie.
something
You don't
bad
know what
about
you're
it,
talking
you know,
about.
like outside of outside of like I look at drugs in like shades of color, you know,
Yeah.
like fentanyl would be red or purple, I should say, like way on the deep end. And then like weed and stuff would be like on the green side. And then you got like LSD, I'd say DMT's in the green because it's not really like crazy or anything like that. Psychedelics are in the green side.
With the experience
and then the middle
that
would
I
be like
knew
cocaine.
with meth would be far red.
Yes, yeah.
The reason,
it'd be in the red.
yeah, because for some reason they like to take everything apart and argue and fight, even to the point of shooting each other.
Jesus.
So I don't know. That one's
No, that's what I'm saying is like it's on that spectrum. It's not as bad as fentanyl, but it's not in the yellow. Like cocaine would be in the yellow for me because like everything, if you like abuse it, it could definitely be more in the red. But I think as a cat, I know a lot of people. I've met a lot of people that do coke, like in party settings and stuff like that. But if you're like a regular user, like addicted to it, then yeah, it gets more in the red. And then meth would be above that, and then like the opiates would be a little bit further down into the deeper end. Because like meth, at least you could do stuff. Because I've met people that do meth and they still work.
That's only at the
and
beginning.
stuff.
It's only at the beginning.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, I agree. Until like psychosis kicks in and shit like that, from staying up for fucking who knows how long. Whereas like, you know, opiates, like you just shut down completely, don't do anything. Like this is also all like based on like what I've seen throughout my life. Like I have very close relatives that dabbled with opiates, and then I have close relatives that dabbled with meth. And the ones that did meth were a little more active than the ones that did opiates. The ones that did opiates basically shut down. Like they cocoon themselves in whatever hole they're in and never did anything about it and stuff like that. And then fentanyl, of course, because it's the same category of that, but you can also die way fucking easier on it than you could heroin, even though you could definitely overdose on heroin. But those would be in the red. Cocaine in the middle, just how you use it, but like stretched out, you know? So I've met really good people that dabble with it every now and then, and I know people that have really fucking gone on the deep end. Whereas psychedelics, I've heard of stories, but I've never met somebody that's dependent on psychedelics. Like usually it's a one and done type thing. You do it once on an intense level, or you can microdose. Microdosing is different. But
yeah, like that experience with the 3 drops of acid and ecstasy. I'm cool. I don't want to do it again.
Exactly.
I'm glad it was a good one.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
RA
I've
in
done
Squad
ecstasy
FPV
once, but in pill
said,
form, and
Coke is fine in
all I
small
did was
quantities
read.
every once in a while.
I just read a bunch of books.
Daniel Boo
I didn't even get like
said,
crazy.
Coke is a
interview or anything
fantastic
like that.
social drug that I would never recommend in case they take it further.
Danced all night. Then the next day, just I don't know.
I feel like Daniel
Yeah.
Boop said it pretty well. He says Coke is a fantastic social drug that I would never recommend in case they take it further. It's true. I know a lot of people that they socialize with it, you know. It's like alcohol for some. Like I drink once a week usually on streams. Like I don't drink hardly ever. But it's mostly just to get more loose and comfortable being in front of a camera and stuff like that. So I could see Coke doing the same thing. But I've also met people that went on the deep end with it, where it's just like all their spare money goes to that, and then they end up in a hole. Like one of my closest friends ended up almost getting hardcore addicted to it, and luckily he caught it in time before it became a real problem. Because I think after you use it for so long, you become dependent on it, and then that's where you get like withdrawals. I don't know about coke withdrawals, but I know like opiate withdrawals are like the worst. And for anybody that has
withdrawals,
opiate problems,
I quit the meth when I went on that journey to try to help my loved ones. Coming back, I got a bus ticket from Cali to come back east, and the withdrawals, dude, I was in Cali. The meth was the purest. The guys that were, I don't know who these people, the outside of my loved ones, I didn't know
as soon
who
as
they
you said
were.
that, we just had like intense
But
thunder, and that scared
They
the absolute
made
shit out
that
of me.
shit. We had
Yeah.
storms earlier.
Yeah, we have some crazy storms going on right now, apparently. But yeah,
I miss all that.
my dad's friends were like hardcore meth addicts, and they were like telling me when I was like 17 years old how to fucking make meth in a water bottle or a Coke bottle. And I'm like, dude,
Oh,
I
that's
want
like dirty
nothing to do
stuff.
with that. Yeah, it's super dirty.
This
But
stuff
it's
was
a quick
crystal
and
clear.
easy way to do it.
Daniel
I guess.
Said, when I was
I don't
homeless in
recommend it.
Portland they used to sell 5-cent hits of meth.
Dude, that's what.
It's the
This is
dirtiest,
why
nastiest
It
feeling
took me so
high.
long to use the vapes to get off the cigarettes, because the initial hit always reminded me there was a taste in it that reminded me of meth, and I was like, oh, I can't.
Oh, I could see that like triggering like
Yep.
like
I was like, no.
I've only been
Yep.
around meth firsthand once. I never did it, but I was locked in a car with a dude I met at a bar. So like the quick story of that is we're playing pool, and there was this dude next to us at the table, and he was like, hey, you want to go smoke? And he did like this little pinch thing and then like hit a lighter. And in my stoner brain, I was like, oh, he wants to go smoke some bud. I was like, fuck it, let's go do it. Well, actually, no, I didn't even think that. I was
Moist
just like,
FPV
okay, he wants to smoke bud.
said,
And then my sister,
I'm not proud of the fact that I've
'Cause he
tried
was-
it, but it's a crazy fucking drug. I
he was
never want to
like-
touch it again. I tried it only once and I hated being high and unable to sit still for so long, like 3 days.
Moist tried it once, and he absolutely hated it, which I recommend. Like, don't, you know, and it was by accident too. And I was like, yeah, I definitely don't want to venture down that road. But the guy signaled to it and was like, any of y'all want to smoke? And my sister points at me, and she was like, oh, he's not doing anything. And I was like, fuck, I guess I'll go with this random ass stranger into his pickup truck and smoke some weed. And we get out there, and he pulls out a meth pipe. with
Well, that's
some-
how we had to buy weed. You just had to find some random ass stranger and hope you cops weren't scoping out the place and you get home with your bag.
That's what I thought we were in Peru. It was so easy to find. Like, remember how I told you I smoked cigarettes when we went to Peru? Well, it turned out it was way easier to find weed than I thought, even though it's like illegal there. It was like
Daniel
every other
Booth
person would ask if we wanted
said,
some. But
Nicotine salt vapes
I
like
got-
Juuls or other
I
disposable
got
are
into
the worst.
truck, and he pulls out
Nicotine
the meth pipe and starts
HCl is
smoking
much
it.
better.
And I was like,
RA
oh,
in squad
shit, this
FPV
is not weed.
said,
This is the real
It
deal.
really easy to make crack.
And
Also
he
would
was
not
like,
recommend, but living in the
"You want
ghetto
some?"
for learned how to cook
And I
both.
told him, I was like, no, man, I'm good. I was like, I only smoke weed. I thought you were talking about weed. And he was like, you're cool, right? And I was like, I mean, I work at a tattoo shop. I'm around, like, I don't work with anybody that does meth. Occasionally coke, but very rarely. But I was like, you know, I'm cool, but I don't want that. And he was like, okay, and then just smoked the rest for himself, but had the windows up the entire time, and he blew it out. And when I drink, except when I'm having conversations, I tend to like stay up longer than I need to when I drink. But usually when I drink on the average going out kind of thing, I almost immediately fall asleep when I go home. And when I got home, I didn't go to bed till almost like 5 in the morning. Like, I was like so worn out the next day, but like, I swear up and down, I was like, he got me a little contact high with that shit because he had the windows rolled up. I was like trying to sit all the way on the edge, like, you do you, buddy, you know. But that was a rough experience. But like I said, I learned because my dad was really fucked off on that stuff to not mess with it. Because I've seen what it did to him. He went from like having a nice house, a good family, to like literally living on the streets, like asking people for money.
Moist
like
FPV.
I was like, I
said,
don't want to go down that path.
For me it was like 3 days it sucked donkey
the
ass.
loved ones I was worried about, they finally got out of that. One is doing pretty good. His life looks like he's doing good. He's happy. He's with someone that loves him. The other one, he was doing really good. Successful mechanic shop, all that, but he was louse. And because of this new Trump thing that passed, he got picked up and deported. After living all his life here since a little kid when his parents brought him over. 30-something-year-old adult. So his life was doing good. And I was proud of them, both of them. You know, because they were hardcore in it, and lost in it for a long time, and lost a lot, part of their lives. A lot of loved ones they lost, not physically, but the relationship they lost.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
that's
meth
usually
is
what it is
fucked
with
up.
that. Is I'd say when it comes to meth, it's real easy to lose everything versus like having good come out of it. I've maybe met one person in my life that can like occasionally smoke meth and be somewhat functioning, but I've never really like met too many people where like their life's on track, they got shit going for them that does it. Like cocaine, I have met. You know, like I said, that's why it's like in that like middle areas, because you can still kind of function and be like a decent human. Obviously, there's spectrums, and it depends on the person that's using it too. And I'm not an advocate for cocaine. I've never even done it. I almost did when I was in Peru because that'd be the time to do it, but I still never messed with it because I know I have that white trash roots, so I know it could become a problem. And
Yeah, I didn't touch that.
The hardest thing I've done, I would say, is LSD. And like I said, the LSD actually helped me out a lot, as weird as it sounds. But
Moist FPV.
Thanks, Moist.
Said, man,
Much
8-bit,
love
you
back.
have been through a lot, brother. Much love to
Yeah.
you. You're a good dude.
yeah, Moist.
You know,
Moist is a great
I
person.
never went to this world looking to find drugs to experience them, so it wasn't a me. Like the rave scene, the music, you know, when I first got in it, it was about music, you know.
Mhm.
I was dancing and break dancing and watching the DJs. And I wasn't stoned. I wasn't high on something. I didn't even know about that world. And then mushrooms I looked for. That was a trip.
Mhm.
I was at a casino. I was winning money on a slot machine, but I was making a scene. That was comical, very comical. But the machine and me and the machine had a good relationship. Not physical. Don't go there. Although I was rubbing it.
What were you doing to that machine to get that money?
I was rubbing the slot. Okay? What do you do when you rub the slot?
You make that money.
I was looking for the G spot.
And then you found the mushroom spot shortly after.
Yeah.
See, mushrooms for me was like a really good experience. But again, like when I take psychedelics, I try to go the shamanic route of like not like being more trying to make it more of like a spiritual experience and like
Yeah.
doing it in a place that I'm super comfortable and around the people I'm most comfortable with.
That's where it should be done anyway, if it should be done. But
That's my thing is I don't recommend psychedelics unless like you can gauge the time. Like there's no real gauging the timing. You just have to do it when the timing is
Moist
right.
FPV
Really. But the way
said,
you could set it up is
I was
make
never
sure
looking for it, but it found
you're
me. I get that
away.
sentiment. The only thing I ever promised myself
You're
I'd try was acid. After that I was happy with my
away
experience.
from other people. Like you wanna just it's because when you take a psychedelic, it's an inward experience, not an outward. And I think that's the biggest issue when people take psychedelics is they try to make it an outward experience.
RA in Squad
when
FPV
Yeah.
It's all
said,
like mental and
the rave
internal,
scene went
like,
downhill real fast now with
inside
the dubstep
yourself.
and EDM raves and
And
horrible plus the death of Plur. It not fun anymore.
if you go into it, like for me, because like I told you earlier, I was agnostic, and I just, you know, going through all kinds of spiritual like fucking angst growing up Christian and going through
Moist
atheism
FPV
and stuff like that. Like I just
said,
was like, I
you
just wanna
discover your
know,
true self.
You know? And
yeah,
when I took psychedelics,
I
it
had those
showed
journeys.
me exactly that. Like it showed me who I really am, where I want to go, how I've already been here, and all these other things. But it changed my life for the better. Like it made things more, like it made me be more patient with people, because I also know people are just peopling. They only know what they have in front of them and stuff like that. And
yeah.
like
That's what I feel about people, even the people that, you know, all the monsters that I've briefly mentioned.
they're just
They're-
caught in a
they're
rat
people
race.
going through something happened. I don't have the answers what happened to them.
Yeah,
And
and you
I don't
never
know.
will. You
they
never.
were forgiven. So people.
You never know
people.
what somebody else is going through, and it took me a lot, because I actually, not
Yeah.
again, not to like bring my dad into it, but I use him as an example because he's like, growing up, that was my rock, and then there was like a time where like he got strung out, and I wasn't really there for him like I should have been, you know, and I think that kind of messed with him and stuff. But I've learned that you don't know what other people, because I found out later that my dad was like, I'm not trying to get into heavy topics, but my dad was like extremely abused when he was younger, and like mentally,
I can relate.
physically, everything, you know.
Yep.
And that
Everything.
had a huge factor into his adult life. Even though he was able to keep it together for a good majority of it, eventually it snapped, because, you know, I don't know exactly what caused it, but it happened to him. And I learned
Yeah.
that I should accept it instead of resenting him for it, because I
It
wouldn't
just sucks.
want
He's
anybody-
still running from it. Something.
it does suck, and I have no way to try to even like reach out and talk to him, because like I said, he's homeless somewhere in Florida. I have no idea what his number is. I tried getting him when my wife and I got married. That's when I was trying to, like, when I was going on my spiritual journey or whatever, right around this time, I invited him, because I finally was like, okay, I need to let this stuff go, and, you know, he's my dad, I need to invite him. I invited him to the wedding. He didn't show up, which is it's honestly not that, like, atypical of him, but it was like coming to the fact of like, I just need to let him do his thing, and he is going to do what he wants to do, because I know that like the shit he went through, he just needs to handle that on his own. Like he doesn't like.
Yeah.
There's nothing I
hope
say
he
or
can.
do. I hope he can too.
I hope he can. I've seen a lot of people. They were stuck till they died, and it was just sad. Not necessarily, saying they were hooked on them. Just their state of mind, their state of being,
Yeah.
treated others, and how they perceived the world, everything.
Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
To the end, they
And-
were still the same.
See, I've come to the conclusion that if that's the case, and that's his life choice, that's his, because you're your own worst enemy, and if that's what he does until he dies, then I've already accepted it. Like there's a part of me where it's like, oh, I hope he comes through and stops abusing himself. But it's one of those things where it's like you can only do what you can do to yourself. Like I don't know. It's like I said, I didn't want to like make it about my dad or anything, because it's really not.
No.
But he's just the most real example I have to something like that.
I didn't have my dad. It was about 7 whenever my parents split, and my mom was crazy and difficult, and so he was pushed out of our lives, and it's like 33 years later he came back, but he was stuck in some memories that he had, but that's all he knew.
Yeah.
He was gone.
Yeah.
I didn't get to know him. I didn't get to know, what happened. Nothing really about his life. He was a singer. He played guitar and for rock, the old rock music. And he gave me one. It's a beautiful guitar, but I don't know what path he got put on, and some reason he still loved my mom. That part he kept saying, but I don't understand why, because I know her, but I feel sorry for my mom, because the abuse that she went through from her mom, from the Catholic Church, she's one of those little kids, growing up in a church, lifestyle, being abused by the nuns and the priests. And then on top of the way her mother was my grandma, dude, to have any kind of sanity would have been a miracle, I guess. So I understand, but it was weird him still having that love for her, but I never got to know why. I got the story, how, anything, nothing. So yeah, they can go off and be gone and never really come back. I hope, man. I don't want that for you or anybody.
I mean,
I hope he can find a way to get out.
I've come to the conclusion that like if he doesn't,
it's a pain. It's pain.
It's okay.
It's
Yeah.
pain. Not physical, the spiritual or whatever.
Spiritual, emotional, but it's like one of those like
RA in squad FPV
you can't really
said
Later, Rain.
Alright boys, I'm going to hit the hey it's 3 a.m. night guys.
We're going
Fly
on
safe,
8
be
hours.
safe, great stream gringo, love your faces, good night and good day.
Same to you, Rain.
Probably should wrap
Thanks
it
for
up. You gotta
chilling,
work
man.
anyway.
Yeah, I know. I gotta work. No, man, this has been a pretty cool chill session, man. I'm sorry, like towards the end, we kind of got a little bit on the touchy side of things, but we for
No,
sure.
I could take you guys deep. Hey, I could take you guys deep. I could have you guys balling if you want. But I ain't going there because I'll be balling. So, and not the baller.
Crying's a good thing to do, man.
Dude,
Tobias Yoder
I
FPV
know about tears.
said,
But
same here, I'm slowly losing the battle of staying awake.
Nighter Yoder.
Great
All right,
stream,
so
you
about
two,
to wrap
love
it
you
up.
all.
we'll see you later, man.
Thanks for hanging.
For
Thanks.
real, like
Thank you
y'all are all
guys.
troopers.
Yes.
Like, there's still 9 people watching us like ramble. I think that's cool. But yeah, man, I really do appreciate you coming on. Like, we really do need to like link up and
Do it again.
Yeah, for real. Do it again. But I want to like meet you in person. I think it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that too.
We go to New Mexico pretty often too. I know, like we haven't gone this year, but we went last year, the year before that. And, yeah, I think it'd be cool to link up with you and we could talk a little bit more. We could chill, and then we could also fly.
We'll make a trip to the Jaimes Mountains, the natural hot water springs and spas up there.
Oh, dude, that would
There
be
you go.
awesome. We could have like a little.
It's
spa
nearby.
session.
It's like an hour from me.
Okay. Yeah, dude, we'll have to make a trip for that because I think that'd be pretty cool. No, I've enjoyed talking to you, man, and I appreciate you hanging on this long. I know it's been a bit.
I don't even feel like it was long.
I don't either.
Dude.
Honestly, if I didn't have to work tomorrow, I could.
I don't believe it's 1 o'clock in the morning. We started at 6:30, me and you.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, 6:30 your time. Yeah, it's almost 2 o'clock for me. It's 1:58.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But like, no, I've enjoyed it, man. It's been a really cool experience. I'm not as toasted as I thought, but I did go through a good chunk of this tequila, which is kind of weird. I was like, man, I thought I'd be like fucking gone by now, but yeah, dude.
I didn't poke as much as I thought I would. Mainly because it kept trying to make me hack. Tickle to my throat.
Yeah, see me, I have a problem with like just English in general. I have a hard time like trying to get out what I'm trying to say and stuff like that. But
Words, man. You know, words.
Moist
Words
FPV
are terrible.
said, great stream dudes,
Thank you,
you're a good
Moist.
dude, 8-bit, great hanging with you guys.
Yeah, Moist, dude. Thanks for chilling, man.
It was good. I'm glad. Good. Come over here to El Gringo's planet and check out what's going on over here. It was,
Yeah, man. Like I said,
I was looking forward to it ever since we set it up, man.
Same.
Anticipation.
I'm sorry I messed up the timing on everything. I should have told
Oh,
you. I
okay.
forget you're an hour behind us. So
Timing worked out perfect. I sat down right at that moment, ready to go.
oh man. Well, shit. Yeah, like I said, I could go on forever, but man, I have to work tomorrow.
Yep. We just gotta just stop. We gotta just hit the end stream now.
All right. Well, later, whoever
Later,
else is
man.
watching, we got 7 people still watching. So, yeah, I appreciate it, man.
I appreciate it too, man. I look forward to it, man. Good to actually hang out and meet the
Same.
El Gringo.
Same. We need to link up. Stay in touch
Right.
with me whenever.
Of course.
Afterwards.
I gotta frame this. I gotta skirts to send you soon.
And I'm looking forward to that wholeheartedly.
Yep.
But all right, I'm gonna end the stream now.
a little higher. Low rider drives a little slower. Low rider is a real goer. Hey. Low rider